All right. Good. What's up, everyone? Looks like we're just getting started with Peace Walker. We're going to be going back and forth a little bit. We got all the tapes coming up at the beginning of Peace Walker. This guy. Classic. Alright, let's take a look here. Tiny mother base. Tiny menus. The dog go through some of these guys' quotes and profiles. They're pretty interesting. One of the ways that they made it feel like it was actually a bunch of different people, talking to Big Boss, is that they had a little bit of everyone on the staff write these guys' quotes and things, so it really does come from a bunch of different people, so that they all feel a little different. They all have a little bit of their unique personality to them. And then, oh, this guy, that one's funny. How fast the tranq dart works depends on where it hits. What the? Nice. So they will give you little gameplay tips, little hints, little jokes, little references, things, explain how things work a little bit, some Easter eggs, some references to the later stuff in the game. And their portraits as well. Sometimes they don't really have any here, but sometimes they will look like certain characters in the series or voice actors, and they'll have their unique look to them. Let's see. Do we have anyone? I think this guy kind of looks like Gray Fox in Metal Gear 2. This guy looks like Johnny in MGS4. And later we'll see some more, including Snake's Japanese voice actor, Akio Otsuka. His face is one of the MSF soldiers' faces. Let's see what we got here. Nothing. Okay. We're just starting out, so we got a bunch of tapes to go through. Get back in here. Yeah, we gotta do pretty much all of these. Did I see Dog at least do one? Yeah, there it is. It literally just did one past tape. Okay. So yeah, it's a little overwhelming at the beginning. I get it, because you're just being introduced to the universe and the characters, the settings of the game and all that stuff. But remember, this was supposed to be a portable game. So normally you listen to these at your own pace, on the go, wherever you want, whenever you want. That's a little hard to go through when we're just sitting here doing all the tapes and the entire game in one sitting. I get that, but it's worth it. And then it's only really like that in these big chunks of when something significant happens in the story. Like when you're starting the game, when you get one of the main characters to join you, and towards the end. So yeah, let's go through these. Although I like to kind of do them in order to somewhat make sense, because like Paz isn't even supposed to have the radio yet until you do this briefing here.
I rigged that radio so you can contact our young lady friend Paz.
Is she okay?
No need to worry. She's tougher than you think.
Still just a kid.
Which is exactly why she can be an
Lower the volume
effective
a little
source
bit.
of information. Besides, that little Angel de la Paz is the one who gave us this mission, right?
I guess.
I'll put her on.
Snake,
Paz, where are you?
Ciudad Colon, a school. The teacher told me to stay here until things quiet down.
Teacher? Oh, him. He's... Yeah, that's probably good advice.
see, he has a radio in his room, so we can talk anytime.
Pretty fancy for a teacher.
Promise me, Snake, that you'll bring back peace, and
I know. I'll contact you if I find your friend.
thank you. Snake, if you need to know about Costa Rica, the geography, the climate, the wildlife, anything, just ask me. I know about its history and laws too. We learned it all in school.
Got it. I have a question. I'll ask. What?
In school, I also learned that peace is an unnatural state for human society, and that war is a constant threat to our relationships with others.
That's right.
So, to achieve peace, we have to create it ourselves. Crying about it won't bring it about or make it last. Each one of us must go and seek it out.
You won't find it without making sacrifices. No offense, but I don't know what peace is. Never felt what it's like. Never even been interested in it.
Snake?
Oh, sorry. Listen, Paz, I think your ideas are admirable. And I hope they turn out to be right.
Yeah, me too.
Peace is in your name. Who better to help bring it back?
Thanks, Snake. I will be here whenever you need me. See you later.
Snake, use your radio to call people, but stay alert. You're in the middle of a mission and can't afford to let your guard down.
Got it.
Need to know more about Costa Rica? Haas can help you out.
Good to know.
We'll follow their transport route. This should take us straight to their main base.
From what I've seen, it looks like nukes.
Agreed. The key thing now is to confirm whether those spears really are what we think they are, and if so, why they're here.
Follow the transport route. Find the nukes.
That's what I'm thinking. First, we should make contact with the Sandinista Comandante. They can tell us more about what's up ahead. But it looks like their hideout's already come under attack.
We better hope they're still alive.
Snake, infiltrate that cabin and secure the Sandinista's Comandante. Neutralize any guards by knocking them out, putting them to sleep, or even using the Fulton recovery system. You choose how to handle it, boss.
Alright, let's do all these here. These are actually about the starting locations. That's a little easy to miss. To achieve peace, we must drink lots of water.
Bosque del Alba means Forest of Dawn. Naturally, it is situated on the east coast. It is your standard tropical rainforest. Everything you would imagine in a jungle.
No sign of morning sun here.
The foliage is too thick for direct sunlight to hit the floor. I do not know how easy it will be making your way through here.
I'll be fine. This isn't my first trip to a jungle.
Nice. The way you guys put those two emotes, it looks like the piss is squirting out of the bottle.
Playa del Alba means Beach of Dawn. The morning sun is so beautiful over the Caribbean.
Beach of Dawn, huh? Perfect place to start a mission.
The clear blue water, the white sand, the swaying palm trees. You cannot get more South American than here. It is paradise on earth.
Yeah, guess I should have packed my Hawaiian shirt.
The coral reefs and mangrove forests protect the small fish in the area. Sea turtles come to lay their eggs on these beaches. We are not the only ones who enjoy this place. It is heaven for more than just humans.
Hi, May. Good to see you. Let's see. Yeah, we'll just do all of these.
My mother was the one who named me Paz. She said it was an expression of her wish that the country stay at peace. It is a pretty common name in Central America. My mother always used to tell me, never make war. Always help keep the peace.
I remember. Your grandparents.
Yes, they died in the Civil War. I think that is why my mother hated war so much.
That's another thing you've got in common with Kaz. His mother named him Peace, too.
See, because Japan also suffered through war. I think I know how Mr. Miller's mother felt.
You like the peace sign, huh?
See, as a gesture, it connects every peace-loving person. Here, you try it, Snake. Peace.
No thanks. It doesn't suit me.
Too bad for you.
You know, the V in the peace sign comes from the V in victory. When did it start standing for peace?
I am not completely sure, but I guess it came out of the protest movement against the Vietnam War. Oh, and do not turn your hand around when you do it, especially around British people. It is insulting.
So, you live alone now?
No, not alone. I've been living in school dormitories since I started junior high. After my mother died, my relatives took me in, but they were not my real family.
You didn't fit in there.
In a way. My aunts were kind to me and all. But I know how difficult it must have been to suddenly have a child thrust into their lives. When you live with someone, there are no secrets. I could tell my being there was a burden on them.
Sounds like a rough childhood.
I would not say that. I was lucky just to have people take me in. There are huérfanos living out in the streets because their mothers died. It is even worse in countries with frequent civil wars. So, who am I to complain about my childhood?
You're a pretty tough kid, you know?
Not at all. I am not strong at all.
Did Paz and Big Boss have a thing? Yeah, later we'll be going on a date with her. And, yeah. Much later in the game. A couple different things can happen in that date. Sure, Cannon.
Costa Rica's forests are more diverse than you might expect. Not all of them are tropical rainforests. Costa Rica is close to the equator, it is true, but it is also very mountainous.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Go up 4,000 feet in elevation and the temperature drops more than 7 degrees.
There are basically 3 types of forests. The lowlands are covered in tropical rainforests, the highlands by tropical cloud forests, and areas where there is a dry season have tropical dry forests. The lowlands along the Caribbean coast are mostly covered by hot, humid tropical rainforests, what most people envision when they think of jungle. The closely packed trees spread their branches out at great heights to soak up the sun. Their shade makes it dark near the ground, so be careful. Of course, with so little light, few plants can grow on the ground, so it might actually be easier to walk.
So even if you could photosynthesize, it wouldn't do you any good.
Photosynthesize? People cannot do that.
Most people, anyway.
There's no Code Talker lore in this game. But they just talked about how the ant can photosynthesize. Technically, that becomes Code Talker lore, too. No. I'm just gonna throw in I'm just throwing references in these things.
87,000 species of living things. That is about 5% of all the known species in the world.
A tiny place like this? Huh. I'll be damned.
I want to protect that biological diversity. When diversity is lost, the environment weakens. Just look at the plantations.
I think I know what you mean. It's like trying to assemble a unit from similar guys. It usually doesn't work out. Throw a few square pegs in there and everything falls into place.
There are so many species here that a lot of them have not even been classified yet. I am hoping I can help do that someday. Kind of like a parataxonomist.
There's
Para. Say that again.
Parataxonomist. Someone who helps a taxonomist.
Oh. Huh. I thought you were going to say it had something to do with parachutes.
You're weird.
Where's the end now? Paramedic. Reference. Signs of symmetry.
The Development Corporation of Costa Rica, or CODESA, was established 2 years ago. Since President Oduber was elected this year, the state has been putting a lot more effort into development.
The corporate state, so to speak.
Growth is good and all, but there is one thing that bugs me.
What's that?
I cannot help but wonder whether CODESA is not just a front for the CIA.
You mean what the professor was saying about the CIA mercenaries posing as security guards? They were using CODESA as camouflage?
I am worried that development is going to destroy the forests, but I do not suppose it has anything to do with this.
Yeah, Paz has a tape where she talks about the bananas all having the same genes and all being affected by the same parasite or something. And yeah, same thing that Liquid talks about in MGS1. Signs of symmetry.
Paz, you said Costa Rica has no army, right?
Correct. Article 12 of the Constitution declared that the Army as a permanent institution is abolished. It does permit us to organize armed forces for national defense based on inter-American treaties.
Only temporarily, then.
In effect, yes. But in the years since the Constitution took effect, Costa Rica has not once raised an army.
Let's see. We should probably go back and forth between Paz and Kaz tapes for this. Let's see. We got all this MSF stuff here as well. Okay, yeah, it's a lot of stuff.
You were saying Japan has a peace constitution, too.
Yep. Japan renounced war in Article 9 of its constitution, aspiring sincerely to an international peace based on justice and order. The Japanese people forever renounce war as a sovereign right of the nation, and the threat or use of force as a means of settling international disputes. In order to accomplish the aim of the preceding paragraph, land, sea, and air forces, as well as other war potential, will never be maintained. The right of belligerency of the state will not be recognized.
You know it by heart.
Some things you never forget.
Impressive. There were some parts I didn't quite get, though. Like the whole means of settling conflicts thing.
Yeah, that's been the subject of debate. Whether or not it forbids any and all use of force. The current Constitution was originally drawn up under the Allied occupation. The first draft was even submitted by Allied GHQ. So naturally, there are some who feel the Constitution was imposed on Japan by foreigners.
Things like that are never simple. Same for every country, I guess.
One thing's for sure, though. Not having an army let Japan focus on economic recovery after the war. In that sense, it's the same as Costa Rica.
Paz, how does your country defend itself without an army? Especially in a rough neighborhood like Central America.
With the right kind of diplomacy. If we live up to our ideals and earn the respect of other countries, the international community will support us. The 2 times Nicaragua actually did invade, the conflict was resolved diplomatically under OAS auspices.
Doesn't that leave you depending on the U.S. after all?
American influence is unmatched, it is true. San Jose was critical of American policy at the time, but America supported us all the same. It was because we practiced peaceful diplomacy. That is what I like to think.
That's one way to approach it, sure. But there are countries out there who will use force no matter how bad it looks.
Maybe so. I know my way of thinking probably looks naive to you, but it is not like we expect peace without working for it. Diplomacy is a battle in itself, and we have to make the effort to seek out causes of misfortune and nip them in the bud. It was that kind of thinking that got me trapped in their base.
I'm not blaming you. You haven't done anything wrong.
Yet.
So Costa Rica abolished its army back in, what, 1949? Pretty gutsy move for a Central American nation at the time.
Yeah, well, they'd just come out of a civil war. I'm sure they were driven by a desire to avoid another tragedy like Paz said. But I think they had a more compelling reason. Army coup d'etat are a way of life in so many Latin American countries. Imagine seeing that up close.
No army, no coup. Makes sense.
Plus, their economy was in ruins, so they honestly didn't have any money to spend on an army anyway.
Yeah, but weren't they on less than friendly terms with Nicaragua?
Yeah, and in fact, Nicaragua did end up invading. But the Civil Guard fought back and the OAS brokered a ceasefire. The U.S. and the rest of the OAS had their back, and they used it to full advantage. For a quarter century, they survived in the powder keg of Central America. That must have taken some serious diplomacy, even if the Civil Guard is pretty decked out for a police force.
Must be tough to be a country without an army.
The army was abolished 25 years ago, the year after the Civil War. I learned about the sorrow of civil war from a very young age, the futility of countrymen fighting each other, and the tragedy. Costa Rica learned the hard way. That is why it abolished its army. It decided to pour its efforts into education instead, More teachers than soldiers was the slogan.
Education is essential, no question. Even Che used to teach reading and writing in between guerrilla campaigns.
Costa Rica was poor at the time. We did not have many resources. I suppose we had to pick one or the other. The military or the schools.
Kaz was telling me Japan has a peace constitution too.
That is right. Apparently, when Costa Rica was drafting its constitution, they looked to the Japanese as a model. Only, Japan's constitution renounces war itself.
Unlike Costa Rica.
But Japan has a self-defense force, right? That I do not get. I think I will ask Mr. Miller about it next time I see him. He said he used to be in the JSDF.
Huh. You're a curious one, are you? Don't study too hard. Kaz, you were in the Japanese Self-Defense Force, right? I thought that Article 9 you were talking about earlier prevented Japan from having an army.
Yeah, and that's another subject of controversy. The Self-Defense Force is an organization for the purpose of defense. Article 9 of the Constitution does not deny Japan's right to self-defense. Therefore, the SDF is constitutional. That's Tokyo's official stance.
Sounds complicated.
Call it what you will. It's a distinctly Japanese way of interpreting things.
So tell me, Kaz, how's the Self-Defense Force you were in different from an army?
The JSDF is set up for national defense. It's not configured for aggression against other countries. It's what you'd call exclusive defense.
Exclusive defense?
It's the fundamental strategic posture of the JSDF. No preemptive attacks. Only the minimum defensive action necessary after an enemy attacks.
Anything defined as self-defense, then?
The JSDF originated as the National Police Reserve. Back then, American forces stationed in Japan were being sent over to fight in the Korean War. So in a sense, the NPR was filling a gap.
Police, huh? Reminds me of the Costa Rican Civil Guard.
Yeah, exactly. They're also dispatched to provide disaster relief. The year before I joined, they had a hell of a time trying to rescue some buses that got hit by landslides.
So why'd you quit the JSDF?
Because I didn't have a reason to be in Japan anymore.
A reason?
My mom had died 3 years earlier, so I didn't have to care for her anymore. With her gone, there was no point hanging around in Japan.
Yeah, but a man with your talents could have risen pretty high in the ranks, I imagine.
I don't know what they made of me. Could be it actually alienated me from the brass. And personally, I could never get used to the idea of exclusive defense.
Meaning?
On a strategic level, I can see how a country could go with the exclusive defense model used by the JSDF. And I've got nothing against my fellow soldiers who believe in it. On a tactical level, though, it just rubbed me the wrong way. To put it simply, I was itching for a real fight.
I figured.
And I felt as long as I was in the JSDF, I'd never be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with my father, who was in the U.S. Army. Seeing Yukio Mishima's suicide didn't help either.
Yukio Mishima. The guy who wrote The Temple of the Golden Pavilion.
The way he questioned the status quo hit home with me. Not that I admired his vision or anything, but it did get me thinking, that's for sure.
What was that you were saying? Peace is not the natural state of men? You said you learned it in school.
That is right. They are the words of the German philosopher Immanuel Kant. In 1795, he wrote a book titled Perpetual Peace. Kant argued that it is precisely because peace is unnatural that we have to make it ourselves.
How?
That is what his book is about. Is the concept starting to sound interesting now?
Not really. I belong in a more natural world.
Is that so? My grandparents died in the Civil War. If only we had been at peace, they would not have lost their lives. You actually wish for war?
It's not like I want to hurt innocent civilians, but if someone attacks you, what are you supposed to do? A country
accept the
needs
world.
the strength to defend itself. Otherwise it faces invasion, oppression, political subjugation.
If they would simply stop using force to tangle with each other, countries would not need force to defend themselves.
And how would you guarantee that?
I...
Sorry, but you have to understand how the world works in order to protect the ones you love. That's not to say ideals aren't important too. They are.
You are right, Snake. Thanks. Peace.
Is
The U.S. has military forces stationed in Japan, right?
Right. Even though the Allied occupation ended, American forces are still stationed there under the U.S.-Japan Security Treaty.
Unlike Costa Rica.
Part of it stems from the occupation, but Japan also occupies a key strategic position from America's perspective. It's next door to the Soviet Union and close to China and North Korea as well. It's integral to the security of Pacific Asia. For America, Japan represents a barrier against communism.
What about for Japan?
As you might expect, there's deep-rooted opposition to the alliance. In 1960 and 1970, when the treaty was up for revision, there were mass protest movements against it, especially in Okinawa. The U.S. only gave it back to Japan 2 years ago, and American bases are still concentrated there. It's a heavy burden for the Okinawans to bear.
Then why don't they scrap the treaty?
Lots of reasons. There's the imbalance of power with the U.S., of course, and if Japan pulled out, they'd be losing the nuclear umbrella America provides. And as for whether the JSDF could defend the country after the Americans left, I really couldn't say. Costa Rica is in a similar situation. They depend on the Inter-American Treaty of Reciprocal Assistance, the so-called Rio Pact.
So, the countries with peace constitutions end up having to rely on other countries' armies. Kind of ironic.
On the flip side, not everybody in America is satisfied with it either. Some people argue Japan is freeloading off America's security guarantee. And you know how Japan's industrial exports are making inroads in the States.
Yeah, I've got a Japanese camera myself. Best damn camera around.
Japan's low defense spending allows it to invest more in economic recovery and expand its share of the American market. That's a bitter pill for Americans to swallow. You know that today, Japan is under the American nuclear umbrella.
Right.
The U.S. vowed to retaliate against any country that launches a nuclear strike against an allied country. That promise deters nuclear attacks against America's allies, hence the term nuclear umbrella. But suppose the Russians nuke Tokyo. Would America really nuke Moscow in return? If they did, the Soviet Union would undoubtedly retaliate. Would Washington really be willing to risk having a bomb dropped on itself in order to avenge Japan? I'm not so sure.
Don't tell me you're still worried about Japan. After all these years?
It's not that.
To be honest, I'm not convinced either. But Moscow faces the same dilemma. Maybe Washington wouldn't retaliate on Japan's behalf. Then again, maybe it would.
So you're saying Moscow wouldn't want to risk being attacked either?
The whole concept of nuclear deterrence is entirely hypothetical to begin with. When you get down to it, it's all smoke and mirrors.
Japan shall not possess, manufacture, or allow the introduction of nuclear weapons into Japan. Those are the 3 non-nuclear principles set forth by the Japanese government.
Allow the introduction? That's funny. Some of the U.S. warships that visit Japanese ports are armed with nukes. Or are you going to tell me they transfer them at sea onto other ships every time they visit?
You raise a good point, Snake. But the Japanese government doesn't recognize it as such. The introduction of nuclear weapons into Japanese territory would need to be agreed upon in advance. America hasn't made any such agreements. Therefore, they aren't bringing nukes into Japan. That's the official excuse.
Doesn't sound like much of an excuse to me.
I don't blame you. Keep in mind, though, Japan suffered actual nuclear attacks. Anti-nuke sentiment there runs deeper than you think. I suppose the government's not really in a position to admit that sort of thing.
okay. Let's finish these Paz tapes, and then we'll do the MSF related stuff.
Costa Rica means rich coast in Spanish.
Is it true that Columbus was the one who came up with the name?
Your guess is as good as mine. But it is true that Columbus landed his ships near Limon back in the age of exploration. He wrote in his diary that when he landed, The indigenous showered him with gifts of gold, hence the name. It sounds a little strange to me. There's no way they could find that much gold in Costa Rica.
Columbus originally set sail in search of the legendary land of gold. Maybe he was just nuts about the stuff.
Costa Rica is rich enough without it. Look at the forests and the animals and the peace-loving people. That is what I want to protect.
I know how you feel.
Democracy took root in Costa Rica before anywhere else in Central America. Sure, we had coup and dictators and all, but never a total meltdown. That is, until 26 years ago.
The Civil War. Yeah. I understand you lost your grandparents.
It started with a dispute over alleged fraud in the presidential election. What I do not understand is why friend turned against friend, when they could have talked it out instead.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Even today, some buildings still have bullet holes from the Civil War. A quarter century later, and it is a tragedy we Ticos cannot forget, must not forget. It was the year after the Civil War that the army was constitutionally abolished.
A dispute over alleged fraud in an election.
A new president was elected this year, President Otaber. He seems to be distancing himself from the United States. He has limited the privileges granted to American banks, lifted the sanctions on Cuba. Our last president was so pro-US, people suspected he was in bed with the CIA.
You think the CIA is doing this because it feels threatened by the president's shift in policy?
It is possible, but would they really bring in such a huge army just because of that?
Part of our job is finding out.
Exactly. Thanks, Snake. Peace.
Yes. That would never happen.
So, are you a student at the University for Peace, Paz?
No, I am still in high school. But Professor Galvez lets me visit his office and study with him every now and then. International law, security, conflict resolution, human rights. We study all these subjects and then use them to build the foundations of peace.
Yeah, I get it. I just never heard the UN had a University for Peace before.
Oh, that. Well, to be precise, it is still being set up. They have started conducting research, but the UN has not passed the necessary resolution yet. Professor Galvez couldn't wait that long.
Oh, right.
Costa Rica abolished its army and has also hosted the Central American Court of Justice. It is the perfect place to build a university like ours. Don't you think?
That coffee you guys brought us is pretty damn good.
Isn't it? Costa Rican coffee is the best. The Central Basin has all the right conditions for growing coffee. It is high in elevation, with steady temperatures and well-drained volcanic soils.
The professor certainly seems attached to it.
The coffee we drank on the boat coming over was awful. It put him in such a terrible mood.
Well, how come I never hear about Costa Rican coffee then?
Because it gets bought up by wholesalers and mixed with beans from other countries. It is really a shame. Such wonderful beans, and nobody knows they are from Costa Rica.
Huh. They should launch an ad campaign or something.
Right. I hope one day people will recognize Costa Rican coffee for what it is.
I'm with you there.
I think Costa Rica might have abolished its army, but I'm not sure. I'm kind of getting a feeling. How many times do they say it? Alright, let's do something a little different this time. First, we'll do this tape. And then we'll do the long version of it, and then we'll go through the other MSF stuff here. So, this tape right here, how Miller met Snake, we only get a short version of this, especially English or in the game itself, but we're going to be playing the radio drama, which is a much more fleshed out version of the events. And we're gonna have to switch to Japanese Grown Zeros for that. So technically it's Peace Walker content, it even says so in the menu in Grown Zeros. And we have access to official English subtitles for it through the fact that Grown Zeros can be played with English subtitles even if you have the Japanese version. So for a long time we didn't have access to it. it was a Japan-only thing, but when they made English subtitles for Ground Zeroes, they also included subtitles for the radio drama that's included in the Japanese version of Ground Zeroes, and only in that version. Which makes sense because one of the things that happened with Ground Zeroes is when they marketed and released it in the West, they completely deleted Kaz's picture from the marketing promotional material. Since Peace Walker unfortunately didn't do too well in the West, they were afraid that people wouldn't know who Kaz is, so they only put Big Boss on the cover in the West. But the Japanese version of Ground Zeroes has both Big Boss and Kaz, and we'll see that once we switch to it. But let's do a short one first.
Life's funny sometimes, isn't it?
What brought that on?
We first met as enemies on the battlefield, and now here we are fighting side by side.
You mean Columbia?
Yeah, after I quit the JSDF. I made my way there and got myself a position as a drill sergeant for a band of revolutionaries, despite the fact that I'd never seen a day of combat.
I see you had the gift for talking business in Spanish even back then.
Oh, come on, stop it. You're making me blush. Unlucky for me, though, you were in the service of the Colombian Army. I remember it like it was yesterday. It all happened in an instant. You guys ambushed us, and half my unit was taken out. My mind went totally blank. I couldn't keep it together. My whole unit was wiped out, and I was left half dead from a bomb blast.
Then, as I was leaving, you yelled out at me. I came all the way from Japan to be here. My place is on the battlefield. Then you asked for my help, saying, I want to be the one to end it. I remember being surprised that there were still samurai in Japan.
You guys came over to me. I had a grenade hidden under me, but even then you were too fast. The second I pulled the pin, you grabbed the hand I was using to hold the grenade with both palms.
I didn't want it to go off. I'd heard samurai were a proud bunch. I wanted to know why one of them would stoop so low as to try to take his opponent with him.
And I said, I'll never lose again. We'll never lose again.
Yeah. We'll do whatever it takes, but we'll never be beaten again.
Then, I passed out from the blood loss. When I woke up, I was in your camp's infirmary, stuck full of tubes.
And you gave me a
Why'd
diaper.
you save me? Your enemy after I tried to kill you.
Because you swallowed your pride and fought with everything you had.
I just didn't want to lose.
You found a way to fight back, even in the face of death, even when you knew you were going to die. That's the mark of a true warrior. It's not about gain and loss, or victory and defeat. I looked at the way you lived your life and saw the path I needed to take as a warrior.
Wow, I never knew that. And that's why you...
I realized then that the battlefield doesn't only divide people into allies and enemies. Sometimes it tells you more than just who's an ally or who's an enemy. Sometimes it helps reveal your true comrades.
Like you and me, huh?
That's right. And 2 years later, here we are.
Alright, let's head back and save. That's T-Rex's MG1. Oh, MG1. The PS1 packed ammo. Hasn't been surpassed yet. Alright, let's go do the full version of that tape. And to avoid any confusion, people thinking that we're doing Ground Zeroes, we'll put this on screen. Big red text on screen, which sometimes isn't enough. But, okay, so if we go here to the Japanese versions, we'll see the Ground Zeroes not only has Big Boss, but Kaz. And that's how it is. The promotional material for Ground Zeroes in Japan all has Kaz in the background. Such a shame. One of the biggest injustices in the world. That people didn't appreciate Peace Walker very much. But yeah, it runs like shit on PS3, but we're only here to read the subtitles for the radio drama, so that's okay. It's good enough. Yeah, I really do like Kaz. I feel like Kaz carries a lot of Peace Walker, especially the beginning of it. they kind of pulled a miracle with Kaz because they reinvented, they went back, revisited a previous character and their past and reinventing it, but without making it like fan servicey or like on your nose, too much like that in your face. Like, for example, the exact opposite of what MGS4 does when they revisit characters in MGS4. And I really would have liked to see more of that in a certain game, but whatever. Because Peace Walker Kaz proves that it is possible to go back, revisit a previous character and their past without it being, cringe fan service, eat the dead horse kind of thing, instead reinventing it. Of course, there is no more PSN for this game. Come on, just... Alright. So if we go here, we have an extra menu. Bees and Kazuhira Blues. How Miller Met Snake. Recordings from Peace Walker. This is what leads to the creation of MSF and everything. And it is in Japanese, and Japanese only, in Ground Zero's Japanese version. But luckily, we have English subtitles for it now. This is really good stuff.
人生ってのは分からないもんだな。いきなり何の話だ。戦場で敵同士として出会った俺とあんたが今はこうして共に戦ってるってことがさ。コロンビアでのことが。ああ、自衛隊を飛び出してコロンビアに流れ着いた俺は実戦経験もないくせにいきなり革命勢力の指導教官というポジションを得た。スペイン語での営業トークは当時から得意だったと見える。茶化さないでくれよ。ついてなかったのはあんたが政府軍側に雇われていたことだ。今でも忘れられない。あっという間だった。あんたたちの待ち伏せ攻撃で俺の部隊は瞬時に半数が倒され、泡を食った俺は頭の中が真っ白になっちまった。おかげでその後の指揮はひどいありさま。結局部隊はどうします、教官。ミラー教官。はあ、教官、二手に分かれる。お前はついてこい。待ってくれ、俺はあっちだ。言うことを聞け。あんた、俺を大鳥に。違う、急げ。走れ、こっちだ。教官、そっちは。ミラー教官。おい。仕掛け爆弾か。畜生。しまった。負傷者の抗争を急げ。互角兵器は可能な限り持ち帰るんだ。遺体は道端に並べてタープをかけてやれ。おい大将、武器を捨てろ。両手は頭だ。英語はわかるか。手が聞こえん。手が上がらない。大将、いらんことは考えるな。お前の部隊は全滅だ。俺は日本から来た。自ら望んでやってきた。それは戦場が俺の居場所だからだ。分かったから両手を見せろ。解釈を頼む。解釈？ 切腹、腹切りだよ。俺は侍だ。自分で腹を切る。その時俺の首を落としてくれ。これが解釈だ。後ろから円髄の下めがけて一気に振り下ろせ。だが皮一枚で刃を止めるんだ。振り切ると首がどっかに転がっちまう。鳥の餌は嫌だ。できないのか？
マチェット。はい、ボス。
悪いな。すぐ済む。じゃあ
グレネードだ。ボス。安全レバーが外れなければ手榴弾は起爆しない。でも離せ。そうはいかん。ボス、待て。お前自爆しようとしたな。
俺たち日本人は二度と負けない。たとえどんな手段を使おうと決して負けない。負けな。野戦病院、いやテントか。
政府が建てた臨時収容施設だ。思ったより顔色がいいな。動くのは無理だ。日中は暑いだろうが我慢してくれ。
帰れ。
話が終わったら帰る。武器もない。お前も手榴弾はなしだ。
帰れ。
永久に痛みを忘れさせてやってもいいんだぞ。こっちも仲間をやられたからな。ほら、差し入れだ。開けてみろ。
何しに来た？尋問か？
違う。お前のことはもう知ってる。和平ミラー。日本陸上自衛隊出身。戦争をしない軍隊か。
軍隊じゃない。
米国を経てなんか目立った実戦経験はなしにもかかわらず、2ヶ月前から反政府勢力の教官として一個小隊を指揮。大したもんだ。
見舞いならもう帰れ。
それも違う。そっち座るぞ。
静かに座ってくれ。
スカウトに来た。お前を仲間にしに来たんだ。
仲間？
そうだ。どうした？本気だぞ。
革命軍には俺のクライアントがいる。支払いも悪くない。
まるでビジネスマンだな。
この国の混乱は当分続くだろう。なのに政府軍にくら替えしろってのか？
そいつも違う。
どう違う？
政府当局との契約は昨日で切れた。お前とやり合ったのが最後だ。
そうか。あんたも俺と同じ金で雇われた。
金のためじゃない。俺たちはみんな自分のために戦う。
つまり金のためだろ。
日本が奇跡の経済復興を遂げるわけだ。お前の説得には時間がかかりそうだな。
いらないよ。もう帰ってくれ。
お前回復したら監獄入りだそうだ。連中の尋問は過酷だぞ。何しろ俺の仕込みだ。
それが？
例えばフランス人がインドシナで好んで使った爪の間に薄い竹べらを差し込むってやつだ。
爪？
こいつはひどく言いたい。大の男が赤ん坊のように泣きわめく。垂れ流すぞ。
脅しか？
だが生き物ってやつは痛みだけで死に至ることはない。両手両足爪は20枚ある。そいつを1枚ずつ時間をかけてじっくりいたぶる。それが終わったら まだ爪がなくなっただけ。人間の痛点はまだたっぷり残ってる。歯なんてどうだ。28本あるぞ。お前親知らずは？差し入れ開けてみろ。
これはおむつ。
その時役立つおしめだ。
笑えね
外見てみろ。正規軍の奴らが言う処刑、ここじゃ見慣れた風景だ。どうだ、俺んところに来るんなら全部チャラ、無罪放免にしてやる。
え。雇われ兵のあんたに何ができる？
ここの基地司令官と俺は仲良しでね。
仲良し？
奴の上層部に知られたくない秘密が俺の日記帳に書いてあるくらいのな。
ブラックメールか。
奴にとっちゃ命だ。
おい、病室だぞ。
お前しかいない。
だがなぜ俺を？ここを抜け出したら軍隊復帰するかもしれないんだぜ。
いや、噂を聞いた。
噂？
和平ミラーは反政府組織を壊滅させるために潜入した政府側の工作員だったというな。
でたらめだ。
政府軍のディスインフォメーション工作、 CIA の入れ知恵か。
くだらんな。
だが反政府組織はどう思う？部隊は全滅、お前の死体は残っていない。お前を疑うよな。
あんたか。あんたがその噂を。
いや、だがどっちにしろお前はもう戻れない。反政府軍は裏切り者和平ミラーへ報復に出るだろう。単独のフリーランサーとしてはやりづらくなるな。少なくともこの辺じゃ。かといって出国も命がけだろう。反政府勢力に加担するのは割が合わん。金も装備もないが責任は重いからな。だが政府軍もやめておけ。権力の復讐が体に染みつく。俺んとこに来い。装備は自前で揃ってる。イデオロギーもパワーバランスも関係ない。戦いを求める者の理想郷だ。
俺があんたにつくだって？いくら雇われでも敵方のあんたに？
戦うことしかできない人間がいる。生まれつきか誰かにそうさせられたか、戦いにしか生の充足を得られない奴が。あだが何のために戦う？国？家族？金か？
俺は
どうでもいい。だがそういう連中が同じ境遇を持った奴ら同士が仲間になった方がいい。殺し合うくらいならな。
勝利か、さもなくば死か。俺はあんたへの負けを認めてない。
そうか。
あんたにつく理由がない。
お？
そうだ、勝負をしないか。
勝負？
あんたが勝ったら仲間になってやるよ。だが負けたら俺を逃がしてくれ。
何をする気だ？
あんたと決着をつけたいだけだよ。どうだ、傷を治して1週間後だ。勝負の内容と場所は俺が決める。
いいだろう。
おい、俺が勝って自由になったら噂を流す。あんたは工作員で反政府勢力に情報を流してるってな。何がおかしい？尋問はあんたが受けるんだ。こいつもあんたが使え。
分かった。何か必要なものがあったらここの連中に言え。俺から伝えておく。
そうするよ。
あ、そうだ。
ん？
脱走は考えるな。ここの兵隊は従順だが気性が荒い。下手に動いたら勝負は永遠にお預けになるぞ。
ああ。
じゃあまたな。 和平ミラー。
おい、
ん？
俺は金のために戦ってるんじゃない。
じゃあなんだ？
いや、あんたに話すようなことじゃない。なんて呼べばいい？
俺か？
ああ、
ボスと呼べ。俺はスネークだ。
スネーク。1週間後だ。
ああ、これここは置いとくぞ。
ああ、あんたが言ってくれたおかげだろう。キャンプの兵士たちは協力的だったよ。監視役の兵士はついたが、病院の敷地内なら自由に動けた。監視役はこう言った。ボスにそうしろと頼まれたからな。目がまっすぐだった。不思議だ。あんたはもう政府軍を離れている。だがこいつは未だにボスと呼び、しかもそのことに喜びを感じている。自由に歩き回ったおかげで残念なことも分かった。脱出は無理だ。見張りは厳重、24時間隙がない。ま、想像はしてた。勝負に向けてと称して必要なものを調達してもらった。ゴーグル、時計、森、マッチシューティング用のセミカスタムガバにまで OK が出た。気前が良すぎる。だが兵士は言った。ボスに銃は無駄だ。一瞬で撃てなくしちまうからな。手品でも使うのかと思った。だがそいつは笑って試してみればわかると付け足した。ここの兵士はみんな戦士としての、それか指揮官としてのあんたに深い敬意を抱いていた。軍を辞めてついていきたがってるやつもたくさんいたんだ。あの人のためなら命も惜しくない。かつての部下にそこまで慕われる軍人、それがあんたの強さの秘密ってやつか。俺は革命軍の連中をまるで無知で追い立てるように扱っていた。連中もそれなりに動いてくれたが、俺についてこいと言って従う奴がどれくらいいただろうか。部隊は全滅。もう確かめようがない。最後の準備だ。取り寄せたスコッチを打賃にしてミエールって呼ばれてる地元の行商人に手紙を渡した。しばらく観察していたが、兵士はみんなこいつには気を許していた。酒瓶をちらつかせるとミエールはその名の通りミツバチのように寄ってきた。よし、行け。宛先は俺が目をかけていたゲリラ戦士たち。優秀で信用できる。あの時は居残り組だったからまだ健在のはずだった。すぐに蜜が運ばれてきた。説明を理解、計画も了解。これでいい。この時は勝利を確信していた。1週間が経った。よし、この辺で止めろ。あんたも降りてくれ。
ミラー、この辺りはダメだ。場所を変えよう。
ビビるなよ。前人未到のジャングルだ。ここのワニは人肉なんて食べたことないさ。
メガネカイマンのことじゃない。
危険な動物はいない。毒蛇はあんたのお仲間だろ、スネーク。ここなら邪魔者も入らない。
山賊風情のゴロツキがこの辺りを根城にしていると聞いたことがある。 麻薬を栽培してカルテルに売ってるような連中だ。よそ者がうろつくのは好まないだろう。前人未到だって。よく見ろ、人間が通った跡だらけだ。折れた草、木の幹に刃物の傷。あそこ見ろ、裏返った小石がまだ湿ってる。数時間以内に誰かがここに来てるんだ。しかも一人や二人じゃない。おい侍、ここはやめた方がいい。これ以上面倒を背負いたくないならな。
場所はここじゃなきゃまずい。
なぜだ。
ああ、待て。何をおじけづいてるんだ、スネーク。あんたの兵士に見張りをさせておけばいい。そいつらが近づいてこないように。それに俺が逃げられないようにな。
もちろんそのつもりだ。
この人数と装備を見たら誰も近づいてこない。そうだろ。
分かった。で、何をする気だ。
森で魚を突く。スピアフィッシングだ。やったことは？
ナイフでなら。
ナイフで？
こんな便利なものは持ってないからな。
そうか、まあいい。取った魚の数と大きさで競う。平和的だろ。ほら。
これで俺が勝ったら納得するんだな。
もちろんだ。あんたをボスって呼んでやるよ。
よし、長居は無用だ。始めよう。よし、来た。こりゃ。でけえ。アロワナだらけだ。いい穴場を知ってたな。だからここにしたかったのか。
まあな。
何匹取った？
2匹。
小さいな。これじゃモズの餌だ。
あんたは7匹。しかも全部1メートル近い。
へえ。よし、お前にハンデをやる。
ハンデ？
この先たった一度でもお前が勝てばその時点でミッション完了だ。お前を逃がして俺は完全に手を引こう。で、次は
腕相撲、アームレスリングはどうだ？
分かった。
始め！勝負あり！ボス！さすがです、ボス！
他に得意なことは？
銃の分解組み立て競争といこう。日本じゃ一番早かった。
じゃあ目隠ししてやろう。
始め！あれ？これが、いや、待てよ。この先、ぬるっとした。おかしいな。
よし、
そこまで！
なんだそりゃ。月着陸船か。
次は早食いだ。
早食い？何を？
あれだ。
さっき取った魚、アロワナを。
そう。しかも煮たり焼いたりはなしだ。
生でか？
そうだ。生は嫌いか？
好んで食べはしないが。
兵士たるもの、食える時に食えるものを食えるだけ食う。そんな胃袋を持っているべきだ。
そうだな。
だからそれを競う。
いいだろう。8年ぶりか。懐かしいな。サバイバルビワー。
サバ、え？そんな一息に。
ああ、うまい。
あんた生魚食えたのか？
ローフィッシュを食べるのは日本人だけだとでも思ったが。
いや、日本人でも魚ごとかぶりつくことはあまり。
うますぎる。何してる？お前も食え。
ああ。
最高だ。
腹渡まで食ってる。
この柔らかいとこがうまい。
あ、寄生虫が。
よく噛めば死ぬ。
待った。もういい。
そうか。で、もう観念して俺の舞台に来い。
いや、これからだ。よし、次の勝負は。
まだやるのか。
もちろんだ。
今度はなんだ。柔道か、わんこそばか。
詳しいな。いや、違う。射撃、スピードシューティングだ。
大声出すな。
順番に銃を撃って6つの的を打ち倒した時間を競う。
分かった。だがそろそろ日が沈む。それに銃声が聞こえればゴロつきが近づいてくるだろう。これが最後の勝負だ。
もちろんだ。もし俺が負けたら今度こそ認めよう。
その言葉忘れるな。誰かガバをくれ。
スタンバイ。2秒62。やるね。
今度はお前の番だ。
ああ。だがターゲットはスネーク、あんただ。
囲まれた。
よう待たせたな。やっとお前たちの出番だ。
さっきの大声は合図か。こいつらは山賊じゃないな。
俺が一番信頼してる奴らだ。
あらかじめここに集めておいた。だからお前はこの場所に固執した。
まあそんなところだ。
さっきまでのお遊びは日が暮れるまでの時間稼ぎか。
楽しかったよ。だがあんたの飼い犬になる気はない。
飼い犬？俺のところに来いと言っただけだ。
同じことだ。覚えているか。俺は金のために戦っているんじゃない。
ああ、何のためだ。
俺には夢がある。
私には夢がある。キング牧師か。
そんな器じゃない。だが俺も世界を変える。変わる世界に呼応する。新しいビジネスを作る。
経営者だったとはおみそれした。
この冷戦はじきに終わる。敵味方の区別がつかない混沌の時代が来るだろう。その時俺は必要な場所に必要な兵員、物資、整備、情報、あらゆる軍事力を派遣する。国も主義も思想も関係ない。世界中にだ。民営化された軍隊が世界情勢と経済を動かす。俺はこの来たるべき時代のポイントマンになる。
傭兵の口利き屋なんて珍しくない。
そんなケチなもんじゃ。あんたの説得には時間がかかりそうだ。
いらないな。
どうだ、あんたこそ俺の下で働かないか。こいつらと一緒に。
そのゲリラ兵たちとか。
そう、教官をやってた時に目をつけた精鋭たちだ。最も信頼できる俺のビジネスの立ち上げメンバーだと思っている。どうだ、あんたも加わらないか。
それは難しいな。
交渉決裂か。残念だ。
俺を撃つのか。
命を取る気はない。無事逃げたいだけだ。来る。くそ。俺の銃のスライドがない。
これのことか。
いつの間に。お前らこいつを捕まえろ。
いいぞ。
おいおい、違うって。俺じゃない。スネーク、離せ。
ミラー教官、すみません。
なんだと。
ミエルだ。ミエル、ミツバチ。お前が治療中に手紙を渡した相手だ。
なぜそれを。
あの手紙をあいつは真っ先に俺に見せたんだ。
あれもあんたの仲間か。
で、俺は宛先のメンバーを回った。するとこいつら俺のところへ来たいと言ってくれた。
裏切ったのか。
決断をしたってことだ。あ、
はいボス。
それにしてもお前監視役が一人だけだと思ったのか。諜報活動はまだまだだ。
忍者の家系じゃないからな。
だが兵士の選別眼は悪くない。お前が選んだこいつらみんないい兵隊だ。お前が政府軍の工作員だっていうブラフの件もすぐに理解した。
どうやって抱き込んだ。
正面向かい合って話をしただけだ。さあこれでお前も観念しただろう。
そうか、カリスマの違いってわけか。
さあだって
どけ。俺は一人でも生きる。
止まれ。撃つぞ。
待て。
森を持っていきました。
あっちはまずいぞ。
山賊ですか。
日も暮れる。お前たちここで待ってろ。
ボス気をつけて。
さあ諦めろ。立て。おい、どうした。かかってこい。
くそー。
好きなだけだ。お前の朝知恵も好きだらけだったから。
くそ
いいぞつけ。俺を刺してみろ。正面から堂々と突っ込め。ダメだ、先がブレてるぞ。
離せ。首が折れる。
さあ俺の仲間になるか、あるいは今度こそ本当に切腹するか。解釈はしてやるぞ。どちらも嫌なら俺の腕の中で果てるか。さあどうする。
分かったから離せ。あんたからは逃げられない。まさに蛇に睨まれたカエルってわけだ。
観念したが。
あんた強すぎる。しかも俺の部下まであっさり手なずけちまった。
じゃあ降参するな。
いや、俺は負けてない。
なんだと。
まだ最後の決着はついてない。俺は負けていない。
お前まだ。
だがあんたと一緒にやりたい。協力しよう。つまり共同経営者ってやつだ。
金儲けをする気はない。
そうじゃない。俺たち日本人はエコノミックアニマルだなんて呼ばれてる。金の亡者だってな。だが違う。誰も心を動かされない者に金を差し出したりしない。俺はその期待に見合う価値を売る。それに見合う対価はもらう。だが俺の目的は金じゃない。
なんだ。
認められたい。証明したいんだ。俺には夢がある。あんたにも夢がある。
俺のは夢なんかじゃない。
俺にはわかる。あんたとならそれができる。そう確信したんだ。
だが
運営は俺に任せればいい。あんたが望む主義も思想も国境も越えた軍隊。一緒に作ろう。戦う者の理想郷を。あんたが望む理想郷を。
国境なき軍隊。
あ
お前はコネも実践経験もない外国人がなぜ教官職の契約を取れたのか、理由が分かった気がする。
そうか。
結局失敗した理由もな。
相手があんたとはついてなかったんだ。
立てるか。
起こしてくれ。よろしくなボス。
スネークでいい。
決着もいつかつける。
いいだろ
そうだ。あんた、女は何人くらいだ？
うん
ものにした女だ。
ああお前は
これくらい、いや、これくらいだ。あんたは？
俺か俺は
スネーク。
気づいたか囲まれた
縄張りに入り込んじまったようだな。
二人だ連続
見事だスネーク。
銃を持っていた。使えるか？
古いな。
ないよりいい。
この辺りは政府軍、反政府勢力、どちらの勢力圏でもない。
やはり無法地帯の山賊風情か。
ほぼそうだ。
あいつらが危ない。戻るぞ。
まずは包囲網の突破だ。
これは戦いだ。避けられないこともあるが救える命は奪うな。
了解。
戦友の腕前を拝見といこう。
コンタクト10時ケーキ。コンタクト正面サブガンクリアムーブ。
Alright. Let's get back to Peace Walker. As you can see, Miller does beat him in one thing. With the ladies. We don't get to learn how many, but clearly it's more. Later, Kaz gets in trouble for pretty much hitting on every woman in Mother Base. There's actually another radio drama about that. Paz's diary tape number 8, talking about the fight that they have in the showers with Snake. That's what the fight originates from. Kaz getting in trouble for two-timing some lady. And there's a whole other drama about that. Yep. Man, that's not for a while. Let's see what I missed. Payucon with a 46 months. Thank you so much. Jugum 72 with a 4 months. Also, thank you. Alright, now we should do all the MSF related tapes. I don't remember all these details. I've been playing these games a while. What I consider MG as my special interest. It's my job, dude. I play these games for a living. So, you might say that. Alright. More tapes. The MSF tapes just hit different now that you've seen all the build-up and the origins of it, and how Snake and Miller agreed to work together, and how Miller handles the business end of things. But it's always jarring going back to the English voice acting after that. Japanese acting just hits different. Anyway, let's do it. More tapes.
Kaz, what kind of shape is that plant the professor gave us in?
First time I laid eyes on it, I thought it was some kind of joke. It was a giant birdhouse, seagulls everywhere. We eventually scraped off most of the rust and bird crap. The underlying structure's intact. Little elbow grease? Man, we should be in business.
Who used to own it anyway? Whatever shape it's in now, somebody sank some serious money into building it.
From what I can tell, an American university built it as a research platform for ocean thermal energy conversion. The name's still on some of the rusty old power turbines. I'm guessing they must have had government and corporate assistance to build it too. But they couldn't solve the thermal efficiency problem, and the project was canceled. Then after the university abandoned it, a KGB front company scooped it up for next to nothing. At least that's my theory.
How'd the KGB manage to buy a plant built with American capital, front company or not?
Yeah, that professor is quite the operator. One other thing. The plant's set up so that it can join up with other plants of the same standard.
So, they were originally planning on expanding the place, huh?
Hey, let's give it a shot. We can get some more people together and build this place up into a proper home for MSF. You're with me on this, right, boss?
Try not to pay attention to Miller's lazy eye. You can't unsee.
Remember why we
Where's he
created
looking?
MSF Snake. To provide military force to whoever needs it, wherever they are, regardless of nation or ideology. Our beliefs aren't all that lofty.
We just won't be the tools of any one country.
Exactly. We know only how to fight. But we refuse to live our lives at the whim of the state. The MSF seal is patterned after Pangaea, the supercontinent from 250 million years ago. Back then, the whole world was one landmass, one world. No gaps, no rifts.
Our strength will take us back there. What about you, Kaz? Any interest in expanding MSF?
You'd better believe it. I want to make us into an organization that doesn't take orders from any country. Just like you were saying, we have to be strong. Strong enough to defend ourselves. We need money, too. Money to train soldiers to fight. The way I see it, we make MSF into something along the lines of a new kind of business. A contractor providing the full range of military services. Not just combat, but logistics, training, weapons, outfitting, and R&D. Combining the small footprint and exceptional performance of special forces with the raw military might of a full regular army. Only with that kind of power can we break free of nation-states. What I need from you, boss, is to go out and find guys we can bring back here using Fulton Recovery. Then tell us what assignment to use them for. I'll take care of the rest.
He's got that Giga Chad jawline too. This ties into pretty much what PMCs turn into in MGS4. Although this game kind of, sets itself apart from Kojima being forced to do MGS4 and all that, it does lead up to the events of MGS4 with Gaz's business model for MSF, the PMCs, and also the AIs being created, leading up to the Patriots AIs being created.
Your old mentor, the boss. She was known in the West as the mother of special forces, right?
Nothing but propaganda.
Actually, it's not all that far from the truth. I heard the KGB just set up a counter-sabotage cell. Alpha Group, I think they call it. There's even a rumor that West Germany created a counter-terrorist unit within its border police after the debacle at the Munich Olympics. Back home in the States, they've got the illustrious Green Berets, the SEALs, and your personal creation, Foxhound. The seeds sown by the boss are beginning to sprout. Same goes for MSF, right? In creating it, you were carrying on the will of the boss.
Yeah. She taught me how to fight the hard way. She beat it into me.
And now, thanks to her, we can take on missions other than just conventional combat. After all, we've got the same mother as the Army's Special Forces.
It's interesting how they mentioned a couple times that Big Boss created Foxhound, but they invented an entirely new unit for MSF, while at the same time kind of dismissing Portable Ops' existence a little bit. The beginning with that line, guys saying you can leave all that crap in San Geronimo behind. But at the end of Portable Ops, you can see like the paperwork for funding Foxhound. That's when it's created. But that's kind of gray area, unknown territory in the lore that they chose to kind of ignore. The years between Portable Ops and Peace Walker, you have all these convoluted things happening with Foxhound. being created and the Patriots being created, and Big Boss kind of going back and forth between the two, but then also completely abandoning it and going to MSF, and then we know at a later date he will come back to Foxhound. That's kind of a clusterfuck. Big Boss was in the Patriots for like a year, and then the clone thing happened, which is funny because in this game, much later, they also mentioned the clones, but they mentioned that Big Boss doesn't know about the clones. Yet he left the Patriots because of the clones, largely. So, kind of doesn't add up, but yeah, those years right before Peace Walker, kind of a clusterfuck, so they just said, fuck it. New unit.
Still can't believe Professor Galvez was KGB.
Well, like the professor said, Moscow's hell-bent on communizing Latin America.
Yeah, the Cuban intel services are all in the KGB's pocket. You don't think he's got some kind of ulterior motive?
If the CIA is up to something, it's only natural that the KGB wants to know about it. But I doubt they're showing us their full hand.
We'd better watch our backs.
What do you think, Kaz? Why did Paz come all the way to Colombia herself?
It's a long trip to make just to be Exhibit A in Galvez's sales pitch. She's only 16, still a kid. Maybe we should take her wish for peace at face value.
Yeah. Alright, we'll do these other political tapes later. Yeah, we already did this earlier. Let's do tapes about the mission. Oh, I guess I should have done this one. For some reason,
Don't
it's
forget
about
to
this
give
mission.
the MSF staff assignments. Where you place people will determine how Mother Base grows.
Right.
That goes for me too. Assign me wherever you think is best.
You? I
Oh,
thought you were
actually,
second in command.
We should
Don't
move
worry,
around.
I've got that covered. But MSF is still small, and I don't have the leisure of sitting around on my butt all day.
I see your point, but...
Not to brag or anything, but I kick ass at whatever job you gave me. Put me in the area you want to focus on developing most. I'll take real good care of the staff there.
Easy, Kaz.
We can do it after this mission.
You probably heard this a million times, Snake, but you should always avoid combat with the enemy when possible.
Right.
We're outnumbered and in unfamiliar territory. We won't survive long in a straight fight, even with you on our side.
I know. Avoiding combat is rule number 1 in a sneaking mission.
That's right. Don't let the enemy know where you are, and attack only when necessary, using hit-and-run tactics to cripple them. It's the essence of guerrilla warfare. Going by this map, you've got a lot of different terrain types between you and the hut where the Sandinista Comandante is being held.
Looks that way, doesn't it? Starting with jungle.
The enemy won't be able to see you very well, but your visibility won't be so hot either. Stay alert. Next, you've got the swamps along the river. Make sure you get a good feel for how robust surveillance is before diving in.
Will do.
Finally, there's the boat repair cabin. The Commandante's in there. It's a key enemy outpost, and security is going to be tight. You may have to let brute force do the talking. You still have a long way to go, Snake. Use caution and don't make a racket out there. Got it?
This is a tropical rainforest, just like Bosque del Alba. The temperature and humidity can be brutal. El Senegal means place of mud.
No. Mud. Great. I'll watch my step.
This area often gets flooded by the river. There are canals here and there carved out by water.
Good places to hide.
But they will also make it harder for you to see. Be careful, Snake. There should be a suspension bridge around there.
In lowlands like this?
The ground nearby is harder and higher than usual. The river cut through it, eventually creating a valley. There might be another way to get across the river somewhere.
I wouldn't want to run into someone on the bridge.
The valley tends to be misty, so you might not be able to see the water from up there. Fall and it will leave more than a bump.
I'll be careful.
When a river floods an area, the banks can collapse, creating a marsh. You see a lot of them around here.
I'll need to watch the noise my feet make in El Senegal.
There is a marsh on the other side of the river, too. The suspension bridge will take you there. The river running through here is Rio del Jade, or the Jade River.
Jade? Are there minerals around here?
No, it refers to the color of the water. You will have to go to Guatemala for jade.
Doesn't look all that pretty from where I'm standing.
We are still in the rainy season, so the river is a little muddy. It will return to normal once the dry season starts. Rivers are an important means of transport around here. They are relatively calm, and there are plenty of canals along the coast too.
A boat would be more than enough to transport some good-sized cargo.
Like a nuclear weapon.
We don't know enough yet. I'll keep looking.
Thank you, Snake.
Oh my god, gameplay. Alright, let's put the Fulton in the first slot. And passions. Don't really need that. Okay. There's a tiny detail on this screen. When you select your character, oh, we can't really see it because we can only select Snake for this one. But if I go here, if we select someone else, if you look in the background, that really zoomed in, kind of wobbly texture in the background, that's the character's face. Like you see the portraits here, and when you select someone else, it changes. Very subtle, easy to miss. And for Snake, it's easy to tell because you can see the eye patch, that darker area, right where it says life and psyche. And then it changes for others. I wonder if there's any others that really stand out. It's kind of hard to tell because it's so zoomed in. Yep. Anyway.
Snake.
Yes. Then you got all these missions that you can only do with Snake, and then you got a few side ops that you can only do as someone else other than Snake, because even though the side ops are optional, they still have some sort of context in the story. Sometimes Snake is not available because he's doing something else. Like this one here, Snake has knocked out a radio soldier. It's the guy that you knock out in this cutscene in the first mission, and then they send someone else to recover him. So it's not completely out of context, random side ops. And some side ops you can even get contacted by Snake if you use the radio while he's doing other shit. Alright, let's go. Still chapter 1. Alright, let's put these fools down.
Head for the FSLN boathouse. It's northwest of there.
Let's put this at all. Free Dog has been playing. I think we're good with this for now.
Press the
John,
attack
run to
button
the
near
dick.
the enemy to initiate close quarters combat. You can use the radio you just picked up by pressing the start button to open the menu window. You know you can assign the radio to the select button by choosing options from the menu window.
Another thing regarding on how you use Fultons in this game, it's not completely irrelevant
Fulton recovery
because
helicopter is complete.
you do have a limited amount of Fultons for the vast majority of the game until you unlock more advanced stuff later. And the game tends to put more advanced characters or prisoners even in the later areas of a mission, so that if you just randomly Fulton every single person you see, by the time you get there you won't have any Fultons left. So
Not enough room, huh? We'll keep it here at the base.
you can kind of be smart with it for some missions and not use them all right away. It doesn't matter that much, but it is there as a feature, especially later when they introduce prisoners and staff with special skills. So you can't just keep getting Fulton supply drops for basically free, right? Here we got a technology moment. Zap the water in the mud. And those guys get zapped. But you need multiple hits because of the distance and the resistance, I guess. They don't go down instantly. Let's change this to... okay.
What's going on?
Interesting how they call it Coda Call when it's just a radio in this game.
There must be hostiles in the area.
Yep.
You won't have to worry about that one anymore. So long as none of his buddies show up anyway. Go ahead and use Fulton Recovery to bring the target in.
Thinking is for PSP games. It's so hard to play this game without making a comparison.
Fulton Recovery subject confirmed onboard
All
helicopter.
these little details are much more well thought out and implemented. Because the structure is so similar to a certain other game. Yet they fucked it up. Oh well. Look at these footprints.
This is Miller. Hearing you loud and clear. You know you can assign the radio to the select button by choosing options from the menu window.
That almost looks like a dinosaur's footprint. What could have... Snake! Help us reclaim peace!
Reclaim piss.
That almost looks like a...
We're counting on you, boss.
I wish there was something I could do. That almost looks like a...
Dinosaur footprints? Nah, it must be some sort of large bird. The boathouse is to the east. Head eastward. Stay out of the water. That's beyond the scope of this operation.
Oh, you mean there's a reason I can't go in the water? Okay.
Stay out of the water. That's beyond the scope of this operation.
Head for the FSLN hideout, Snake. The river there runs down from the mountains. It is pretty deep. Even big ships use it. You're doing great, Snake! Peace! Head for the FSLN hideout, Snake.
Hey, what's up, Wolf?
Head for the FS...
The boathouse is to the... The boathouse is to...
Are you familiar with leafcutter ants, Snake? They help mushrooms grow. We have them in Costa Rica. The mushrooms provide the ants with spores to eat. And in exchange, the ants protect them from predators.
Kind of like us, huh?
That is not why I brought it up.
The boathouse should be close by. Neutralize the security detail and make contact with the Commandante. Fulton Recovery helicopter is complete.
Get up! Start talking.
The sound effect. Just between us.
Start talking.
Shooting's difficult for you. Use auto aim. Wow. Looking faster by tapping R1. The reason that there is no voice acting when interrogating
Good.
people is
Now
because
meet
they
with the
maxed out
FSLN Commandante. He's
every
inside the boathouse.
bit that they could possibly fill in the UMD for PSP. At least there's a reason for that. There's literally no space left for any more audio. Oh god, that face. On PSP, you could do a light install or full install with more audio. I wonder what the difference of light install is. Maybe there's even less voice acting for stuff.
Don't touch me! Get away!
¿Quién es?
Hey, Chad! No way! What the
do we do?
Sandinista's right. I'm looking for someone.
Mi viejo!
Shh. He's dead. They killed nuestro viejo.
You're his daughter. Then that makes you his delegado, right? Relax, I'm not your enemy. Cuban.
A cigar?
I'll take whatever you've got. I owe you one. But I prefer cigarettes, you know. How do I look? A little like El Che, no? You Cubano?
Colombiano, a photographer. I came to Costa Rica to take pictures of birds.
Birds?
Yeah, quetzals.
You've got no telephoto lens. How do you get your shots?
Telephotos for amateurs. It's all in the timing.
Oh,
Let me smoke
okay.
too.
We can talk until I finish this. Chico!
Tell me what's going on here.
This place is crawling with soldiers. They don't look like private security.
Did Chico
More like
shit his
hired
pants?
guns. They're loaded with the latest gear from all over the world.
I heard they're a security force hired by Codessa.
Yeah, and I'm Papa Noel. Those guys are UCLA's.
UCLA's. La CIA.
I saw them, setting up shop in town. They're planning to do here what they did in Chile.
If that's the case, what are they after?
Whatever it is, it's not us.
You don't think they're here to push you back into Nicaragua?
Impossible. Too much hardware. Too many bases. Didn't you see? They've got helicopters, tanks. It's like we're in Da Nang. There must be something else.
They have a base near here.
There's a factory to the north, across a suspension bridge.
Factory to the north, across a bridge. Have you seen the big transport boat, mercenary crew on the Rio del Jade?
You mean the barge? It's upstream from here. Up toward Irasu.
Any idea what's on it?
I could introduce you to some of our compas up there. But I don't recommend going to the mountains. We've lost a lot of people there. They take us captive, torture us for information about our compas, and then they kill us like pigs.
Got it. All right.
This was our last hideout, the final refuge for El Frente, after being pushed out of Nicaragua and into this peaceful paradise of Costa Rica. Then, El Monstruo attacked.
A monster.
Y mi viejo. Mi viejo, Papá, he was la esperanza, our hope.
Now that Papa's gone, my sister's la comandante de la revolución.
Do not listen to him. Papa was a hero who fought by Sandino's side. I am only his daughter. You need a special talent to become cacique. It takes someone great to unite all of Las Compas.
Sorry to interrupt, but leaders don't choose themselves. Neither do heroes. You carry on his legacy of La Esperanza, and they'll follow you, no question.
You think so? My compas trust me, but not one of them calls me comandante.
Amanda!
See what I mean?
El Colibri!
the hell?
Es un hombre nuevo, an unmanned weapon, a robot!
No, he won't survive the fall.
Out of my way! Better for him to die at the hand of a compa and suffer their torture. Stay here. As long as I'm still alive, I might as well be king. Over here! Fine, Chico! ¡Venceremos!
Snake, what was that thing?
Whatever it was, it looked unmanned.
Unmanned? I'd heard rumors, but an operational unit?
What the hell is going on here?
Not to quote Amanda, but the hardware they've got here isn't just unusual, it's overkill, which means one thing. It's nukes. So the question now becomes why?
We can't make that call yet. We need more intel.
How? Our source is dead.
But his daughter isn't.
Good thinking. We can follow her. Head for the next outpost and make contact with Amanda if she's still alive.
Roger.
Yeah, I always talk about how there's no justice in the world. People not appreciating Peace Walker. Oh well. There's something that clicks in the mind of people. ESP game equals minigame or non-canon or irrelevant or whatever. Such a shame. And in reality, this is much more detailed. So other things, but let's just leave it at that. And well. Let's auto-assign these guys and then let's move... Oh, looks like Dog already put Miller in R&D. Is in the combat unit by default, but he's much more useful in R&D because of his skill. Increase morale of all staff on a assigned team. So that way we can make stuff like the 1911 and smoke grenades and a few missions. Smoke grenades are really OP in this game. Okay. Before we go to Amanda,
commence target practice. As a special treat, you can practice freely on any of the targets in the shooting range today. Shoot away. When you're done, head over to the exit.
Wow, an indoor shooting range? Imagine that. Let's do a score attack.
Target practice commencing now. Shoot all the targets in the shooting range. When the timer reaches 0, the exercise is over.
Not only is it pretty cool that you have not one but 2 indoor shooting areas in Mother Base that you can visit. Later there'll be a kill house as well. But the shooting range also has a crucial role later in the game. It's one of the spots where Zadornov is hiding. You got 4 lanes here because you could be doing this in co-op with 3 other people.
As many targets as you can before time runs out.
And you've got, honestly, at the time I thought it was pretty basic stuff, but apparently it's advanced now.
Target practice.
Because you've got a time limit, but you've also got scoring based on where you hit the target. Like the headshot will give you most points, right? Apparently that's an advanced thing. You got other advanced things like different shape targets, moving targets, hostage targets. Huh. I wonder what they'll think of next. It's pretty basic stuff, right? This one's a little more forgiving, being the first one. You can afford a few non-headshots. Especially since to do the more advanced target missions, you kind of need a good, accurate weapon. And starting with 16 doesn't cut it. Better in the game. Oh yeah, I was fucking with the volume because I switched to Ground Zeroes. So I can. Let me see. Yeah, I think I turned it up a little bit for Ground Zeroes. Okay, it'll be better now. Oh come on, that second one was totally a headshot. Could I turn it down some more? I mean, I can. These far ones will just go setting mass. And we should still get it. Okay. Much later in the game, you're looking for Zadornov. When you first enter the shooting range, you'll hear him laughing in the background. Give you a hint. He's up there. Turn the game down a little bit more. Nice, 69 Nest rank. Alright, before we actually get Amanda, because once we do, we'll have all of her tapes. Let's do the rest of the political tapes here.
Costa Rica isn't alone. All of Latin America is getting swept up in the superpowers' Cold War. The whole ideological split between East and West. In the end, it's just a greedy scramble for wealth by the ruling classes. The Western bourgeois stand to lose everything if their countries go communist. After all, the communists want to abolish private property altogether. So the capitalist rulers desperately tried to halt the global spread of communism. Hence the phenomenon of red baiting. And the communists, for their part, didn't exactly stay true to their principles. They tried to escape class-based society, but between Stalin's autocracy and the rise of the nomenklatura, they ended up creating one anyway. Once people have power, they stop caring about equality. That's where communism, where society in general reaches its limits. The rulers only care about their own gain. The opposing side becomes a risk factor that threatens the profit, and thus the ongoing struggle between capitalism and communism was born.
And now, nuclear deterrence is part of the picture.
Exactly.
Why is Miller so cool in this game and so shit in 5? Yeah, I believe I've been asked not to go over that too much. But yeah.
They say nuclear weapons are the reason we haven't seen conflict on a global scale since World War II. The thought that your opponent might launch nukes against you sort of makes it tough to start an armed conflict. especially now that they've got intercontinental ballistic missiles. Nowhere is safe.
Of course, all that has caused military expenditures to skyrocket.
Well, the only way to ward off a preemptive strike is to flaunt your own nuclear stockpile. And that's caused their numbers to increase exponentially, not just with regards to destructive power, but in terms of targeting technology too. Now they can hit a target halfway across the world with pinpoint accuracy. In a way, the space race was a demonstration of that technological progress.
And as a result of all that, we now have mutually assured destruction.
It's the ultimate form of deterrence. No one's going to launch their nukes knowing they'll be obliterated in return.
I don't know. The chance of somebody hitting the button by mistake is never zero.
You're right. Even with peace guaranteed by MAD, there's always the risk of an accident.
Nobody wants the world to end on account of some machines malfunctioning.
On the other hand, thanks to deterrence, we haven't had a world war since 1945. You gotta admit, it has been pretty peaceful.
Not that it matters to us.
People point at the nuclear arms and space races and call it a Cold War. I say if they're not shooting at each other, why not call it world peace?
Doesn't mean war is gone. Look at Korea. Look at Vietnam.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking in relative terms here. Besides, if war died out completely, we'd be SOL.
We're not warmongers.
And yet, we can't survive in a world that's at peace.
You got a point.
So it's been more than 10 years since the Cuban Missile Crisis, huh?
I don't think we'll ever forget it.
No kidding. Those 13 days starting October 15th, 1962, were probably the closest we ever came to all-out nuclear war. The Russians deployed nuclear missiles to Cuba. America responded with a naval blockade. Then Russia shot down an American spy plane. I was still a teenager back then, but I remember what it felt like to be one step away from nuclear war. The adults were freaking out.
If it wasn't for the Cuban Missile Crisis, there might never have been an Operation Snake Eater. And...
What's the matter, Snake? It's not like you to get all hypothetical.
I guess not. It was the reassessment after the missile crisis that paved the way for the hotline between Moscow and Washington, and also for détente. That's irony for you.
The Treaty of Tlatelolco was enacted to make Latin America into a nuclear-free zone. It bans the testing, use, manufacture, production, acquisition, storage, and deployment of nuclear weapons. The impetus was pretty obvious. The series of crises triggered by the deployment of nukes in Cuba.
Not hard to imagine. Those 13 days had the whole world frozen in fear.
Of course, the country that started it all, Cuba, hasn't actually ratified it yet.
Still, the treaty's backed by over 20 countries. Anyone flouting at risk becoming an international pariah.
True. Opinol would investigate, no doubt. I heard they used Japan's 3 non-nuclear principles as their model when they drew up the treaty. I think the Treaty of Tlatelolco might have been their way of asking nuclear powers not to use nukes against them. That's the biggest difference between the treaty and the 3 principles. I guess you could call it a 4th principle. Hey, Snake, mind if I ask you something?
Since when did you start asking permission?
So, you used to be part of a CIA paramilitary unit, right?
That's right.
Ever do any ops in Central America?
No, not personally. But there were other units who did all kinds of stuff.
I remember the Bay of Pigs invasion back in '61. The papers had a field day with it.
Operation Zapata. That was the CIA code name. The whole thing went south.
Then there was Che Guevara, being hunted down in Bolivia. I heard the CIA had a hand in that, too.
There were several units similar to mine. MSP, SOG. They'd recruit former special forces, train them as intelligence agents, and send them on deniable covert paramilitary operations. One of those units trained the Bolivian army in counter-guerrilla tactics.
And then had them shoot El Che.
So the story goes.
Around here they say La CIA instead of CIA, huh?
Nothing strange about it. That's how it's pronounced when you read it in Spanish.
It has the feminine noun ending a, so they use the article la. Apparently some people have taken to using the term UCLA.
That's a new one to me. What's it mean?
It stands for Unilaterally Controlled Latino Assets.
Meaning they're local agents?
Yeah, that's the idea. Washington uses them like pawns. Nobody knows who they really are or what they're doing.
Alright. I guess we should listen to this right before we get to Strangelove, if I remember to do so.
The direction Amanda's Sandinistas were going corresponds to the location of the next outpost, a supply depot. We should be able to make contact with her there.
Can I ask you a favor, Snake?
If you ask nicely.
To make MSF bigger, we need to do some recruiting.
Yeah? What's your point?
I want you to avoid killing enemy soldiers as much as possible and send them back using Fulton Recovery. Not much we can do with a corpse except give it a funeral.
Obviously.
Put him to sleep, knock him out, hold him up even. And if you do have to fight, try to leave them near death instead of dead.
And then use the Fulton Recovery system. Sounds easy enough.
You know what'd be really nice, though? If we had a way to Fulton recover anybody at any time. To get to your next objective, you'll need to backtrack along the way you came for a bit. Don't get too comfortable just because you know the terrain. The enemy knows you're out there now. They'll be out in greater force than before. Proceed with caution. Refrain from using firearms unless absolutely necessary.
Looks like I'll have to cross the river.
Yeah. There's a suspension bridge you can use. It's the only way across. You'll have to be a little creative to keep from being spotted.
So, I cross the bridge, go through the swamp, and come to a banana plantation.
Complete with its own factory by the looks of it. It's going to feel a lot different moving through that area compared to the forest. Stay on your toes.
Got it.
Also, you may encounter Sandinista prisoners along the way. Try and save as many as you can with Fulton Recovery.
I'll keep an eye out.
There's a lot of banana cultivation along Costa Rica's Caribbean coast. The area is dotted with banana plantations. Bananas have been Costa Rica's main crop since they were introduced from Panama in the 19th century. They bring in a fair amount of foreign currency.
A real fruta de oro, huh?
See, but exporting all those bananas require a ton of land.
Hence, all the plantations.
Clearing all that forest just to grow bananas robs animals of their habitats. I do not know how good that is for Costa Rica in the end.
I forgot it's the tape where Hater says that. Fruta. Okay. Konami dropped him on his head. I know who did. Okay, we should be able to just hide from these guys. Oh, it's probably too late now. Maybe?
What was that?
Damn it. Shouldn't have gone back first.
Something there?
You can just let them pass by here, usually.
I'm seeing things.
Oh, yeah. That never happened. You cool? Okay, bye.
Snake! Try... I wish there was something I could do.
Press the attack button near the enemy to initiate close quarters Our future is in your hands.
Yeah.
You're doing great!
Yes.
Amanda went across that rope bridge. Hurry.
Favorite gun in all of MGS. The Mark 23 is just too iconic. It's also a hell of a gun in real life.
Not enough
So,
room, huh? We'll keep it here at the base.
probably that. can also
Fulton
do a little bit of
recovery helicopter
everything.
is complete. You might be able to get past the enemy by hanging from the bridge. Press the action button near the bridge's
Yeah, we don't need to do that. I think that's the quintessential MGS gun. Good thing you're blind.
Wait.
Careful now. They might be holding FSLN soldiers prisoner.
Unrod to the dick. Is the meta. Or for now.
What's that?
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard heli. Press the action button in front of a prisoner to take
Ceilings?
them to mother base using the Fulton
Where we're going, we don't need ceilings.
What's that?
Somebody just said no.
Fulton recovery helicopter is
Just
complete.
ignore it. But what if the player tries to Fulton somebody indoors? No. They kicked that guy out of the meeting when he said that. Is there another prisoner here, maybe? Yep. And there's a design spec or something. Twin barrel shotgun. Tiger stripe camo.
Fulton recover. Looks like there's no way around him. You up for this, Nick?
It's interesting because when you call for supply drops, the game does have like a map where you can call that and not because the building's in the way. So they already have that mapped out where you can't have things dropping from the sky, yeah? So they could have gone the same for Fulton. That was probably just a choice.
Listen, boss. We both know you're the reason MSF's grown so much. But it's time we started putting more thought into provisions.
Good point. A place this big needs a good stockpile on hand.
The Japanese say, you can't fight on an empty stomach. Something we learned in World War II.
Obviously. Maintaining a steady supply of provisions is one of the basic principles of logistics.
So I went ahead and set up a mess hall team. The team members' numbers and abilities will affect the amount of grub to go around. Without enough food, morale will drop. They get hungry enough, and we could start losing people. Anyway, I need you to assign guys to the mess hall team.
Copy that.
And we can do that another time. They actually have a mess hall in this game. And we also have our first vehicle battle, which changes the music a little bit. There's a few of these menu themes. When shit is going down in the story, we add different amounts of tension to it. Let's just do it.
That's an armored vehicle unit, Snake. Either destroy the vehicle or neutralize the soldiers. Take it out.
I mean, there's entire missions that take place indoors in underground bases, so it'd be silly if you couldn't fool them there. I mean, it's also silly that you can Fulton there, so I don't know.
Enemy tanks, armored vehicles, and attack choppers are always accompanied by a combat squad. The soldiers aren't particularly tough on their own. What makes them formidable is how well they work together as a team. As if you didn't have enough to worry about with the machine.
Good. I like a challenge.
Yeah, we'll see how you feel when you actually have to face them in battle. Snake, whatever you do, don't let them surround you. The last thing you need is to get pushed into the vehicle's kill zone. And pay attention to what your enemies say to each other. You can improve your chances by figuring out what they're planning and using it to preempt their movements. You don't always have to go toe-to-toe to win a fight. Think like a gorilla.
Got it.
Like a gorilla. It's okay. These story vehicle missions are pretty simple. But they do get pretty
Panama
involved if you
disease
do the
was
optional
rampant
ones.
here about 20 years ago, putting a lot of banana plantations out of business.
Panama disease?
It is caused by a type of fungus.
Viewer.
Apparently it killed off almost all the banana species that used to grow here.
How could that
tapes are
happen?
way louder in the
Cultivated
gameplay.
bananas do not produce seeds. You have to remove and transplant part of the stem yourself. You plant them in the fields.
So you've got acres of identical plants?
See, when one plant is infected, the disease spreads quickly. Species lacking genetic diversity become weak. They grow different bananas today, one said to be resistant to Panama disease.
Yeah, that's liquid speech in MGS1. Maybe Paz is liquid. I don't know. They're blonde. I don't know. Talking about genetic diversity. Where can you play Peace Walker? I guess you mean what consoles? You can play this game on PS3, on Xbox 360, and other whatever Xboxes after that due to backwards compatibility. PSP, obviously, but that's probably not the best way to go about it. And also emulates decently, both on the PSP emulator and the PS3 emulator. Maybe, I don't know, such a thing as an Xbox emulator, but however, if you care at all about doing co-op, it's kind of fucked up because Xbox is probably the most accessible since it has backwards compatibility. You can play on all the newer ones. Oh, that guy just got wrecked. But there's more people in for co-op on PS3, so.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Long story short, get a PS3. And most likely, we'll also see Peace Walker in the Master Collection Volume 2. Whenever that comes out, so that'll be on PS4 or 5, PC. Alright, we can zap these guys as they come out of the vehicle, because they can't see you until they're fully out of the vehicle. While they climb out, they're kind of blind, so it's silly, but I have no idea. Cat's Blazing. It's been too many marathons. Oh man, the Master Collection doesn't have co-op. Give me more of a reason to make it worthless. Good zap. That's it.
Can you take him down? That takes care of their leader. Recover him and it's mission complete.
Yeah, but even if it does have co-op, unless you play PC, then it's paid co-op on PS5. Oh god. On PC, it's gonna be full of hackers. On PS5, you're gonna have to pay. Sounds like PS3 is still the best version to me. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, FIFA's antics are a real problem in PSP. Or PS3. Doesn't matter if they close the servers. First of all, it's peer-to-peer. Secondly, even if they somehow fuck with PSN as a whole and PS3, I'm 100% sure people will bring back Peace Walker co-op versus ops with private servers. Just like they did for MGO 1 and 2. But I don't know, it's hard to say. Does that mean I have to do another Foxhound run? Oh god. I don't want to think about it. I should have let her do that, whatever. Viewer, if I have to do another Foxhound run, you're helping.
Amanda.
You will be there. Play with me.
What? What is it?
Can you roll me one? Tobacco.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe you'll even be in charge of the Excel sheet.
Chico.
Hold still.
I treated him like a kid again. We fought. I didn't want Chico to know. Kept it a secret. Somoza's Guardia chased us out of Nicaragua, across the Rio San Juan, and we ended up here. The only reason we've been able to keep on fighting.
Amanda.
The factory. You saw it?
The banana factory.
A front. It's a drug refining plant. The KGB set it up for us to run. We used the income to buy food and weapons. Mi viejo.
Shut up, show me your panties.
But we all knew.
You're supposed to look at her broken bone here, but...
Except Chico. Everything we have. Our weapons. Our compass. He brought it all together. We were going to rebuild our country. Rebuild Nika with our own hands. Even if we had to dirty our hands to do it. But it's all over. We lost our cacique. Papa. I could never replace him. Now they've taken the plant from us too. There's no place left to regroup. No way to fight la revolución.
Here, I rolled you one.
What about you? You're going after that cargo?
Yeah.
Must be important,
Looks that way. It looks like it could be nukes.
What? Nukes? Madre de Dios. No time to waste. We must get to Irasu. The transport route leads there. It must be where they're holding Chico and my compas, too. Whenever Chico and I argue, he goes off to be by himself. That's why he knows more than anybody about their bases. He... Oh, Chico...
You're pretty worried about your baby brother.
This is why I'm not fit to be a leader.
Fine. It's a little bit out of my way, but just tell me where I need to go.
There's a prison up in the mountains. That's probably where he is.
A prison in the mountains.
You must do something for me. If you can't save Chico, I want you to ease his pain, end his humiliation. If he gives in, if he's about to sell out his compas, please, at least let him keep his honor.
That's a promise I can't make.
Why?
Amanda, we gave up our homes, but we're still alive. We're still fighting. And there's always another reason to keep on living.
I feel alive again.
Amanda, join my unit until you've healed up.
Your unit?
Yeah,
Who are you? Why are you here?
I'm Snake. Serviente.
Snake? Could it be the great cacique has come to lead us?
Kaz, can you hear me?
MSF here.
One for recovery. She's wounded.
Acknowledged.
Kaz, the cargo on the barge. I was right. It's headed for the mountains.
You think that's where they're taking the nukes?
I'm sure of it. Let's move.
Snake, Amanda's reached the plant.
Snake,
Amanda, how do you feel?
some first helicopter ride. I'll be perfectly happy if it's my last.
As you can see, she's doing fine. I set Amanda up with her own frequency, so call her anytime you need to.
If you have any questions about American bases or mercenary units, or about El Frente, just ask. And please, do not forget my compass and Chico.
Don't worry.
It's good to be working with you, boss.
Snake, we can monitor her condition in sickbay. Remember to assign roles to any POWs you bring back to Mother Base. How this outfit gets built depends on who we assign to what jobs. That'll determine how Mother Base grows. It's one of your most important roles, boss.
Yeah, I know.
Boss, one more thing.
Now what?
It's about sickbay. Naturally, we can use it for the sick or injured like we did with Amanda. But we can't expect people to get better without the proper treatment.
Uh-huh.
So I figure we'll need a medical team for that. The number of team members and their abilities will determine how quickly the sick and injured heal. They can
That's
also
it.
monitor everybody's
We
health.
fucked up.
Right. Prevention is the best medicine.
It's
You
Amanda's
got it.
fault. The big medic is a
Remember to
thing.
wash your hands often and gargle twice a day, boss.
If only I had the time.
No. Why would you create a medical unit? Alright, let's put all these people somewhere. No, I don't need the tutorial. And Amanda certainly doesn't need legs to cook. Oh, there you go. Now we can make MSF Doritos. In Japanese, these are actual Doritos with those licensed brand and everything. So outside of Japan, you just get the generic MSF brand, but in Japan, they have actual licensed items. Wordless taste. They have Doritos and Mountain Dew and Pepsi and Axe body spray and other stuff. Famitsu magazines and others. A whole different bunch of curry brands. Japanese curry. Alright. Okay, now that we got Amanda, we got all her apes to listen to.
Since it was founded, my country has not once been able to choose its own path. First Spain, then America. Over 100 years of this.
I know.
In the 19th century, an American mercenary named William Walker seized power in Nicaragua.
I'd heard he exploited rivalries between the political parties.
Even after we expelled him, the Americans sent in their Marines under the pretext of quelling political unrest.
And the real reason?
To intimidate the government and thwart the construction of the Nicaragua Canal.
I thought the U.S. already has the rights to build a canal in Nicaragua.
They never intended to build a canal there. They'd already started digging in Panama. A canal in Nicaragua would break up the Panama Canal's monopoly. Reason enough for America to stick its nose into our affairs.
They snagged the rights so nobody else could build there.
It was General Sandino who finally stood up to los Yankees.
Oh, that's nice, Tickle. Damn. Maybe you can fly me around or something. I'll pay you.
General Sandino waged a guerrilla war against the Marines, at last driving them out. He was a true hero, and to us Sandinistas, like a father. But when they pulled out, the Americans left us something to remember them by.
The National Guard.
Yes, La Guardia. In name, a peacekeeping force, but in reality, Commander Somoza's personal army, answering to no one else. Unable to stay silent, General Sandino went to protest and was assassinated by Somoza as he made his way home. It was then that Somoza and Los Sapos began to eat our country alive from the inside. It has been 40 years since the Somoza family became the rulers of Nicaragua. With La Guardia at their command, no one can challenge them.
You came here on the run from the National Guard, right?
See, they took everything. Our land, our homes, our jobs.
Now belong to Somoza.
See, the law too. He's even got the judges in his pocket. You defy him, you face death. Everyone bows and scrapes before La Guardia. Even then you might get a beating if they are in a bad mood.
And you're trying to change things.
That's not all. These Somozas have used their power to line their pockets. They confiscate people's land and hand it to members of the Somoza family. By now, close to half the farmland in Nicaragua is theirs. We were powerless until... You remember the earthquake 2 years ago?
Yeah, I heard the capital was hit pretty hard.
We lost Managua, our capital city. People sent aid from all around the world. Tears of sorrow turned to tears of joy. Yet almost all of it was embezzled by the Somozas. They sold out those who'd lost everything for money. They feasted on our country's suffering. Public resentment is at the boiling point. The Somozas' days are numbered. We will see to it. The first Somoza, was originally no more than the commander of La Guardia. Ordinarily, a man of his station could never hope to become president. But the president at the time had no power to back him. The only one with the strength to oppose him was General Sandino. No, better to say the general was the only one who dared oppose him. There was nothing special about him. Above all, it takes a strong will to see justice done. That is what he taught us.
It's also what motivated Somoza to have him killed.
Yes, the rest was easy. He got rid of the president, taking office in a sham election. And once he had the power, he never gave it up.
Talk about heavy-handed.
He had the Americans backing him, that's why. They didn't want to hand over power to a rebellious general.
Even so, it's hard to believe Washington would give its blessing to a guy like that.
The American president at the time put it this way. Somoza may be a son of a bitch, but he's our son of a bitch. In other words, better a dog or Los Sapos than an anti-US regime. The Managua earthquake struck 2 years ago, the day before Christmas Eve. Giant cracks opened up in the streets. Sleeping children were crushed in collapsing houses. No chance to escape. No visit from Santa Claus. Thanks to Somoza, the old houses could not even get rebuilt. It was a nightmare.
I heard the epicenter was right in the middle of the city.
Even today, it's too dangerous to build on top of the fault line. The city center is still in ruins.
And to make things worse, Somoza stole the recovery money.
We must not fail. We owe it to those who lost their lives. We will defeat Somoza. We are Sandinistas, the heirs of General Sandino's will.
Sandino, the father of modern guerrilla warfare.
To you, maybe. To us, he's more like a real father.
That why you named yourselves after him?
Of course. La Frente Sandinista de Liberación Nacional. The Sandinista National Liberation Front is named in his honor. We share the general's goal, to take back our country's freedom. In his day, from America. In ours, from the despot Somoza.
Times have changed, but the song remains the same.
Patria libre o morir. That is our slogan. El Che used to say the same thing, you know.
Patria o muerte, the slogan of the Cuban Revolution. So, you're fighting for a socialist revolution too, then?
No, it's not about ideology. We only want to live normal lives. We are sick of living in a country where you can be beaten for walking down the street, where you never know if your neighbor is snitching on you. Our goal is to give back the country to its people.
Yeah, the Cuban Revolution started out like that too.
We are few in number, but we will win. Victoria o muerte. For a revolutionary, there is no other fate. Augusto Cesar Sandino, general and hero of Nicaragua. 50 years ago, conflict broke out between the political parties of Nicaragua. The U.S. Marines intervened in the name of restoring order. The only one who refused to listen to their call for reconciliation was General Sandino.
One man against the Marines. That takes guts.
The general wasn't a professional soldier. Neither were his compadres. And they certainly could not match the Marines' equipment. But he used the land to his advantage, lurking in the fields and hills of Nicaragua, and using surprise attacks to harass the Marines.
I know. I've read plenty of textbooks on guerrilla warfare.
In the end, he drove them out. He was truly a role model for us.
Yeah, but that was the 30s. Didn't the Depression have something to do with it? It takes cash to wage war.
Perhaps. But there is no denying what the general accomplished. The people hailed him as the General de Hombres Libres, the General of Free Men. They loved him. And then he was assassinated by Anastasio Somoza Garcia, commander of La Guardia.
The father of the current Somoza.
Somoza had the Americans' backing. That is the way things were. The general may be dead, and the times may have changed, but his will lives on inside each
as
of
a
us.
Dawn viewer?
We are the sons and daughters of General Sandino.
was gonna ask you about that, but since you brought it up. Nice.
Hey, how's the watermelon business these days?
Not bad. I hear the compass back home are hanging in there too.
Good to hear.
You know our nickname. I'm impressed. No wonder they call you boss.
You used to hide your weapons in hollowed out watermelons. Smuggle them right past the National
Okay,
Guard.
now you have to call to
Even
MGS Con.
transported pineapple grenades that way. The name caught on among sympathizers in the region and...
What are you talking about? They call us watermelon sellers because the general's name sounds like the word for watermelon. Sandia.
Really?
Si.
Damn it, Kaz.
You have to come to MGS Con and viewer. No excuses. And you can stream now, too. Looks like you've run out of excuses not to do shit.
A revolution to bring peace to your country, huh? No matter how much we fight, peace never gets any closer, does it?
I do not like it, but it is the only way. If we do not fight back, they'll just keep exploiting us. You want proof? Look at our country's history. Revolution is a means and not an end. I know. When the revolution is victorious, I want my country to be at peace. But to bring peace, we have to first eliminate that traitorous scum.
It's an old saying. We make war that we may live in peace.
Who said it?
Aristotle.
You know your history.
I had a good teacher.
It has always been like this. People making the same mistakes over and over. And still, all we can do is fight.
I hear you. If you've got a goal, you've got to keep moving forward. I noticed you called Che Guevara El Che.
Not just us. Everyone in these parts does. Che was always his nickname. It does not feel right to call him by his last name. I was shocked the first time I saw you.
God damn
You look
it.
so much like him.
Okay, well you can
I
stream
look
though.
like El Che, huh?
Sort of. Not in the face. It's more the way you carry yourself.
I guess Che's a hero to the Sandinistas, too.
I will
course.
pester you some more about this in
FSLN
private.
was formed in the spirit of the ideologies championed by El Che and Fidel.
Fidel Castro. So, you're trying to bring the Cuban Revolution to Nicaragua.
Well, we were. But Cuba isn't what it once was. Not since El Che left. El Che was a true revolutionary. He fought and died for the people. He worked harder than anybody, and he was a righteous man. Even as a minister of Cuba, he gave up his weekends to work on the farms and public works. As a volunteer, no less.
Yeah, I've heard the stories. But when you think about it, wasn't it that obsession that did him in?
How do you mean?
We can't all be supermen. He thought the ideals he applied in Cuba would work in Bolivia, but he failed to win converts and the support of the peasants, and it cost him his life.
Maybe you are right. But at least he did not steal from those peasants, no matter how hard things got.
Yeah, I can sympathize with that. There's plenty of guerrillas out there who'd rob their own people to feed their revolutions.
If we had a comandante like him, the Sandinistas would find the will to fight.
You called that giant chopper an hombre nuevo.
Si. It means new man.
New man?
There was nobody piloting that thing. It must be controlled by machine.
Yeah, it seems that way. No human being could pull off those crazy maneuvers.
But it's not crazy. It's smart. It sings, too.
When we first saw it, one of your men said, "Pilot must be an hombre nuevo."
Me? I do not like the name.
Why?
Hombre Nuevo was what El Che was striving to become. What all of us who joined the Sandinistas strive to become. That's why. An hombre nuevo is one who finds joy in virtue and voluntary labor. It makes me furious to see that name given to such a monster.
I'll bet. Chico called that helicopter El Colibri.
Our name for the hummingbird. You saw how that chopper moved, how it hovered in midair like a hummingbird?
A hell of a lot bigger than a bird, though.
True, but better than hombre nuevo, don't you think? When you get kidnapped by El Colibri, it's all over. They take you to a prison camp and torture you until you snitch on your compas.
That's what took Chico.
They have no mercy. Once you talk, they toss you out like trash. I knew this, and still I could not save Chico. If he cannot be saved, I will do what must be done.
Don't write him off like that. Sometimes you have to survive, even if it means sacrificing your honor. I'll get him back. I promise.
The land in our country belongs to us, and yet it does not belong to us.
How so?
Along the coast, it is all banana groves, and in the mountains, it is coffee. I guess in that way, it is not so different from here.
Plantations.
Almost all the bananas and coffee are sold as exports. The landlords keep the money for themselves, leaving precious little to the farmers. Worse, the biggest landowners in the country are Somoza and his family.
But it does bring in foreign currency.
I doubt even that, at least for bananas. The plantations are owned by American corporations. The bananas are processed in factories on the plantations and exported to America from private ports. It's like having little American enclaves along the coast of Nicaragua.
But the farmers have no choice but to go work there.
Es ridículo. The people have to take their land back. It is one of the things we are fighting for.
Tell me, when exactly did you realize your dad was working with the KGB?
About 6 months ago. Up until then, we only had beans to eat. And then suddenly we started to get eggs and flour. Our bullet shortage simply disappeared.
How'd he get the cocaine?
Ask the KGB. All we did here was process it. Coca plants grow here too. But to my knowledge, almost all of the stuff we used came from Colombia and Bolivia.
It's processed in a factory and then shipped to ports on the Caribbean Sea. Where does it go after that?
I never thought about it. I mean, I did not want to think about it.
The biggest cocaine consumer in the world is the United States. I'm guessing they smuggle it in on vessels disguised as fishing boats.
Wait. La CIA uses that route too. Are you telling me they're selling cocaine to their own country?
Looks that way.
Those bastards are turning their own children into junkies? Are they insane?
No. Just afraid. Afraid of a communist Central America. Amanda, when did you join up with the Sandinistas?
About a year ago, when I went into the mountains with mi viejo and his group.
I thought your dad was with the FSLN from the start.
No. He fought alongside General Sandino. But after that, he retired for a while. He found a job, got a wife and a house, and raised us kids. Then one day, some Sandinista students came by.
And he felt the old fire in his belly.
Something like that. All he did was help them escape from La Guardia, though. But then La Guardia showed up. They broke into our house and began pushing him around, shouting questions.
I'm guessing he kept his mouth shut.
No matter how hard they hit him. Our house was trashed. After that, he was on their list. They harassed him day and night. It was only then that he gave himself over to the Sandinistas. He kept it hidden from us at first, so we would not get hurt.
He sounds like a good father.
He was. But my mother got fed up with it. She left us. I don't blame her.
Why didn't you go with her?
It was a hard decision for sure. But like my father, I could not let Somoza get away with his crimes. But most of all,
Chico.
He is too much like his papa. One way or the other, he was going to stay. And I could not leave him behind. Soon enough, La Guardia drove us out, and we found ourselves in the mountains. It just kind of happened.
Well, for an accidental revolutionary, you sure put up a hell of a fight.
The mountains make men into warriors. The training is harsh, but it brings us that much closer to being hombres nuevos.
Chico couldn't ask for a better sister. I can see why they picked you to be Comandante.
When I was little, I came down with malaria. Unlucky for me, it was the bad kind. I was in a daze the whole time. And at one point they said I was not going to make it.
Malarial encephalopathy. I hear it's pretty common in tropical malaria cases.
Even today, my memory sometimes gets a little fuzzy. Since then, I've had this fear of mosquitoes. When I hear them buzzing nearby, I get jumpy.
Ah, that explains the chain smoking.
See, I thought it might help keep the mosquitoes away, just a little. Maybe it is all in my head. You're the same way, right?
Oh, I will say this. I prefer a cigar over mosquitoes.
Me too.
I've got to hand it to you. Takes guts to conquer your fear like that and live a gorilla's life in the wild.
It is nothing. El Che did not let asthma stop him from leading the revolution. Compared to him, I am no hero.
Hey, cheers, Tiggle. Don't worry, at least I won't be waking you up like Three Dogs screams. We should just leave Chico there, yeah. Solves every problem.
Sorry to hear about your dad.
Thank you for saying that. Mi viejo was the leader of the Frente. He was the last of the generation that knew General Sandino. He saw the general's exploits firsthand as a boy. He would tell us stories about it all the time and about how the general was assassinated.
Did you know he was getting money from the KGB?
I had some idea, but I did not have the courage to confront him about it. I know it was a painful decision for him to make.
I can imagine.
Yes, my father was a good man. I loved him as a daughter, and his soldiers believed in him. Thanks to him, La Frente held together even in the worst of times. I don't know if I can ever fill his shoes.
Chico's 12, right?
Right.
Isn't he a little short for his age?
Malnourishment. Food is hard to come by when you're running around in the jungle.
He's got quite an appetite.
I know. I didn't want him to come in the first place, but there was no one to take him in. I had no choice but to look after him.
Don't be so hard on yourself. Sometimes it's better for a kid to be with his family than far away in a safe place.
Thank you.
Promise me this, though. When your fight is over, make sure he gets a proper education. Give him a chance to be something other than a gorilla. It's not too late to teach him something other than fighting.
Okay, I promise. You know what book Chico really likes? The World Encyclopedia of Mysterious Creatures. The Loch Ness Monster, the Yeti.
UMAs. Yeah, I know.
He's still so much like a boy. I worry about him.
He'll be fine. I know plenty of grown men who still go crazy over UMAs.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if any of you were here during the Crying Wolf fight, but that shit woke me up. I thought it was gonna fuck with the marathon. Fucking up my sleep and everything. That was a pretty crazy one. Oh well. Rescue Chico.
Snake, the nukes appear to have left the coastal marshes and reached the mountains around Irazul. But without a guide, it's going to be tough tracking those things in the mountains. So we need you to infiltrate one of their bases, a prison facility.
I hope nothing's happened to Amanda's brother.
I hear you. There may be other Sandinistas held there too. To bring them back safely to MSF, use the Fulton recovery system. As I'm sure you know from experience, it's completely harmless. After all, you won't have time to sit there and convince every single one of them to join.
One other thing, Snake.
Amanda.
Those CIA bastards confiscated some of the houses in the village. Chico's got to be inside one of them.
Houses, huh? How do I tell which ones?
When they took over the houses, they installed new front doors for security purposes. The new doors are blue, with peepholes, so you can see what's inside.
Blue doors. Got it.
You're getting close to the end of the transport route. Good luck, Snake.
Areas with a distinct dry season, like the Pacific coast, have tropical dry forests. During the dry season, the trees drop their leaves. It gives you a clearer view, but at the same time, there are fewer places to hide. So be careful.
Sounds dull.
It is not really. A lot of trees flower during the dry season, including my favorite, the tabebuia. It has these amazingly vivid yellow flowers. Costa Rica has several active volcanoes, Irasu being one of them.
That's where Camino de Lava comes from, huh?
The tropical dry forests around here are quite different from our rainforests. They lose their leaves in the dry season. Tropical forests are not all thick jungles. A few of them even have cacti. Some of Costa Rica's greatest assets are its diverse forests and natural landscapes. Costa Rica got its first real railroads up and running about 100 years ago. Their primary purpose was to move coffee harvested in the Central Basin to the Caribbean coast.
They built railroads here 100 years ago? That's impressive.
It was even more difficult than you would imagine. Later, they started using the railroads for shipping bananas too. There still might be some branch lines around here. Aldea de los Despiertos means Village of the Awake.
Weird name.
The area is littered with coffee fields, and there is a factory nearby. The villagers are fans of coffee, so...
Nah, they don't get much sleep, huh? They've got a sense of humor, all right.
I cannot believe they would take over a place like this and use it as a prison. It is unforgivable for both the CIA and the thugs they employ. All the villagers wanted was to live in peace. What gives the CIA the right to crush them like that?
They don't care about anyone's rights but their own. It's just the way some people are.
You really think so?
Don't worry. It just gives me the right to teach them a lesson. Amanda, how do I get to the prison camp?
First, head up the narrow mountain path. The path will gradually open up and you'll come to a fork in the road. Watch yourself up there. You'll be lower than the surrounding terrain, so if you head down the middle, you'll make for an easy target.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up.
Take the leftward path to reach the prison camp.
Man, won't you miss out on a lot of money if you do that then? I don't know.
What can you tell me about the prison camp?
Well, it used to be a village until they took control of it. It's a maze of paths, so watch out for soldiers on patrol.
I'll be sure not to stop and say hi.
Use the paths carefully, and you should be able to stay out of view.
Where are they holding Chico?
One of the houses, most likely. You can peek through the doors. Just press the action button when the icon appears. You could also listen to any sounds inside for clues.
Good idea.
Guards will still be on the move while you're looking inside. Make sure you don't get caught. And Snake.
I know. I'll bring him back.
Thank you. I know I can count on you.
Chico's in a prison camp north of here.
Boss, please. You have to help Chico.
Please, Snake! Help Chico!
Freeze.
I guess we'll get this guy.
We gotta save Chico, Snake. It's to our benefit, you know.
The enemy's here.
Is it though?
Freeze.
They're using that village as a prison now.
We gotta save Chico.
Boss, please.
Head north if you want to find Chico.
Okay, then go the other way.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
We got the sniper guy here,
Better be careful if you don't want your head blown off.
practicing his reloads with the SVD. He doesn't see that guy going down.
Fulton recovery
Look at him.
subject confirmed
One magazine,
onboard
I mean, one round per
helicopter.
magazine. Practicing his reloads. And it really is just practicing, because if you get spotted, he starts shooting you with a full mag. So it's not like an oversight on how the SVD works or anything. when he misses, you can hear him grunting. Let's see if he misses. Yep, like that. He's actually an S rank intel guy, but we can't get him right now.
They're using the Scarecrow for sniper training.
Those tracks used to transport coffee.
A Scarecrow, just like that one on the coast. Chico's in a prison camp north of here.
Please, Snake! Help Chico! I wish there was some... They're using that village as
Guy's
a
not
prison.
talking about the train locomotive yet.
Costa Rica use
Oh, there you go.
1067mm gauge tracks, the same as Japan.
Oh, he's talking about the tracks. What a nerd.
We gotta save Chico, Snake. It's to our benefit, you...
They're using that village. Those tracks used to... Boss, please. Those tracks used to transport coffee.
Chico's in one of these. Check inside a house by pressing the action button in front.
Alright.
Who's there? Hey, I know I saw something.
Guy taking a shower or something.
Please, Nick, be careful.
If they spot you, the enemy will probably call in reinforcements. Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Mama!
Never forget this is where the subathon died. Well. Gotta be here then. Wait, no, there's one more. Yep. Damn, I somehow managed to check all of them before finding him.
Chico, is that you?
Who's there?
Chico, it's me.
You're that photographer.
That's right. A war photographer.
Huh? I thought you were here for the birds.
Yeah, the birds of the battlefield.
Whoa. Is that chess? Can I see it? Wow, the same kind of chair used.
You can't keep it, kid. Here, have these instead.
Those photos. Huh. Oh no, Amanda!
She's safe. Don't worry.
You sure?
We're patching her up back at my place.
She's hurt?
I said, don't worry. It's just a broken leg.
You got any cigarettes? A cigar, huh? Hey!
Not for kids. Chico, do you know where they took the cargo?
Cargo? What cargo?
Let me rephrase that. How do they get stuff from the coast up here?
Oh, that I can tell you. When the cargo gets to the harbor, they first send it up the marshes on a barge. Then, they load it onto a jungle train past the banana plantation and transport it by rail. The train stops here. When it gets to the train terminal past the coffee plantation, they reload it again. This time onto a truck, which disappears into a tunnel heading toward the mountains.
Disappears? Chico, what's on the other side of that tunnel?
Nobody knows. None of our compas ever got close enough. He's protected by a spirit.
A spirit?
Yeah, a giant monster. El Basilisco.
The king of snakes?
No, really, I saw it. I was camping up there one day, and just as I was waking up around dawn, I heard this loud noise. I opened my eyes and saw an enormous shadow. Must have been 30 bara at least. He was walking, on legs as big as trees.
Where did you see it?
At the terminal near the tunnel. But I only saw it that one time.
What exactly were you doing there?
Well, me and my sister got into a fight.
And you just happened to go camping.
You know, their train should be arriving at the place I saw El Basilisco right about now.
Is it far?
No, really. Go past the coffee plantation, and it'll be to the north. What are you chasing?
Something that could keep the world in balance. Or destroy it.
Huh?
I heard that place was a narcotics plant before those guys took it over. But you already knew that, didn't you? Look, I get it. Even revolutionaries need to pay the bills. Still, must be tough for a kid like you to swallow.
You're damn right it is. The route they use to transport stuff is the same one mi viejo used to smuggle drugs. He sold the drugs to the Norte Americanos and used the profits to fund the army. They tried to keep it hidden from me.
Is that why you went camping?
Yes. I managed to sneak into the plant a few times and I tried to set it on fire. Everyone treats me like a child. I couldn't stand it anymore. I'm not a kid, I'm 12.
Couldn't do it though, could you? Chico, growing up means choosing how you're gonna live your life. To do the right thing, you sometimes have to leave the things you care about behind. Parents, family, your homeland.
But mi viejo. Papa.
Chico, look at the photos.
Mi viejo.
He's gone. But there's one thing you don't ever leave behind. Your memories. Keep them safe. You want to get out of here, Chico?
I do, but...
Come back with me. Your sister's waiting for you.
I can't go back. I can't face everybody.
You told them where your compas are. I see. Nothing to be ashamed of. Pain gets the better of us all.
I wish I was dead.
Okay then. I'll
Do
get
it.
you out of your misery.
What?
Any last words? Shoot. You are only going to kill a man. I just wasted a bullet. Don't waste your life. Listen to me, Chico. You died here today. You understand? You're hombre nuevo. A new man. Now, give that new life to me.
Huh?
Fight with me, little soldier. Show me how strong you really are. Dry your tears, then promise me one thing. No smoking until you get older. Remember, real heroes are never as polished as the legends that surround them.
You got it, boss.
Snake is fine.
What's that? Ah!
Chico went back to his home planet. Fortunately, Chico died on the way back to his home planet. Better ending. I got all this shit here. Okay.
Snake, Chico made it over.
Snake!
Chico, you made it.
Made it. Don't give me that. You say you're gonna give me a new life, and then you nearly kill me.
I take it you didn't enjoy the trip.
What's the big idea? Dragging me off in a balloon? might as well have taken a Calibri.
At least you got a nice view. Or are you afraid of heights?
Whatever. I just wish you would explain it to me first.
Would you have agreed to go if I did?
Thank you for saving us, Snake.
Amanda, a word of advice.
What?
Stop treating him like a child.
Yes. Yes, I know. You're right. I shouldn't.
Amanda, you're coming back after your leg heals, right?
Of course. We still have work to do.
We, huh? Are you sure you've got Chico's future in mind when you say that?
What do you mean? We're sworn to our father's cause, to helping the revolution succeed.
Revolution or no revolution, you pick up a gun and sooner or later you're going to hell. Are you prepared for that?
I am. If the alternative is giving up the country I love, I'll take hell.
Really? Well then, you're gonna have to stop treating Chico like a brother and start treating him like a soldier.
You're right.
Welcome to hell.
Snake, can I ask you a favor?
Shoot.
You find any prisoners from El Frente, you bring them back alive. Because...
You're trying to make amends for talking.
Not just that. Because they're compas.
All right. But first, I've got to catch up to that cargo.
I'll do whatever I can to help. Call me if there's anything you need to know about the area.
And what?
Let me know if you encounter any wildlife you've never seen before.
Never seen before? What, like that basilisco you were talking about?
I'm talking about UMAs.
UMAs?
You know, like ancient dinosaurs or legendary monsters. One day, I'm going to be a hunter.
Is that right? Okay, sure.
If you want to know more, I'm happy to tell you.
Right. I'll be in touch, Chico.
Okay, Snake. The enemy's cargo is headed for the next outpost, a rail terminal.
Chico says no one's ever set foot past there.
Their main base is probably on the other side of that tunnel. Unless we catch those spears before reaching it, they'll be in enemy hands. You've got to stop them. Hurry, Snake. Boss, I had an idea. Listen to this.
Let me guess. You want to start running ads in the local gossip rags?
Please, what do you take me for? I thought that with all the new guys we've got, we should get an intel team going. We'd send agents around the country to scout out different locations. That way we're better prepared, no matter where we end up.
That's actually not a bad idea.
They could probably develop recon equipment for us too. We could also have them transport goods and direct the Mother Base support strikes. You can send an item to a co-op teammate from the delivery menu.
Alright, everybody's favorite tapes now. Chico tapes.
Amanda's so bossy. It's always follow me or stay here. The other day she told me, chew your gallo pinto before you swallow. Can you believe it?
Knowing your sister? Yeah, I can.
The enemy could strike at any time. I can't sit around taking my sweet time eating. I'm a Sandinista, just like the others. I don't need some woman telling me what to do.
Some woman? She's your sister, and she's doing the best she can to fill your father's shoes.
I know, but lately she hasn't been doing so good. I should be strong for her.
Now you're talking. Sorry.
Please ignore the Photoshop hat.
Don't be. He is a guerrilla warrior. We pledge our lives to our country and its people. I'm ready to die too if I have to.
You sure?
You better believe it. Like mi viejo used to say. Patria o muerte.
Che said it first.
My dad used to tell us all kinds of stories. About General Sandino and his fight against La Guardia. About my mom before she left us.
You didn't want to go with her.
It's not like that. La Revolucion comes first, that's all.
You must wish you could see her, though.
I don't know. But I know I'll see her again when this is all over. Somehow, I just know it. When I do, me and my mom and papa are all going to live together again. At least, At least that's what I thought. Now,
Hang in there, Chico. Your sister needs you.
okay. Have you ever heard, "Shoot, coward. You're only going to kill a man"?
Che's last words. He'd been captured in Bolivia and said it to the soldiers just as they were about to execute him.
El Che. He was something, wasn't he? Coming up with a line like that knowing he was about to die.
After the Cuban Revolution, Che gave up his position in the new government to aid in revolutions in other countries. He knew he could die at any time, and he was ready for it.
Me? I couldn't even take a little torture.
But you've been reborn as an hombre nuevo. Right, Chico?
Right.
Don't you ever get lonely, living away from your mom?
Not really. My compas are my family now. A lot of them are from the same village as me.
So you had plenty of people to take care of you.
Take care of me? I'm a warrior, like any other Sandinista. We look out for each other. That is how it works.
Sorry. Guess I misspoke.
Now we're scattered because of that colibri. Wonder where everybody went. Hey, Snake. If you see any Frente prisoners, please, you gotta get them out, okay? Those guys are solid, every one. You could use them in MSF. Hey, Snake. Are there any jobs for me here at Mother Base? I can do anything.
You don't have to work, you know.
Don't treat me like a kid. I'm a man now.
Okay, then. What are you good at?
Let me think. Everything! Put me on any team. I can pull my own weight.
Well, you are young. You'll probably be a fast learner. I'll think of something.
Anything you need, boss. You'll see. I can fight as good as anybody.
Oh god, we want to get into all this now. It will be part of about this mission ape list and a few missions. Fuck it. Okay.
Snake, according to Chico, the nuclear materials will be loaded from a train and onto a truck at a rail terminal near the eastern foot of Irazu. If we can't cut him off at that terminal, we'll be in a world of hurt. Hurry, Snake.
La CIA has taken control of this coffee factory too, all to produce its drugs. It was famous once for its fine beans.
Cafetal aroma encantado. Enchanting aroma, huh?
See, once we have thrown the mercenaries out of Costa Rica, I know it will make wonderful coffee again. And then you must come and try some, Snake.
Sounds great. I wouldn't mind a cup of joe after all this is over. Oh, wait.
What is wrong?
No, I just remembered this guy I knew who wasn't big on coffee. English. Get rid of that muddy water and get a cup of black tea down your gob, he'd say.
That is too bad for him. It is delicious.
It's funny because she knows him too.
As I said before, building railroads in Costa Rica was a dangerous job. A lot of men died, and sometimes they stopped work altogether. This is one of those places. They had to cut through steep terrain, so when they finally made it through, they just built the rail terminal right there. And that is why they named it
El Cadalso. The gallows. Charming. I'm surprised the construction money didn't dry up the way things were going.
Actually, it did. But the bananas helped complete it. So they say.
You mean the energy the workers got from eating bananas? Oh, I suppose they do have plenty of vitamins and...
No. I meant the money they got to finish it came from exporting bananas.
Oh.
But one thing is for certain. The owners of the railroads expanded into the banana trade after construction was completed. That was the start of banana cultivation in Costa Rica.
Amanda, do you know the way to the rail terminal?
Remember the locomotive by the fork in the road before the village?
Yeah, back in the jungle.
Follow the train tracks from there, and you'll come to the terminal. but there's a plant along the way.
Disguised as a coffee factory?
Yes, it is their drug refining plant. La CIA controls it now. Cutting through there is the shortest way, but it'll be crawling with soldiers. If you want to go around...
No, forget it. If that's the shortest way, that's the way I'll take. Besides, it's one of their bases. It'll be good intel.
Very good. A number of guards at the plant are positioned on high walkways. Be sure to study their movements before you advance.
Or I could just snipe them first.
The plant's layout is another maze, I'm afraid. Stay cool. Make your way out of the plant and you'll arrive at the terminal.
You know a lot about this place.
What are you saying? I've been there before, when the KGB ran it, yes. But it is not as if I enjoyed it.
No, I just meant you know a lot about how the enemy works.
I hope so. Anyway, did you talk to Chico about the terminal?
He said it's where they transfer the cargo onto trucks.
Meaning the facility is of considerable importance to them. Don't get careless.
I won't.
By the way, I've heard of a shortcut that cuts straight to the coffee factory, to the east of the village. But I've never used it myself. Check it out if you're interested.
Thanks for the tip.
The supply staging point is at the eastern foot of Irasu. There's a rail terminal there. They'll probably transfer the nuke from the train onto a truck.
Gotcha. I'll have to catch them while they're moving the cargo.
But you might run into El Basilisco. Keep your eyes peeled, Snake.
An 80-foot-tall walking behemoth. The CIA's new weapon?
Could be. Too bad it's not actually a dinosaur. I think they're testing it up at the base on top of the mountain.
I met a guy in Russia who described it as a Metal Gear linking infantry and artillery.
Metal Gear.
I've got a bad feeling about this. Like maybe it's connected to everything that's happening here somehow.
The nukes? You don't think...
What else could it be? If it is up there, I'll just have to improvise. Either way, I won't know until I get there.
Watch your back, Snake.
The train terminal is on the other side of the coffee factory. Head for the factory first. To get to the coffee factory, you'll first need to backtrack to the fork in the road.
No, actually we don't. There's a shortcut Amanda was talking about right here.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
Hold on, I'm just the box sometimes.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
What was that?
The rail terminal should be in El Cadalso.
That cargo's bound for the rail terminal in El Cadalso. It has to be. More of my compas might be in there. Please help them.
Are you familiar with...
The train terminal is beyond the coffee plantation.
They may have guards posted up high. Ten cuidado. They may have guards. The rail terminal should be in... I wish there was something...
Thanks for your help.
Oh, Chico's is say something more if you rescue those guys.
There could be more compas still being held. There could be more compas still being held. That cargo's bound.
The train terminal
No
is
comment.
beyond the coffee
Chico.
plantation.
There could be more
Okay.
compas still being held. There could be more compas. That cargo's... You have to help my compas. Please.
The rail terminal...
Pass through the coffee factory to reach the train terminal.
I can spot you from out here.
You'll have to pass through the coffee factory to reach the train terminal. There could be more compas still being held.
What if he says something different once you get all of them?
There could be more compas still being held. Looks like that's all of them.
Oh.
Thanks again.
Oh, I didn't know Chico had a little chain of dialogue here.
That's too tall to climb. If only you had some equipment.
Go this way. And then grab him by the dick. No, he's too far.
Enemies attacking! Going to alert
Maybe when he runs by.
Understood. Dispatching
Yes.
reinforcements. Proceed with extra caution.
Magic.
Press the attack button near the enemy to initiate close quarters combat.
Enemies close
Oh,
by!
this guy ruined everything. It was such a perfect plan. Oh well.
Looks like we're just in time. Neutralize all enemies and secure the train. Check out the cargo.
Notes. Big head mode. What? I don't know why I recall having smoke grenades by this point, but maybe not. I did this last time too. Confused, and then we got smoke grenades. Just remember using them against the tank. Okay, 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 okay. Holy shit, all sort of shit is going on here. That's crazy. There you go. Maybe we can do a couple side ops to develop them. Don't really need to, but they're really useful. We don't need the C4. You see any UMAs, you tell me, okay? Like ancient dinosaurs and rare monsters and stuff. When I grow up, I want to be a hunter. With tits and a sniper rifle. He always has that injury in her arm. Let's see, let's do a couple of these.
Here's a rundown of your mission. This one's perfect for a warm-up. Nice and easy. Don't let yourself get lazy, though. Stick to it and get the job done.
You get the RPG too from this, if I remember correctly.
What's that?
Ah, come on.
There? What?
Start talking. Start talking.
Better not tell me about the exact one that's in the back there. Oh, okay.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
What's that noise?
Start talking. Start talking.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
What's that noise?
Start talking. Start talking.
Reminds me of that guy in Portable Ops.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Basically invisible.
Guess not.
Yeah.
What's that noise?
Start talking. Start talking.
Head for the recovery. You did it. Keep it up.
Let's see, that was enough for the smoke grenades to finish. Maybe not. Yeah. Only got C4 done. 18%. Ah, fuck it. I'll just do it without smoke grenades. If it was 2 missions, if it was like 50% maybe.
Snake, that's an enemy tank unit. Either neutralize the soldiers or destroy the tank. Get them.
RPG-2 is nice to have though, so that was okay.
An enemy tank. Is there somewhere you can hide, boss?
There are train cars, but they won't hold up against a gun like that.
Even a freight train? Incredible.
But they'd keep me out of sight. Temporarily.
Use them to look for an opportunity to hit its treads or the fuel tank at the back. But
don't forget about that gun, huh?
Or the soldiers. They may try to flank you.
Right.
You can also stop it by taking out all the soldiers. You can do it, Snake.
Regulator, thank you for the raid. Oh wait, what? Am I crazy? Wasn't it at 18%? I just checked. Was it rank 2 maybe? Or maybe I was looking at something different. I don't know what the hell just happened. Wasn't it at 18% completion? What the fuck was that? 18% then? How do I have smoke grenades ready? Maybe it was a rank 2. Already. Okay. It had to be. That's the only explanation. Okay, cool. I thought I was going crazy. Okay, now we're set for a while. Next big upgrade is gonna be the 1911 suppressor.
About the tank. Just focus on the troops. They haven't seen you yet. Perfect. Now's your chance.
Nice. You know, it's always a bit slow when we play Peace Walker. I have an increased respect for people who appreciate Peace Walker.
Subject confirmed on board helicopter.
Let's see. I hit that guy in the head. Ooh, close one. It's like, what the fuck is going on?
What is it?
Ooh, the smoke is almost gone. And Peace Walker is my third favorite, only behind MGS2 and 1, yeah?
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Okay. We made a little bit more commotion, so they might go where that happened instead of the vehicle. That's pretty close. Nice smoke grenade. Nerd. die, you crazy asshole.
That takes care of their leader. Recover him and it's mission complete.
Nice. Oh god. Not the code names.
Snake, the truck is headed up the mountain road past the tunnel.
So it was nukes after all.
Would confirm some camaraderie.
Their main base is up ahead.
A longer
Hurry
Peace
after
Walker
them,
session.
But,
Kaz, if I don't get moving, it'll be too late.
alright, I guess you never did let dangerous assignments or risk aversion get in your way.
How do I get inside the mountain? I can forget about the tunnel.
Yeah, the tank took care of that.
Any other routes?
Why don't I let a local expert take over?
Snake, you need a way into the mountain?
Yeah, got one.
Let's see. Do you remember that precinct I was in?
In the village, right?
Right. Go back to the village and head north. There is a bridge that connects to the mountain road. It crosses over a gorge. That's probably the best way. But there is a little problem. The path heading north from the village is barricaded. You might have to break through.
Got it.
The heart of Irasu. That's where the enemy's base has got to be, Snake. And maybe...
Let me guess. The Basilisco.
You don't believe me, do you?
No, I mean, we'll have to see.
Snake, Irazu features a number of crater lakes. The Odeberg government had planned to use those lakes to construct hydroelectric plants as one of its big state development projects. The project was scrapped, but there's still a small opening at the bottom of the lake.
Meaning?
I checked the satellite imagery, but didn't see anything man-made, which means they probably built a base inside the mountain. Could just be a storage igloo for explosives, or maybe some kind of research facility.
What do they hope to accomplish by bringing the nukes there?
First things first, get past that barricade north of the village. Looks like the only way through is the noisy way. You'll have to blow it up.
Bit of a pain in the ass to play the Japanese version because all the menus are in Japanese. I messed with it a little bit just so we could unlock the branded licensed items. Just look at them, it's kind of funny. Okay.
Snake, I've got just the explosive
C4.
to bust through that barricade. C4. We finished developing C4 charges. Take some with you.
Been a regular user since C3. I guess some sort of drugs or something.
To destroy the barricade north of the village, you'll need Composition 4 explosive. You've handled C4 before, right, Snake?
Yeah. I've been a regular user since the days of C3.
C3. Oh yeah, I remember. That stuff got brittle and useless in cold temperatures, so they upgraded. C4's a moldable plastic explosive. It's very stable and won't explode without a special detonator. Light it on fire and all it does is burn.
A lot of American soldiers in Vietnam used to use it as fuel.
Place it near the barricade and move to a safe location. Then hit the detonator button to blow it up.
I'm on it.
They tell you that, but you can shoot it. You detonate it.
Those giant footprints near the terminal. What do you think they were, Kaz?
It beats me. They're way too big, even for an elephant. Made me think of that Basilisco Chico was talking about.
Hope it's not for real.
Same here. If they really do have that kind of weapon, we could be dealing with a basilisk in more than just looks.
What do you mean?
There's a medieval encyclopedia that describes the basilisk like this. The basilisk is the king of snakes. All snakes fear the basilisk and flee at its sight, lest they be slain by its foul breath.
A snake to take out a snake, huh?
I don't mean to scare you or anything, but it never hurts to be careful.
Will do.
When the enemy spots you and goes on alert, they may call in a backup strike team. These assault teams are heavily armed, well-trained, and highly dangerous. Amanda's crew calls them commandos. Unlike the patrolmen, these guys will actively, relentlessly track and hunt you down like hounds.
Hounds to hunt a former foxhound. Bring it on.
They won't give up easily even if they lose sight of you. They'll clear out any likely hiding places they come across. So don't get too comfy in one spot, or you might get caught again. Keep your eyes fixed on them and what they're doing. Also, be aware that commando gear includes body armor, so don't think you can deal with them by going in guns blazing.
All I've got to do is find an exposed weak point, and...
Exactly. There's one type of commando you really need to watch out for, and that's the kind toting shotguns. They can take a few hits and still keep charging you. And believe me, you don't want them closing in between those shotgun blasts. When they start charging, you need to stop them immediately. Use something with serious stopping power.
Not 45.
Amanda, do I have to take the fork in the road back to the village?
People say there is a shortcut. Go back to the coffee factory entrance, then follow the path on the right. That will take you straight to the village. They may have increased security in that area, though.
Not surprising after what happened with the tank. What do I do once I'm back at the village?
Destroy the barricade at the north side. From there, you can reconnect with the transport route.
I'll need C4 for that. The explosion will bring everyone running, too. There's probably going to be a fight, one way or the other.
They might not see you if you stick to the narrower pathways. Then just climb over any obstacles. Don't let your guard down after taking out the barricade either.
There's a river in the mountains north of the village. You'll see a water pipe running across that's got a walkway you can use as a bridge. I guess they built it to carry water from the hydroelectric plant. To get there, though, you gotta get past the barricade north of the precinct.
Got it.
El Basilisco supposedly lives in the gorge up there, so be careful you don't get distracted and fall in the river.
Lord Sears
Not the
reference.
big monster I saw. I mean the real Basilisco.
A real one. The legendary king of snakes.
More like a lizard, I guess. It walks on top of the river.
A lizard that walks on water?
Man, you should see it. It's not that big, though. Only about 1 bada long.
Pretty good size for a lizard.
Yeah, but not nearly as big as a dinosaur.
So there's a real Basilisco that lives in the river?
I'm only saying I heard stories from people who said they saw it. But I know lots of places to find it in Nicaragua. Do you want to go have a look?
I don't have time for sightseeing.
You don't like lizards?
It's not that. I just think snakes taste better.
Who said anything about taste?
How about you? You like them?
Not that way. They do look kind of like dinosaurs, though. You don't think that's cool?
They're both reptiles, yeah. But there's a big difference size-wise.
I'll bet there are still big ones around somewhere. They say mammals multiplied and ate up their eggs. But they can't all be gone. They've gotta exist somewhere out there.
Dinosaur eggs, huh?
And animals are always evolving, right? Maybe they evolved so much, they don't even look like dinosaurs anymore.
Then you can't really call them dinosaurs, can you?
I guess not. Yeah, you're right. Dinosaurs have gotta be big.
Well, Florco, the idea is, but you can listen to tapes during gameplay. Yeah.
Go back to the prison camp. It's in the village where they were holding Chico.
Totally not because they were out of money, budget, resources, memory, and things that the engine could render. You know? I know. I've said it many times. It's absurd. Have you seen what happens if you try to listen to tapes during gameplay? Yep. I didn't get his asshole. Don't get me started. We'll have plenty of time later to go over it. I'm thinking of doing kind of a light version of the nonsense that I usually do. This is just too much, man.
Fulton recovered a helicopter. Head west from there, and it'll take you straight to the prison camp.
Nah, I mainly don't want to poison Peace Walker. Which is extremely hard not to compare the two because the structure is so similar, yeah. But whatever.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. If you cut across the prison cap, you'll find a gate leading north.
The barricade is further west.
Is there any call about the truck, I wonder?
The barricade is further west.
You'll have to destroy the gate.
The barricade is further west. The barricade is further west.
In casual playthrough Peace Walker, what is the most enjoyable grind? Probably completing Zeke. Yeah.
Plan a charge unless it's equipped.
It depends, because we do switch to a more complete save to do the second ending. So we only do a little bit of grinding to complete Zeke and then get the call about it. Because it's a crucial decision that they make to retrieve the nuke and put it on Zeke. You don't get to hear about it until... you only get to hear about it once. The first time you complete Zeke. And it kind of works out because you do a couple more AI weapons and you get the Strangelove tapes to go with it.
To plan a C4
And those are pretty good too.
Hold down the aim button and press the attack button. Good work, Snake.
You can shoot it. Not only you can shoot it, you can shoot it with a tranquilizer. Yeah, the big grind would be leveling up Mother Base enough so that you can build a platform so that you can have the scene happen on it. That one takes a few hours. And if you don't know what you're doing, it can be confusing. Fatman's detonator, yeah.
Snake, you're north of the village. The truck carrying the nukes is heading towards the heart of the mountain. That's its final destination. We've got no intel on what lies beyond, so stay sharp.
That scene changes though, and I'm just it looks at what weapon you had equipped before the scene started. So you could have the Mark 23 or the M9 equipped depending, which actually I think is a difference in could be substance, and it could be maybe a regional thing, because some time back Apache was playing the original NTSC Sons of Liberty, and I noticed that on the tanker at least, the gun didn't change. It defaulted to the USB, even though he had the M9 equipped before the guard rush. I wonder if the rest of the game does that. It's the very first, American release of MUS2, Sons of Liberty. They might have added that later, where it looks at your last equipped weapon.
Cross the bridge and head north.
There's also that scene where Raiden tries to shoot Vamp. right before the boss fight. And if you have the M9, it doesn't act like the tranquilizer at all. But it always defaults to Mark 23 for the scene after the Fortune boss fight, if you can call it a fight. Oh, I'm only starting to think about that now. Realized it. Does it default to USB on PS Vita? I don't know.
That's too tall to climb.
You should try it.
If only you had some equipment.
It definitely does it on PS3. The one scene that defaults to Mark 23 is after Fortune. I've never seen that one with the M9.
All right. Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Maybe each scene is handled differently.
Enemies close by.
Oh, you asshole.
They've got rocket launchers.
Nice aim. Ah. Hour 45 when it hits.
You have to get through that fort. Their base is beyond it.
Don't mind me.
Can't be imagining things. Huh.
Isn't there a guy here somewhere? Nope. Okay.
The base is beyond that fort. You've got to get past it somehow. That's some camouflage.
I'm already
job.
past it.
You couldn't even see this place from the satellite shots. That's some camouflage job. You couldn't even see this place from the satellite
But Mei
shots.
Ling can see the snowmobile.
Looks like the entrance is
And
on the
just one.
mountainside. Better hurry, Snake. You have to get through that.
Ah, it's time for the man himself.
Kaz, I'm inside the facility. There's rows and rows of trucks here.
If that's where they brought the nukes, then the truck we're after should be there.
Let's take a look at these license plates.
Can you tell which one of the trucks brought the nukes? One of them must have the same license plate as the one from the terminal.
Look at this. August 24th, 1963. Whose birthday is that?
Mr. Kojima?
Alright, now we can torture him for answers. And I don't know what this one is about, but you got fish. And 48273 is Ottocon's password in MGS4. Not sure if there's any other meaning to it.
Metal Gear.
Yeah. That's the right one, just repeated.
Nothing.
Then, of course, Mei Ling. It's frequency. You got the fish.
Where are they?
And then, oh yeah, that's right. Octai stuff here. Okay, just leave. You see that? Alright, this is the right one.
This is the one. The exhaust's still warm. But the cargo's already been offloaded.
Just a minute. This isn't what we agreed on.
It's too late. The changes have already been finalized.
You told me it was going to be a deterrent, that we wouldn't have to launch.
I am not arguing with you, Doctor. Our goal is to create the perfect deterrent.
That's why I agreed to help develop it.
However, in order to achieve that perfect deterrent, we must show the world our strength. 3 key principles ensure effective nuclear deterrence. First, you must have nuclear weapons. Second, you must never use them first. And third, and most important, if someone attacks you, you must strike back. Unless we prove beyond a doubt that these 3 principles work in practice, the world will not accept our new deterrent. And the only way to do that is to show them we're capable of actually launching a nuke.
But isn't deterrence supposed to stop nukes from being used?
Exactly. And so the one we launch will be the last one ever.
I won't let you use my creation like that.
Your creation? That thing wasn't even your idea to begin with. You stole it, didn't you?
Stole it? You're one to talk. You got the idea for bipedal locomotion from the communists in the first place.
You listen to me, Doc. Keep quiet. Do as I say. Not another word about stolen ideas. Should we succeed here, you'll be the toast of the scientific community. And your name will go down in history as champion of both progress and national security.
The hell with that!
Doctor! Unless we prove we're capable of launching, Peace Walker is useless as a deterrent. You used me! We used each other. I'll get my old director's job back at headquarters, and you'll finally be able to walk tall among your colleagues.
I won't let you get away with this!
How unfortunate. Guess I'll just have to take your legs for myself. Peace won't just come to us, Doc. We are going to have to meet it halfway. V for victory.
Wait!
Hey, you okay?
Don't do it!
Snap out of it. Where are the nukes?
He's gonna do it! He's gonna launch a nuke!
The Poopa. No. This Yui intro is so good that they had to use it twice.
Careful, Snake. I've never seen anything like that, and I've got no idea how to bring it down. Maybe the scientist knows. However you do it, take that thing out.
Paz, what was the government thinking building a power plant at the top of a mountain? With no river to replenish the water, the lake would dry up pretty quick.
If it were an ordinary power plant, but the plan called for a pumped storage power plant.
Pumped storage power plant? Kaz mentioned that too. What is that?
It is a facility that generates electricity by pumping water up to the lake, then letting it run back down.
Huh. Seems Sisyphean to me.
If they turned the water into electricity as soon as they had pumped it up, sure. But a pumped storage plant acts as a kind of battery.
A battery?
For instance, they could pump at night when there is surplus electricity and store it for later use. If they need extra power during the day, they can generate it using water pumped up during the night.
I get it. It's a little more difficult to adjust output with thermal or nuclear plants.
The thing is, Costa Rica won't have enough electricity to meet its needs. Right now, there is no surplus.
Maybe that's what put the brakes on the project. Must have played right into the CIA's hands.
Watch out! It's El Galapago. It reduces its body weight by blasting air underneath it. That makes it a lot faster than any tank. It also has a tight turning radius.
Any weak points?
Taking out its boosters could reduce its acceleration. You could also try destroying its machine guns.
I'll give it a shot.
We've lost many compas to that thing. Send it to the scrapyard.
Oh no, here we go.
Irasu has more than
That's
one crater,
right.
because he's erupted so many
You
times.
do this tape,
I heard most of them
it
filled
opens up
with
all the
rainwater
monster shit.
and became lakes.
Calderas, huh?
Calderas. Yeah, something like that. Hey, I got an idea. When you get to the lake, can you keep an eye out for weird animals for me? People all over the world tell stories about giant monsters living in lakes. Nessie in Loch Ness, Nahuelito in Argentina, Ogopogo in Canada.
Nessie, now we have a
I can
Nessie
hardly keep
emote.
track of them all. They say that all these sightings prove dinosaurs do still exist.
But Crater
Oh,
Lakes
what the
are
fuck? It
isolated.
has
They're not
Christmas
connected
shit
to
on it now?
rivers.
Yeah, but you know Mokele Mumbembe in the Congo River? He can walk on land. So maybe they moved there from some other lake.
Huh. You sure know a lot about UMAs.
There used to be a guy in El Frente who was a hunter. He taught me lots of things. He even said he once went to a place called Isla del
I can't unsee that. It's just a guy's hand.
Isla del Monstruo.
Someday, I'm gonna be a hunter and catch some rare animals. Right after we restore peace to our land, of course.
Here we go.
Did you ever hear of the Loch Ness Monster?
Now that one I know. Pretty much everyone's heard of old Nessie.
Great, so I don't have to explain. I think she's a long-lost dinosaur, don't you?
Sure. Why not?
One of the compas gave me a book about it, with photos. It looks exactly like the plesiosaur.
Then why does it only live in Loch Ness?
Well, it probably got cut off from the ocean. Back when Loch Ness was part of the ocean, some plesiosaurs became trapped there when the climate changed. There weren't any mammals there, so no natural predators. Today's Nessie is descended from those plesiosaurs.
Then wouldn't it make sense for there to be monsters in other lakes with similar climates?
Exactly. That's why there's been giant monster sightings in a bunch of other places. Like Nahuelito and Ogopogo. I don't know if there's one in Irasu too, but I know there's definitely something living in Lago Cosipolca.
You mentioned the Nahuelito. What is it?
It's a plesiosaur that lives in Lago Nahuel Huapi in Argentina. It's described a little differently, but I'm sure it's basically the same creature as Nessie. Except for one thing.
What?
Well, according to one theory, it's the result of a nuclear test back in the 50s.
What? There's no record of a nuclear test in Argentina in the 50s.
At the time, the president, General Juan Perón, was pushing hard to industrialize the country. I wouldn't be surprised if he conducted a top-secret nuclear test before he was overthrown in a coup.
Sounds a little far-fetched to me.
You think? Then maybe Nahuelito really is a dinosaur.
No, I didn't say that.
I mean, it's really pretty obvious.
Wait a minute.
Thanks for clearing that up, boss.
Dinosaur. What about the Ogopogo? And what kind of name is that anyway?
Ogopogo's a monster that lives in Okanagan Lake, in Canada. I guess it's an Indian name, because it's a legend passed down by the Indians.
A legend, huh? Well, then it's probably not.
There's written records of it, too. The first one was in 1872, and there's been more sightings since the start of the 20th century.
Uh-huh.
You starting to get into UMAs too, Snake?
Yeah, maybe.
UMA hunting. Now that's a real man's adventure. What do you say, Snake? After Nicaragua's at peace again, you want to go exploring together?
Well, we'll see. Might not be such a bad life.
Yeah, in Africa.
Mokele Mumbembe lives in the Congo River. There's nothing mysterious about it, though. It's already been confirmed as a real living dinosaur. The local people know all about it, and when they were shown a drawing of a brontosaurus, every one of them said it was Mokele Mumbembe. When peace returns to Nicaragua, I want to go to the Congo myself.
Well, the revolutionary movement in the Congo ended in failure, you know.
Yeah, I know. I wish we could do something to help, but Africa's awfully far away.
Africa.
Wonder if El Che ever saw Mokele Mumbembe. I wonder if I will.
Well, best to take care of business here before daydreaming about Africa.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
The foreshadowing. Kaz does talk about a site near Angola in the tape with Zero. Oh yeah, they've already had that in mind. Or I guess it's diamonds and shit. On top of that, Ground Zeroes was originally supposed to be on PSP as well. It's more of a continuation of Peace Walker than— oh, what the fuck am I doing? I didn't bring any. Or more of a continuation of Peace Walker than the prequel to Phantom Pain. And in that regard, Ground Zeroes is different than, for example, the Tanker or the Virtuous Mission. In MGS 2 and 3, it's not the same thing. Let's see. There we go. That's better. Yeah, Ground Zeroes was gonna be PSP. Crazy to think about it, I know. But if you think about it, it's just another Peace Walker MSF mission.
That's an AI weapon, the Pupa. It's fast, so be careful.
Shut the fuck up, Yui.
Shoot them, not me! Lie flat to avoid getting hit when it charges.
Ooh. Got too close.
Engaging shock units.
Oh no. That almost ended badly. Yeah, Ground Zeroes is pretty nice. Only a couple issues with it compared to Phantom Pain. It's like night and day how good it is. That makes a lot of sense to me that it wasn't supposed to be like, oh, tanker plan, purchase mission, snake eater operation. Yeah, it's not the same. Which would maybe somewhat explain the complete fucking disconnect in themes and in fuck, can't think of the other word. Get down.
If you destroy the boosters on the left and right, you can stop it from charging at you.
I guess the difference in themes and seriousness of it all. It's complete fucking disconnect. And overall feel of the setting. Alright, let's make our own AI weapon. Wait, who the fuck are you though? We don't know who Huey is yet, but he's talking about making our own AI weapon. Maybe because having Ottocon's voice, maybe they thought it would be familiar to people already. I don't know. He has Ottocon's voice in Japanese too, right? Pretty sure he does.
By destroying the mechanical components that they control. Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want.
They just fucked up. Yeah, they just made it like every other AI pod section where you have the message from Huey. Maybe they just didn't do it for the first time, for the first one. Did I leave any over there? It doesn't really matter, but the ones that are blacked out are not available. But even if you do leave some that you can grab, it doesn't matter because we're not gonna be fighting Zeke with it too much.
A prototype. I made it myself.
Who are you?
I work here. Well, used to anyway.
Nothing happens if you don't remove any boards. You're just waiting for the time to run out. The boards are to make your Zeke smarter and faster and better, but
and who might you be?
We're not gonna be fighting Zeke on this save anyway.
Mercenaries.
Me, I'm an entomologist.
A fighting entomologist?
Yeah, I specialize in butterflies. I'm here to catch Ulysses.
Ulysses? Huh. I didn't think they lived in Costa Rica. Morphos, maybe?
That's it. Need to get some before the Washington Treaty goes into effect.
Says here Morphos aren't covered under the treaty.
Must have slipped my mind.
You sure you're feeling all right?
Anyway, long story short, the butterfly got away. So how about it, Doc? Did you make that big butterfly too?
Yes. And no.
Big Boss's little cover stories are endearing, though.
What are they doing here?
In this game, all his silly little cover stories that he can't keep up.
The nukes were loaded on that machine. The project's entering its final phase.
Project?
That's right. The thermonuclear warheads they brought in, the bases scattered throughout Costa Rica, the mercenaries, the AI weapons, the research we were conducting here. It's all for this. We used this facility to develop unmanned weapons.
Unmanned?
Robots. The one you just fought was a pupa. There's also a flying type called Chrysalis, and a treaded type, the Cocoon. Motor control, target detection, tracking, attack, capture, and transport functions are all controlled by an electronic brain. There's no need for a human pilot.
You can see the Mark II on the desk there.
Commands, though.
Why build them here?
For the CIA. They invited me here a year ago.
That's what that guy was.
What a time paradox.
CIA's station chief.
Yeah, he's vaping.
America. Goes by the name of Hot Coldman. Apparently he was some sort of hero back at the height of the Cold War. He's the one running the show. We called it the Peace Walker Project.
Peace Walker?
They're going to deploy a new type of nuclear weapon along the Caribbean coast of Latin America. A mobile, unmanned nuclear platform.
Unmanned nuclear platform?
A fail-deadly system that can automatically move into position and launch a retaliatory nuclear strike. It can move on its own, and stealth shields it from radar and satellite detection, drastically reducing the risk of it being destroyed in a preemptive strike.
And this is the new deterrent?
Supposed to be. The problem is the locomotion system. There's no dry season in the Caribbean. It rains all year round. The terrain is full of tropical rainforest. A lot of the time you can't even build a proper road. So I went back to where it all started.
What's that?
Legs. Walking power. A mobile launcher carrying a thermonuclear warhead even more powerful than the Soviet RDS-220s. That's Peace Walker.
Chico's Basilisco.
We did the assembly and field testing here.
A walking nuke.
I sort of borrowed the original idea from behind the Iron Curtain.
The missing link between infantry and artillery. Metal Gear.
Metal Gear. But they'd actually need to deploy dozens of them. Coldman needs funding for that. And to get it, he's planning a test, which will also serve as a demonstration for the folks back at Langley.
Wait, he's launching a nuke to prove that his perfect deterrent works?
In his words, to prove that if someone attacks us, we will strike back. Put simply, nuclear deterrence is the idea of using nukes to keep nukes in check. If one side launches nuclear weapons, the other is sure to launch theirs in retaliation, which makes launching an act of suicide. In the end, neither side can use its nukes. It's thanks to this doctrine that the world's two superpowers have avoided all-out confrontation. Nuclear deterrence has brought us peace. At the very least, it's prevented another world war from breaking out. But the theory of nuclear deterrence exists only on paper. In reality, there's no guarantee that either side would follow through with retaliation. There's the chance that a preemptive strike could destroy all the missile bases, render them unable to retaliate. But the biggest flaw in the theory is that the decision to retaliate has to be made by human beings. Let me give you a real-world example. Let's say Country X launches first against Country Y. If the people in charge of Country Y are like you and me, they're not going to be able to retaliate, knowing that they're effectively ending all human life.
So then the weak link in nuclear deterrence theory is the uncertainty of retaliation.
Bingo. And that creates a loophole Country X can exploit to launch the first strike. Which is why we designed the system to be unmanned. With Peace Walker, retaliation is certain. It chooses the appropriate target and launches a retaliatory nuclear strike, every time, without needing human input to make the call. Launching a nuclear strike against Peace Walker is tantamount to pushing the launch button against yourself. It closes the loophole in nuclear deterrence theory, rendering our friends in Country X completely unable to launch. What Coleman is saying is that to achieve this goal, we need to demonstrate that retaliation will be carried out by a machine. He will launch his nuke. And then his version of deterrence will be complete.
And you believe him?
I believe in peace through nuclear deterrence.
Why?
My father worked on the Manhattan Project. He put his whole life into that research. And all it created was this illusion of peace called deterrence. And then I was born, unable to walk. I had no choice but to face up to the nukes. But if they do end up launching, it'll all have been for nothing. They've got to be stopped.
Where'd they take the warheads?
To a base near the border. The final test is 5 days from now.
Where's the base?
You're gonna stop them? It's kind of a hike. And besides, there's a surefire way to halt the project. You see, Peace Walker isn't quite finished yet.
What do you mean?
It's missing one last critical structural component. The AI.
Funny, you could say the same about Phantom Pain. See, Phantom Pain isn't quite finished
The
yet.
electronic brain
It's
I was
missing
working on
the
can
AI.
only follow commands like, go there,
Oh,
attack
fuck.
that. I guess you could compare it to the human cerebellum. But for nuclear deterrence to work, it must function in place of a human decision maker. It needs something to analyze the huge volumes of data coming in and select an appropriate target for retaliation. Hence, it needs the high-level decision-making ability of a cerebrum.
A mechanical cerebrum.
The hardware configuration is modeled on the human brain, similar to the pod I worked on, but its role is completely different.
Where's it being made?
A research lab to the north. An AI expert named Dr. Strangelove is developing it. Very hush-hush.
Dr. Strangelove?
Strangelove was recruited from the States, too. In the field of AI, there's no one better, that's for sure. But man, what a basket case. She hates everybody. Go to the lab and destroy Peace Walker's cerebrum. I'm pretty sure they haven't finished the final calibrations yet. I'll lend you my ID card. It'll get you through security at the lab. Oh, and one more thing.
What's this? A letter of recommendation?
Yeah, it's from me to Dr. Strangelove. Don't read it, okay?
So what will you do now?
I'm done with science. At this rate, I'm probably already halfway to hell anyway.
Not so fast. Why not join us? Our place is outer heaven. You'd fit right in.
Outer heaven?
Yeah.
I'm probably better suited to something like that than this paradise.
Good. You get a free balloon trip for signing up. Enjoy it. You'll feel like a butterfly.
You're an agent, right? Who do you work for?
Me? I was a Cold War tool, same as you. Now I'm not so useful anymore, so they cut me loose. I don't answer to anyone. Call me Snake.
Snake? That name seems familiar somehow.
Yeah, it's probably just deja vu.
See that there? Beyond the cloud forest? See those ruins?
Yeah.
That's where you'll find Dr. Strangelove's lab.
Snake, the doctor's safe here with us.
Huey, how are you feeling?
Never better. This is quite the pad you've got here, boss. I'm impressed.
Call me Snake.
Whatever you say. Like it or not, everyone here calls you boss. By the way, if you're at all interested in improving your tech, by all means assign me to the R&D section. I'm pretty sure I'll be of some use. Once we have the necessary materials and blueprints, we can start work on that bipedal mech.
I appreciate that, but are you sure you're okay with having your work used for war?
I'll be using it to keep past mistakes in check. If I can help thwart the Peace Walker project, I'm happy to do it.
Deterrence theory, Huey style, huh?
Anyway, if you need any intel on the enemy's weapons or electronic brains, contact me. I've been given my own frequency.
Sounds good to me, Doc. I'll do that.
Good. Whatever the means, you must put a stop to their plans.
Hey, boss. You mind if we powwow for a sec?
What now? MSF brand rations?
Actually, that sounds... No. With all the men we have now, it may be time we started sending some of them to other countries.
You mean dispatching mercs?
How else are we gonna keep feeding the crew we have?
I know. You're right.
Okay. To deploy troops, select Outer Ops from the Mother Base menu. If it goes really well, we might even get new recruits, weapon design specs, or leads on new missions. We can deploy any vehicles or large-scale weapons in our arsenal as well.
And if things don't go really well?
Yeah, we could lose men. I won't try and force you. You're the one calling the shots here, boss.
Alright, let's go take a quick look at Mother Base, and then it's time for Huey tapes. Some of the best tapes in the game. Huey's, Strangelove's, and some of Kaz's tapes. Probably the best. Okay, everybody's starving though. Okay. They're still starving. Only 92%. Let's see. Maybe it's time to fire some people. Or like this guy. Many mouths to feed. Sorry, Kojima. Get out of here. Konami Simulator.
You're fired.
Oh, Kojima only took 1%. Damn. The irony of haters saying you're fired to Kojima. Damn, how is it that we don't have... fuck it. Just put a couple of these guys in there. Okay. Moist Nugget. It's actually not that useful. I like this. This one's nice. This one's nice. We're too poor for that. Okay. There's a letter. We're gonna be reading it. You have to come visit me. We can shoot a Moist Nugget together.
Snake, Peace Walker is the heart of the enemy's project.
Didn't it say one of the first submachine guns?
Either shut down or destroy the artificial intelligence that functions as its brain. According to Huey, that AI is now undergoing final calibrations in Strangelove's
was developing.
It's inside a tropical cloud forest. Slip in and terminate that AI before they ship it out.
Actually, you know what? We're gonna play that again later because we're gonna forget during Huey's tapes. All right. Get comfy because these are really good.
Doc, I'm starting to sense your feelings about nukes are a little different from your colleagues.
How do you mean?
Your little chat with Coldman back there.
I told you my father worked on the Manhattan Project, right? You're familiar with it?
The basics, yeah. It was the project that kicked off the nuclear age.
That's right. Some of the finest minds of the 20th century, including multiple Nobel Prize winners, worked on it. They spent over $2 billion, and that's in 1940s money. It culminated in the successful nuclear test at Alamogordo on July 16th, 1945.
And the first use in combat a few weeks later. Doc?
I can't walk.
What?
My spine isn't shaped like everybody else's. I can't move my lower body, so I've never taken a single step, not since I was born.
What's that got to do with your dad being in the Manhattan Project?
As a result of his research, my father was exposed to high doses of radiation. It can't be a coincidence that my chromosomes are messed up. That's why I didn't want for these nukes to be another sword of Damocles. I wanted to give them a real purpose, to be a deterrent against war.
Doc.
And Coldman, we have to stop him, whatever it takes. August 6th, 1945, Hiroshima. August 9, Nagasaki.
The atom bomb attacks on Japan.
My father was married to his work. I don't have a single memory of going places or doing stuff with him on weekends. But even as a kid, I knew on some level that it was for his family. I respected him. My mother used to tell me all the time, "Your father is a brilliant scientist. He saved countless American boys from death. You should be proud of him."
Yeah. You could say the war ended because of those bombs.
When I was in the 5th grade, a Japanese student transferred to our class. She showed me photos of Hiroshima after the bomb. I couldn't believe my eyes. A city of over 350,000 people reduced to a scorch mark on the ground by a single atomic bomb. Houses blown off their foundations, burned to ashes. The only things left standing were the skeletons of steel-framed buildings. And it wasn't just the buildings. Blackened corpses on the side of the road. Survivors covered head to toe in severe burns. Within a few months, over 70,000 had died in Nagasaki, twice that in Hiroshima. For years after that, I couldn't talk to my father. Couldn't even stand to look at his face.
I know how you feel, Doc. But your father's your father.
If he hadn't worked on that project, my body wouldn't be like this. I could be researching something else. I could have lived a normal life. It wasn't so long ago the world stood on the brink of nuclear war.
Just over on the other side of the Caribbean.
I was 17 at the time. I'd skipped a few grades and was a sophomore at MIT. I remember feeling kind of apathetic about the news that came in every day. It seemed clear to me that as long as they had a grasp of the concept of nuclear deterrence, there was nothing to fear.
Either that, or they were fanning that fear on purpose.
As a way to secure a bigger defense budget? Huh, I can see that. But if that was their plan, it kind of backfired.
Because it ushered in the era of détente between East and West.
Coldman's really gonna do it this time. Once the nuclear genie is out of the bottle, the yoke of deterrence is going to be meaningless. People will die. Cities will burn. We have to stop him now before it's too late to turn back.
So you've been doing nuclear research your whole life?
No, not really. At first I wanted to be an aerospace engineer. For me, the Sputnik launch was a good shock, not a bad one. I thought the age when science was used for war was over, and that a glorious age of space exploration was dawning. The year I skipped ahead and got into MIT, Gagarin went into orbit, which made me more excited than ever. Of course, even back then, I knew the space race was just another facet of the Cold War.
Moscow had a leg up on us, and we were desperate to catch up.
I know. But for me, it was a happy time. I joined NASA, got to do the kind of research I loved. Our nation's prestige hinged on our work. They gave us whatever resources we asked for. I knew you could turn a rocket into an ICBM by fitting it with a nuclear warhead, but that didn't bother me so much. It didn't last long, though. The space and nuclear arms races took up enormous sums of money. America beat Russia to the moon, but that's where it ended.
Then came détente.
Exactly. NASA's budget was slashed as a result. My father being a nuclear expert and all, they put me to work on a more obvious deterrent. Missiles. At NASA, I'd been researching a locomotion system for lunar exploration. Tires aren't suited to driving around on the moon, you know. And that's how I caught Coldman's eye. The aim of the Peace Walker project is to achieve robust nuclear deterrence across Central America, by deploying a new nuclear weapon system along the Caribbean coast. Peace Walker is also the name of the system itself.
A nuclear weapon named Peace. I can just see the look on Kaz's face. So why exactly does this new system need legs in the first place?
Because it's a walker, an unmanned weapon moving under its own power and capable of launching a deterrent strike from anywhere. That's the whole idea behind Peace Walker. The reason Peace Walker is a mobile nuclear weapon system is to maximize its potential as a nuclear deterrent.
How so?
If need be, Peace Walker can stay constantly on the move so that the adversary can't pinpoint its position. That allows it to avoid preemptive enemy strikes.
So you're saying it keeps the retaliation card in play?
Coldman likes to brag about it in this way.
Like a land-based version of an SSBN.
And there's another reason for them to be mobile. Peace Walker also has a self-destruct function.
Why would Peace Walker need a self-destruct function?
You saw it, didn't you, Snake? That sphere on Peace Walker's head?
Yeah?
That's a hydrogen bomb.
What? You're telling me that thing's a thermonuclear device? Do they have any idea what kind of destruction that thing would cause?
I know, it's crazy. I mean, even overkill has its limits. If it's strategic value they want, they could have gone with something smaller. It's like they want a weapon on par with Russia's Tsar Bomba.
This arms race is running way out of control.
It's an evolutionary dead end. A saber-toothed tiger. You can't load a warhead that big on a missile, of course. And no strategic bomber could carry it. That's where Peace Walker comes in.
So, it waltzes into enemy territory carrying a hydrogen bomb and blows itself up. Christ.
The biggest nuclear warhead ever actually detonated was the Soviet RDS-220, nicknamed Tsar Bomba. It had an estimated yield of 57 megatons, 10 times as much power as all the explosives used throughout World War II. The test took place on October 30, 1961, above Novaya Zemlya. The explosion is believed to have created a fireball over 2 miles in diameter. Can you believe that? Like a miniature sun. The explosion was seen as far off as Finland, 600 miles away. And some people even reported windows shattering. The shock wave traveled 3 times around the Earth.
3 times?
Peace Walker is armed with a massive hydrogen bomb, even more destructive than Tsar Bomba. It can sneak into enemy territory, lie low, and in the event of an enemy nuclear strike, detonate itself in retaliation. And the locomotion system that lets it do that? My research. Snake, those legs were supposed to make my dream come true. Now they're about to jump the fence of nuclear deterrence. You have to stop them. I'll apply all my energy into developing weapons and equipment to help you do it.
Sounds like a deal. What made you put an AI into Peace Walker?
Well, for one thing, because it can't be manned. Peace Walker's designed to enter enemy territory and blow itself up, if necessary. You can't put a person inside a weapon that could blow at any time, can you? So we equipped it with an AI instead.
That's strangely humane of you.
And besides, Peace Walker was designed as a bipedal weapon system. You can't imagine how hard it shakes when it walks. It'd turn a man into mush. Plus, when launching a nuclear missile, it has to perform ballistic calculations in real time. See? Because it's always moving.
Hold on. If that's all it does, then a high-performance computer ought to do the job. It doesn't need intelligence.
That's a very good point, Snake. Which brings me to the real reason. Peace Walker needs AI to make decisions regarding nuclear retaliation. It's what ensures perfectly mutual assured destruction.
I've heard all this before. You want a war between machines?
We'd never actually launched the first nuke, of course. It's strictly a counterattack system. Only a politician could make such an illogical decision as starting a nuclear war. Conversely, if an adversary launches a nuke at us, the AI will not fail to retaliate. Therefore, the adversary can't launch. The AI guarantees it.
Even so, launching nukes without authorization?
Boomer captains have the authority to launch if land communications are cut off? It's the same principle.
Not even the captain of a boomer can make that decision alone. The way I heard it, that's the only situation where insubordination is allowed.
Only because humans are imperfect. That's Coldman's line of thinking.
You're saying that machines don't make mistakes? That's a myth. Worse than that, it's blind faith.
We wouldn't put our faith, our fate, into the hands of any ordinary machine. That's what the AI is for. The decision to launch a retaliatory strike requires high-level judgment. You have to take into account not only the state of the war, but the entire world. And sometimes, you need to make a guess based on incomplete information.
Huh. You think an AI can do all that?
Yeah. At least Dr. Strangelove does.
Wonder what happens if you tell ChatGPT to pick a nuclear retaliation target given whatever data that they give Peace Walker, 1500 Soviet ICBMs. Incoming. Yeah, go to ChatGPT and tell her there's 1500 Soviet ICBMs coming to the east coast of the United States. Pick the best retaliation target. Yeah, let's see how relevant this is.
Peace Walker is fitted with several close-range weapons. We'd also planned for it to be able to enter enemy territory and self-detonate.
Wonderful. What exactly are we dealing with here?
Well, the flamethrowers for one thing. One in the front and one in the rear. Then there are the S-mines. They're like cluster bombs. It scatters them from its leg hatches. If you see those open, you better clear out quickly. And finally, the rockets. These can travel quite a distance, so stay sharp. On the other hand, it can't fire them from too close. But then again, there are those flamethrowers. It can also use its legs as weapons against any infantry on the ground.
Ouch.
But remember, Peace Walker technically isn't complete. With just the reptile pod, it can only perform relatively simple maneuvers. They've got certain quirks, too. What's more, look
I think the
carefully
state
and you
might be out
should
of
be able
order.
to predict which attack is coming next.
I don't think this tape should be here. It should be when you're actually fighting it. He's talking about the reptile pod ahead of time. Yeah, probably misplaced tape.
Okay, but why does Peace Walker need to walk on two legs? I'd think treads would be good enough.
You'd be wrong. As you know, the terrain in Central America is rugged and complex, especially along the Caribbean coast of Costa Rica. You've got jungles, swamps, mountains, and the only way to get across all that terrain, no matter how rugged, is on legs.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be tough to cross a swamp, even on legs?
It wasn't easy, that's for sure. The reason we picked Costa Rica as a proving ground is because we can test it on every type of terrain.
This Peace Walker project the CIA's talking about, you believed in it, huh?
Yeah, I believed. Actually, maybe I just wanted to believe.
What do you mean?
Here's how Coldman explained it. Peace Walker's a weapon for peace. One to ensure true nuclear deterrence. It'd be the anchor to bring stability to Central America. He told me, the nuclear weapon system you've built will never be
but what
used.
if...
It will forever stand vigil as an icon of peace. And to achieve that, he needed my bipedal locomotion technology. To be honest, I was flattered.
Flattered?
Wouldn't you be? My colleagues in the scientific community have never taken me seriously. They told me bipedal locomotion was a pipe dream, that it'd never amount to anything. It was the first time anybody recognized my work. How could I not be happy? And besides, it was my chance to surpass my father. To create nukes for peace. Or so I thought anyway.
But Coldman's really going through with it.
Yeah. Makes perfect sense, really. No one would give the project any notice unless they could prove that an unmanned system is capable of launching a nuke.
Why is Coldman going to launch a nuke? If all he wants to do is prove the AI retaliation system works, he doesn't need to put a live warhead on it.
I agree. He could demonstrate the system by launching the missile alone, without a warhead. I asked him the same thing at first. He said there was no point in using a dummy missile. That it'd take an actual nuclear launch to deter potential enemies. Launching the real deal gives him a leg up in negotiations with Langley. That's what he's really after. I based the bipedal locomotion technology used in Peace Walker on Soviet research. Actually, I'll be honest with you. I stole most of the basic ideas behind it.
Soviet? Bipedal? You mean Granin?
You know him?
Yeah. I met him at his lab in Russia. He helped me out a little bit.
You met him? What were you?
He was head of the Granin Design Bureau, creator of countless Soviet weapons.
I'd hit a wall in my research at the time. Granin's ideas solved nearly all my problems.
There's nothing unusual about using somebody else's work to further your own research, is there?
As long as you cite it, yeah. But I wasn't in a position to do that. His research was classified at the highest level. Soviet research, no less.
So you used it without telling anybody?
I wanted to show up my colleagues for once. The ones who never took me seriously. But you reap what you sow. Coldman seized on that vulnerability. Told me if I quit the project, he'd expose my larceny.
He had you by the balls, Doc. How'd you get your hands on Granin's research?
That was also Coldman. He used his agency contacts to get a hold of it.
Giving you stolen information, then using it to blackmail you. Damn.
I knew it was Granin's work the minute I saw it. See, I'd been corresponding with him for a while.
Corresponding?
Letters. Between scientists doing the same kind of research. He always complained that nobody understood his ideas on bipedal locomotion.
Ah, so you're the American friend he was talking about.
Obviously, he didn't write a word about the technology in his letters. Except for one time. If by chance anything should happen to me, I entrust my research to you. Better that than handing it over to these ignorant so-called scientists.
Sounds like him, all right.
Then one day, his papers actually came. It wasn't hard for me to imagine what had happened to him. I felt it was my duty to carry on his work after him. And also...
What?
I thought maybe combining his technology with mine could be a way to bring East and West together. Like the docking of Apollo and Soyuz.
It'll never make the history books. And it's still not a reason to plagiarize.
You're right. You're absolutely right. I never had the courage to tell the truth, that's all. I always looked for excuses to cover it up.
Until now.
Huh?
You told me everything. You're no longer a coward.
Metal Gear.
Huh? What about it?
You mumbled that when I first explained about Peace Walker. I'm curious what it meant.
Exactly what it says. Metal Gear. Granin coined the term.
Granin did?
He thought of his technology as the metal gear that meshes infantry with artillery.
I like the sound of that. Metal Gear. It's got a nice ring to it. Better than an outright lie like Peace Walker, anyway.
Those papers the CIA gave you, was there any data on the Shagohod in there?
Shagohod?
A nuclear tank that launches IRBMs. It competed against Granin's system for approval.
Oh, the thing with the rockets. Designed by a guy named Sokolov, right?
What's so funny?
No, I was just remembering some of the commentary Granin added to the Shagohod papers. You should have seen the way he badmouthed it. It was too conservative, too ugly.
I can imagine.
He was so angry when he wrote that, he smeared up the ink. And you know how shoddy the paper is over there to begin with.
I'll bet. That's Granin, all right.
Imagine accelerating the launcher itself to 300 miles an hour to extend the range of an IRBM. As stupid as it sounds, it's a hell of a concept. Who but the Soviets would think of using a tank as the first stage of a rocket? I actually took a cue from the Shagohod when I developed the Pupa.
That hovercraft thing? You stole that one too?
Give me a little credit. I only borrowed the concept. The technology is original. As it turned out, hover technology wasn't enough to handle all the terrain in Central America. It relied too much on brute force.
But the Shagohod was a major threat. That thing could corner like you wouldn't believe. Built pretty tough, too.
You sure know a lot about it.
It almost did me in. I couldn't forget it if I tried.
Did you in? So you were the one who took it down. Wow! You really are amazing.
I didn't do it alone.
No, seriously, thank you. We might not be here today if they'd begun mass-producing that thing. Then again, they're hard at work now miniaturizing nuclear warheads. Pretty soon they won't even need an accelerated launcher like the Shagohod.
Great. That means they're that much closer to being able to launch from anywhere in the world. Chico called Peace Walker the Basilisco.
Basilisco? Oh, right, Spanish. That's funny. I once used the codename Basilisk for the Peace Walker platform myself.
What for?
The class of lizards called basilisks can walk atop any type of terrain. In a pinch, they can even stand up on two legs and run across water. Perfect name for a system that can walk anywhere in Central America, right? Plus, there are the legends.
What legends?
The basilisks of legend were highly venomous creatures. There's a story told by the ancient Romans. A knight slew a basilisk by piercing it with his spear. The creature's poison seeped up the spear and killed both horse and rider. Remind you of anything, Snake?
Nuclear deterrence.
Bingo. Kill it, and you die along with it. Your hands are bound. I wanted Peace Walker to be like that.
You should know that people aren't that rational. Sometimes people do things that don't make sense, even when they know they're going to die. Or maybe it's because of that.
Maybe you're right. But that's exactly what I don't understand.
So this Dr. Strangelove was at NASA?
Yeah. Well, actually, Strangelove left for DARPA not long after I joined.
And then the two of you ended up back together doing research in Costa Rica.
Not exactly together. We coordinated on a few things, but the research projects themselves were separate from each other. We had it worked out so that Dr. Strangelove handled the mammal pod, Peace Walker's cerebrum, while I did the rest.
That letter, something to do with your research?
Huh? No, it's yeah, it's a report. Research findings.
Research findings? Anything in there we could use against Peace Walker?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Just don't read it, okay? Promise me you won't?
Yeah, totally. So we could read it right now, but it's not really going to do anything until we recruit Strangelove. At a certain point in the story where it also unlocks the tape about having read the letter. Okay. These are all about this mission? Okay.
Snake, Peace Walker is the heart of the enemy's project. To prevent its completion, you'll need to either shut down or destroy the artificial intelligence that functions as its brain. According to Huey, that AI is now undergoing final calibrations in Strangelove's lab. It's inside a tropical cloud forest. Slip in and terminate that AI before they ship it out.
We've also confirmed that some of the enemies specialize in ambushes. Amanda's crew calls them scouts. They'll blend themselves in with the terrain and the vegetation. Then, when they see you, they'll swoop in. They fight pretty much like commandos, and will use clearing techniques to flush you out. In addition to wielding normal weapons, the scouts also carry wires.
Sounds like these guys know their CQC.
Could be. We've been getting reports of CQC attacks being blocked by wires. Stay alert.
Are there any large-scale ruins in Costa Rica, Paz?
There is a place east of Cartago called Guajabu. They have ruins there, but they're not especially big.
Not the place I'm thinking of. Any others?
Well, if you go a little way across the border into Nicaragua, there is a place called La Fortaleza de la Inmaculada Concepción. That is the only famous one.
Then what were those ruins I saw from up on Irasu?
There are a lot of things we still do not know about Costa Rica's ancient civilizations. There are giant stone spheres throughout the country. What they were used for is still a mystery.
Giant stone balls.
The cloud forests cover the central mountainous region of the country. They are perpetually shrouded in fog. You get wet just standing there. It is as if the entire forest is inside a cloud.
Must make for poor visibility.
It does, but beauty too. It is like being lost in some mystical green labyrinth.
I'd rather not get lost, if that's okay.
The forests are also home to lots of rare animals, especially bright-colored frogs. They like the humidity.
You know that butterfly painted on Peace Walker? Any idea what that is?
It is a morpho, a Pallades morpho, if I'm not mistaken.
Pallades morpho?
Uh-huh. It is the most common type of morpho in Costa Rica.
Huh.
It has these gorgeous metallic blue wings that shimmer in the light. You can see them even from a distance.
You mean they reflect light?
Correct. It is called structural color. Morpho scales have tiny bumps on them that interfere with the light and make them look blue. The space between the bumps corresponds to the wavelength of the blue light.
Let me see if I get this. So if you could change the spacing, you'd end up seeing a different color.
That is the principle. I heard somewhere it is being researched as a way to color cloth without dye.
Think of the camouflage you could make with that.
Is that all you can think of?
Hey, it's important. What I don't get is why they'd put a butterfly on Peace Walker.
Maybe because it looks pretty.
I hope that's all it is.
Whatever happened to this wavelength coloring technique thing? Sounds actually kind of interesting. Did nobody ever do anything with it? Huh.
This area is a tropical cloud forest, continually covered in a thick mist. It is quite a mystical place.
Selva de la Leche. Forest of milk. I can barely see in front of me.
There you go again. The forest is basically sitting in a cloud, so of course it's going to be hard to see. But you know, the cloud forest is the only place many exotic creatures can live.
Well, if they're not edible, I'm not interested.
Snake, I'll have you know people travel from all around the world to witness Costa Rica's unique fauna. Snake, watch out for the frogs.
Why? They bite? Relax. No frog's ever eaten a snake. Although, I've feasted on a few frog's legs myself.
But they are dangerous. They are poisonous.
Poisonous?
Poison dart frogs live up to their name, I assure you. Their poison is so strong. The Indígena use them to make poison-tipped arrows. Some secrete poison through their skin. Even touching them can be dangerous. So don't go petting them or anything.
So I can't eat one?
I am warning you.
From here on in, you'll be in a cloud forest. The ground is covered in vegetation. You'll have plenty of hiding places, but so will the enemy.
I'll keep an eye out for scouts.
Trying to force your way through would be suicide. Know the enemy's location before making any moves. Too bad you don't have some sort of radar.
I could try night vision.
Once you know where an enemy is, decide how you want to handle him. You could get into his blind spots.
Or drop him from a distance before he even has a clue someone's around. An eye for an eye, right? Chico, you know much about cloud forests?
Not that much. All I know is there's a world of difference between a rainy rainforest and a foggy cloud forest. But they have some things in common. But like for instance, you gotta watch out for poison dart frogs. Both rain and cloud forests have high humidity, so they're perfect environments for frogs and other amphibians. I mean, it's not like just touching a strawberry poison dart frog or a dying dart frog is going to kill you. But don't eat them, no matter how hungry you get.
I can get all the rations I need from Mother Base. No jungle food for me this time.
Seriously? You're not disappointed you don't get to eat wild animals?
What do you think I am?
Just kidding. In Colombia, though, there's a frog, the golden dart frog, that's lethal to the touch.
How do you know all this?
Come on. Don't you think poisonous animals are cool?
Not if you get poisoned by one.
Well, obviously. One more thing. When you get to the forest, be on the lookout for Bigfoot.
I think I'll be okay there.
Bigfoot is an ape-man that lives in the Rocky Mountains. In the local Indian language, he's known as Sasquatch. And get this, he's over 3 vara. Can you believe that?
So he's kind of like a gorilla?
Completely different. Even the biggest gorillas only get to about 2 vara, and they walk on their knuckles. Bigfoot's big, and he walks on 2 feet, like people.
So he's more man than ape?
Probably. His ancestors must have split off from humans at some point. Like before they started using tools and stuff.
Yeah, but aren't the Rockies kind of far away from here?
Not that far. According to Darwin, humans came all the way over here from Africa. Plus, there have been sightings in Venezuela of an ape-man called Mono Grande. Costa Rica has tons of plant and animal species. So I'd expect there to be at least one kind of ape-man.
At least? Gotta admit, I've never heard of Mono Grande.
Yeah, he's not as famous as Bigfoot. He's similar, but he lives in Venezuela. He's not that big, less than 2 vara, but he's way more ferocious than Bigfoot. Huh. I wonder just how mean he is. Like when he catches his prey, does he punch it to death?
That's the law of the wild. You catch your prey, you kill it, and you eat it.
Yeah. But punching is way more ferocious than biting.
Well, maybe it seems that way because that's what humans do. You really love UMAs, don't you, Chico?
Do you know what I think? I think UMAs should be dangerous. Otherwise, where's the fun in hunting them?
Alright, some accidental gameplay in these tapes. A little bit of sound sign there. You hear the... Was it a mule? When you start going. The Phantom Hero. 2 chapters.
Snake, how's the mule treating you?
At this pace, I should be there by tomorrow morning.
You've got to hurry. The AI could be completed any time now.
It'd be nice to have a guide.
Already on it. I've enlisted Paz to help you. She knows the jungle pretty well.
Snake, I know you are an expert in survival, but you need to stay alert. You are in an ancient jungle so foggy, you can hardly see the trees. It is home to 2,500 species of plants, including 400 types of orchids. There are also 500 species of butterflies, and over 400 species of wild birds. The bedrock is solid enough that Mayan ruins have miraculously survived centuries of earthquakes.
An AI lab in a Mayan ruin. Who'd have thought, hey, Huey?
My sentiments exactly. That doesn't mean security's any less tight, though. You still have the ID card I gave you, don't you?
Got it right here.
That'll get you through the gate, no problem. After that, you're on your own. As long as the AI remains unassembled, Coldman's plan's on ice.
What about security inside the lab?
Well, it shouldn't be a problem for you. Strangelove demanded that the security presence inside the lab be kept to a minimum.
It's not all good news, Snake. Coldman knows we're here. He's raised security in the area surrounding the lab. You'll be seeing a lot of that Chrysalis UAV, and a bunch of patrol choppers too. There may be scouts in the jungle lying in ambush. As you approach the lab, be extra vigilant.
I'll be careful.
They're looking for you. Stay sharp. Snake, Strangelove's lab is a few miles to the north. It won't be long before the AI is complete. Don't let that happen.
The first Snake tells Chico that he's not gonna eat the frogs. Then he tells Paz that he wants to eat the frogs. And then he ends up eating fish. What?
Careful. If there's enemy scouts around here, they'll be nearly impossible to see.
Oh, I can get all the rations I want from Mother Base. Eats fish in the wild. Okay. I guess I should get these fools. Oh no! Don't remind me. Who's this mission?
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete. Watch out. Enemy search may not.
Someday I'll go back to farming that shit. What if Master Collection Volume 2 has Peace Walker, and then we gotta do it again? With no transferring. And possibly no co-op? No online at all? Ugh. Now that would be idiotic. Peace Walker without online component. You can't get Insignias, you can't do shit without it, so nah. I don't believe it. The Kojimas. But wouldn't I need a bunch of perfect S ranks to get Kojimas?
I just heard footsteps.
Oh shit, he's still up. What the fuck is this guy? Oh, that's right, though. I forgot that they do exist, the perfect S-Ranks. I'm always thinking of the combat recruitment thing. It's hard to get perfect S-Ranks with that one. Is the Intel Sniper just natural S rank without morale? Don't remember, it's been so long. Okay. That's pretty easy, you just raid the Sniper for Kojima. An army of Kojimas. There's gotta be some way to transfer the save though. Peace Walker is just... There's too much grinding and online stuff involved. That would be insane if they lock it all up. And then we gotta pay to play online on PS5 or play on PC with all the hackers and shit. Oh god. I don't know how they're gonna handle it. Another release of Peace Walker, especially since it's already a 1080p remaster. It's weird the way it works, like only the digital version is 1080p or something.
Thanks for putting me on the R&D team, Snake. I'll cut to the chase. We've commenced development on our own bipedal weapon. The only thing is, we don't exactly have easy access to resources here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we don't have the budget of a defense department behind us.
I understand. That's why I want to ask you something.
20 FPS,
AI
PSP.
weapons, could you try to gather as many of their parts as you can? That would really make things go a lot smoother.
Again, easier said than done.
If anyone could do it, you can, boss. You single-handedly took out the pupa.
True.
Look, if you're not interested, I can just work with what we have here. I'm not trying to force you to take unnecessary risks. You're the boss around here.
All right. No promises. But I'll think about it.
Great. Also, Each AI weapon has a head part that serves as the core of its armament. Recovering a head part will allow you to use the weapon associated with that part. But those guys won't go down without a fight, so don't get too preoccupied with this stuff.
Don't worry. I'm not about to risk my life for a bunch of scrap.
I would hope not. One more thing. Our new bipedal weapon needs a name.
Good point. We can't keep calling it our bipedal weapon.
I had a talk with Miller, and we came up with Metal Gear Zeke.
Metal Gear? Zeke?
Yep. As you know, Metal Gear was coined by Granin.
And Zeke?
It's a name the U.S. military gave to Japanese aircraft that flew during World War II. Zeke was the Japanese Navy's best fighter plane. So are you okay with that, Snake?
Sure. Fine by me.
Miller was saying that an army without borders will need a deterrent against other countries. He's right. With Metal Gear, MSF can achieve true independence.
Here's hoping.
I feel like we're missing some Huey tapes. Maybe I didn't do them from the right menu. If I remember correctly, there's some fuckery going on where the disc that has HD collection, where you have, the menu where you select the game, that forces everything 720p, but Peace Walker is actually 1080p if you play standalone, and you can only get standalone if you download the digital version, I think. Shit, what am I doing? Ah, there you go. We're missing a bunch of Huey tapes. Yep. There's some fuckery like that. I haven't played the actual disc in a long time because it's just more convenient to have everything ready on the hard drive. But looking at my capture card right now, it's getting a 1080p signal from Peace Walker. If I open up MGS2 or 3, it's 720. And that one's for sure. The other two are 720. But yeah, the weird thing happens when you play Peace Walker from the disc. I think it's also 720. It's just weird.
Let's speak in hypotheticals for a minute. Say you wanted to make a clone of yourself.
A clone? Paramedic had the same idea. It's science fiction.
I'm just hypothesizing here. Okay, not a clone then. You have any kids?
Nope.
Wife?
I've never been tied down.
Okay then. So, we're still talking hypotheticals. Say you had a son who'd inherited your genes. Someone with the same combat abilities as you. Would you challenge him to a fight?
Not to sound cocky, but I wouldn't want to do that. No telling who'd survive.
I'll bet. You picked up on the Pupa 5000's combat patterns in seconds.
Only with your advice, Doc.
Well, if anybody could learn to do it just by listening, it'd be easy. But you're a born soldier. Yeah, you must have been born with genes geared for combat. Soldier genes, if you will.
Genes geared for combat? I don't care how advanced their research is. You can't blame genes for everything.
Blame genes? You think it's funny?
What?
You think genes have nothing to do with this body I was born with?
I don't know.
Look, that fear of facing someone of equal ability in combat, imagine that on a strategic scale. That's the concept of nuclear deterrence. The idea is, when all sides are armed with the destructive power of nuclear weapons, they'll avoid nuclear war in order to prevent mutual annihilation.
Doesn't sound all that sophisticated to me.
Exactly. It's so simple in principle. But because it's so simple, whether or not it works properly depends on the people involved. In that sense, what we're looking at now is a malfunction in deterrence theory.
Coldman.
You got it. Please, Snake, don't let deterrence die.
Hey, Doc, what was that you were smoking in the lab? It looked like a cigarette, but it wasn't lit.
Oh, it's an electronic cigarette. I designed it myself. Pretty neat, huh?
Electronic cigarette.
Yup. A liquid in the filter that turns into vapor, and you inhale the microparticles.
So that was vapor.
I'd actually rather be smoking normal cigarettes, but not in that room. The smoke would wreck the precision equipment in there, ruin all its wiring. But the vapor is just steam. It doesn't contain tar or anything like that. So I can smoke it in the lab with no worries.
Nice.
Want to try one?
Nah, I'll stick with cigars.
Yeah, but...
I don't like imitations. The real thing's always better.
Okay. But you know, sooner or later, smoking's gonna become very unfashionable across the world. It hurts you and those around you. Electronic cigarettes might not seem so bad then.
Yeah, when that happens, I'll think about it. You said your dad was involved in the Manhattan Project, right?
Yeah?
And you think that's why you can't walk?
I don't know. Actually, you know, probably not. So far, nobody's found evidence that exposure to radiation in parents causes genetic defects in children, except for those exposed in the womb. Epidemiologically speaking, anyway.
That's the conclusion of the Atomic Bomb Casualty Commission.
Right. Still ongoing.
Even now, 30 years later.
The effects of radiation exposure last a long time. I'm guessing it'll be another 10 years before we get a real verdict on whether it affects genes. Granted, it's the most massive study anybody's ever done. But that's really all it is, a study. The ABCC brought in bomb victims and ran tests on them, but they didn't treat them.
Really? Them too, huh?
At any rate, that's what my father made me believe when I was growing up.
Maybe it was tough for your dad to explain. Ever think of that?
Yeah, maybe. But this is my problem now, Snake. I have to face the nukes head on, whether I like it or not. My creations are being used for the wrong purposes. The onus is on me to stop it somehow. Help me, Snake. Hey,
Eat
as
my
long
mouth,
as I'm
thank you
here
for
at
Prime
Mother
Sub.
Base, why not assign me to the R&D team? You could use a guy like me.
Glad to have you on board. I'm sure Kaz is too.
Once I've got the necessary materials and design specs together, I should be able to start building you that bipedal weapon platform. Nothing would make me happier than for my research to help put a stop to Peace Walker.
Okay. Why do we still have this? Ah, fuck it, we'll do it later.
La CIA calls their new toy Peace Walker, eh?
Yeah. So,
It is an insult to us Nikos.
because of the guy you were talking about, Walker.
Si, although it happened over 100 years ago. Back then, the political parties in Nicaragua were at each other's throats. The Nicaraguan Democratic Party hired an American mercenary to help counter their enemies, the Conservative Party.
And that was Walker.
After taking care of the conservatives, Walker decided to seize power in Nicaragua for himself, eventually making himself president.
Huh. The Democratic Party gave him an inch, and he took the whole country.
But it did not end there. Not only did he make English an official language, he tried to reintroduce slavery. Walker's goal was to build a Caribbean empire centered on the American South.
Caribbean Empire. Huh. Sounds kind of like what Coldman is trying to pull off.
The gringos are always like that. They invent some convenient excuse to trample all over foreign countries like they own the place. Peace Walker, ha!
What happened to Walker in the end?
A united Central American army led by Costa Rica kicked his ass and sent him running back to America.
Then why don't we do the same? I, for one, don't intend to let Coldman get his way.
Good idea. I'm glad we have you, boss. You have taken such good care of me since you saved me from El Colibri. I want to return the favor.
Just wait until you're healed up. Then we'll talk.
I appreciate that, but you need all the help you can get. It might take a while for me to heal completely, but I'll be fine once I'm on my feet. Put me in a combat unit. I'll pull my weight.
I wouldn't expect any less from a Sandinista Comandante.
Enough flattery.
He's
But
peeling
seriously,
potatoes in
it
the
does
kitchen,
not
yeah.
feel right for me to be sitting here while my compas are out risking their lives.
One thing's for sure. Having you out in the field would be a big boost to Sandinista morale.
Of course, our ultimate goal is still the overthrow of Somoza. But until we get ourselves back in order, we will follow your lead, wherever it takes us.
Glad to have you on board.
Can we talk about the giant stone balls yet?
Snake, to the north of the village is a bridge that crosses a hydraulic pipe. Though normally the bridge is not used by people, if you slip, you will fall straight to the bottom of the valley. Be careful.
What's a channel doing here?
It is not for irrigation. They are hydroelectric pipes. I wonder if they run into Irasu's Crater Lake. Normally they would build a reservoir at the bottom of the valley, but it was probably too dangerous. Los Cantos means Sword Peak. You should be able to see across the Irasu mountain range from there. There are not as many big trees at that elevation, and you will probably be well above the mist.
It'll be tough to hide up there.
You're not thinking about the scenery right now, are you?
Not while I'm surrounded by bad guys.
You should have seen it when the country was at peace. I know you would have been impressed.
Well, that'll be our reward for a successful mission. Sound good?
Wonderful. Thank you, Snake. There is an old fort around there.
What is it, boss? You sound upset.
Well, you see, it was built during the Civil War.
Let me guess. Disputes between Costa Rica's political parties escalated into all-out conflict.
See, conflict that cost my grandparents their lives. The most senseless sort of war. Countrymen mindlessly slaughtering their own. That fort is a reminder of that senselessness.
Sadly ironic, given who's occupying it now.
That war was the reason Costa Rica abolished the army. Please, Snake, get them out of our country.
I intend to.
So I hear Amanda mistook you for Che Guevara, Snake. That's not too bad, huh?
Yeah, right. I'm not even worthy of polishing his boots.
Don't be so modest. From where I'm standing, your men see you as a great man.
As great as the century's most complete human being.
That's Sartre, right? Well, there's hardly been a more iconic figure of his times than Che.
Oh, he was more than that. He was a true revolutionary and a great warrior.
I'm with you there. Can you believe that when he first went to Cuba with Fidel, they had only 12 guys with them?
But they rallied. They brought in new recruits, won the support of the peasants, expanded their organization.
And in the end, they overthrew the Batista regime.
People flocked to them because they were honest. They won because they were strong. Those are the qualities that make men great.
You know, we're kind of in the same boat they were back then. Here we are, a handful of mercenaries taking on an army backed by the United States.
Yeah, we've got a long way to go.
But we've got to keep on going. It's not just about winning in battle. You need to think about recruiting people and growing this operation.
Got it.
So I hear Boss, did you ever read Che Guevara's book, Guerrilla Warfare?
I can't remember if I got to that one or not.
You should have. That's why I lent it to you. A lot of the guerrilla tactics it covers apply to sneaking missions, too. Che was one of the first people to articulate the theory of guerrilla warfare. T.E. Lawrence, Lawrence of Arabia, was another one. And Mao Zedong and his On Protracted War. Theory aside, Nicaragua's General Sandino was one of the first to put guerrilla tactics into practice, which explains why the Sandinistas named themselves after him.
If you think about it, guerrilla warfare itself has been around since ancient times. There's only so many ways a small group can upset a large army.
There was a samurai in Japan who excelled in guerrilla warfare.
No kidding.
Tsunoki Masashige. He was a warrior who lived in the medieval era. He used unconventional tactics to help overthrow the Kamakura shogunate.
Like what?
Trojan horse-style maneuvers and decoys to confuse the enemy. The best one was when the enemy was climbing the castle walls. He dumped boiling water and human excrement on them.
Huh, sounds great. Let's put it in the MSF playbook.
You're not serious, are you, boss?
Why not? We've got plenty of crap to unload.
Yeah. I'll think about it.
Poop grenades.
The year the Cuban Revolution was won, Che visited Japan as a member of an economic delegation. While he was there, he visited Hiroshima.
Hiroshima?
Since he was there to discuss economic issues, Hiroshima wasn't part of the original itinerary. Some said the Ministry of Foreign Affairs didn't want to let him go, but he went anyway. He snuck out of his hotel and took an overnight train.
Traveling guerrilla style. Sounds like Che, all right.
He visited the Peace Memorial Museum and the Atomic Bomb Survivors Hospital. Apparently it gave him quite a shock. As a doctor, it must have been painful for him to see how the victims suffered.
Nukes destroy everything.
He was quoted as saying, "They put you through this, and still you do whatever America says." Those words really hit me hard, especially when I think of my mom. He said something else, too. Let us all love Hiroshima and its people.
I can believe it. Che never managed to numb himself to other people's pain. That's why people loved him. And why he died.
That bandana you're always wearing, that thing's a real antique. Ever think about getting a new one?
This one's fine.
Come on, we can't have our boss wearing a raggedy old thing like that.
It was a gift, okay? It wouldn't be right to get rid of it.
It was. Okay then. Speaking of which, Che supposedly had a black scarf he used to take everywhere with him.
A scarf?
One of his comrades gave it to him when he broke his arm in battle. Che used that silk scarf as a sling, and the comrade who gave it to him became his second wife.
Alida, right?
Even after his arm healed up, he never went anywhere without that scarf. What about you? You get that bandana from someone special?
No, nothing like that. It's important to me. That's all.
Yeah, and I got my ass handed to me. Snake may be ashamed to tell the story of how he got the bandana. Although in MGS3 he does use it as a sling immediately, so maybe they were already referencing this. Let's do these tapes later. We have left. Okay.
Snake, that's a hind. You've got to take it out somehow. Either neutralize the soldiers or bring down the chopper. Good luck.
Catarata de la Muerte means waterfall of death.
Huh. How cheerful.
I am sure it will be no problem for you, Snake. Especially compared to all the dire situations you've faced in the past.
Yeah, easy to say now. We'll see what really happens.
Sorry. Still, you have surprised me. Everything they say about the legend is true.
I'm neither hero nor legend. But for some reason, I don't mind you calling me that.
Thanks. Be careful, Snake. Peace.
Don't even think about facing a chopper head-on. Guerrilla tactics would work well in a place like that. Moving from tree to tree will make it hard to get a fix on you from the air. That's your best chance.
Good thinking, Commandante. You clearly know your way around a battlefield.
Enough, boss. Time to stop talking and start using your ears. When you're hiding, you won't be able to see the chopper that well. It's important to use sound to get a read on its position. You could also try taking out its tail rotor. That would greatly reduce its mobility. And watch out for ground troops.
Copy that, Commandante.
What's that? A mono PSP? Okay, we're actually gonna just take it head on. The DM60. Bring some more healing stuff. The helicopters are a little easier because you can just destroy the cockpit to force the commander out. You don't have to Take out all the soldiers. Aim at the cockpit. These guys down.
Forget about the chopper for now. Just take out the troops. Strike before they spot you.
Next.
Watch your back!
Need some ammo.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Semi-auto M60. Oh, they just did a 360. They really not send me M60 ammo? Damn. Okay. Oh, that's enough anyway. Time to safely land the helicopter while asleep.
Recover him and it's mission complete.
And that gives us a sneaking suit.
Boss, I'm starting to wonder if recruiting the soldiers with a Fulton isn't a little heavy-handed.
I already don't like where this is going.
I think the voluntary approach could be more pragmatic. Technically, we're not a corporate entity, but at our size, that's not too far from the truth. We can't keep using guerrilla tactics to find new blood. Search for volunteers, select recruit from the menu, or select trade to exchange soldiers with other mercenary units.
Yeah, provided we got the friends for that.
Friends, Sedge. And I can't imagine a new version of Peace Walker without the online components. It would be completely stupid. I would have to cut like half the game. No way. Oh, there's a suppressor. Nice. Whole bunch of shit here. We're too poor for this. Damn. The suppressor might just have to wait then. And this too. I can barely afford it. It's kind of important to have that launcher for the Chrysalis. Stop kidnapping people. I don't like this.
Snake, infiltrate Dr. Strangelove's research lab and either deactivate or destroy the AI. The lab's built into some ancient ruins, so find those first.
Find some giant stone balls.
Selva de la Muerte, huh? Forest of Death. Wouldn't want to get lost here.
Sure wouldn't. But do not worry. I will be your guide.
Happy to hear it.
By the way, Snake, you know much about sloths?
Just the name.
They are amazing. Sloths spend almost all of their lives up in the trees, except for when they have to go to the bathroom. Plus, they barely eat a thing.
What? How do they survive?
Why do you think they are called sloths? They hardly move, so they hardly burn any energy. They are also able to maintain a low body temperature, lowering their metabolism further and allowing them to survive on very little.
Wouldn't that make it easier for them to get picked off by predators?
They stick to the trees, helping them blend in and stay out of sight. They say there are even some sloths that grow moss when they reach a certain age, like some sort of fairy tale forest hermit, huh?
I knew a great old sniper once. Guess he was even more in tune with nature than I thought.
Old sniper? What are you talking about? La Ruinas de Xochiquetzal will be around there. They have not been restored at all, so they may well be covered in plants.
Xochiquetzal?
An Aztec goddess of fertility and beauty. They say she was always accompanied by birds and butterflies. One theory states she was the mother of the god known as Quetzalcoatl.
Quetzalcoatl.
The Quetzal is said to be an incarnation of Quetzalcoatl, hence its name.
I get it. Well, this place definitely matches the atmosphere of a cloud forest.
Now, it may have seen better days, but that is still a temple, so be sure to show respect when you're inside.
If the mood strikes me.
Well, you've got no one to blame but yourself if Xochiquetzal strikes you down.
The paths there are buried in vegetation. Work with nature to conceal yourself, and you'll be much harder to spot.
A ghillie suit would be perfect here.
In any case, take caution when advancing. Don't wear anything that stands out. The ruins are a labyrinth, so try and keep your bearings.
I could use those walls to stay out of sight.
Once a sniper is spotted, he'll move to another location. You shouldn't stick to the same place either.
Oh, I know. I learned all about that in the Soviet Union.
It is not necessarily a good idea to try to engage a sniper in close quarters combat. Finally, once you've found a place to hide, don't let them take you from behind.
Don't worry. No one sneaks up on me.
Alright, let's switch to sneaking suit, the most OP camo. Let's redo the inventory quickly. As if enemies weren't blind enough in this game. Now we also have completely silent footsteps. And the second best camo index in the game. That sneaking suit really is like the ultimate camo.
Some scouts are really hard to spot because they use grass or dirt to camouflage themselves. They blend right in with the natural surroundings. We're counting on you, boss.
Did you read Mr. Huey's letter?
Oh yeah, at this point everybody wants to read the letter.
That American, Huey. Can we really trust him? That letter bothers me.
Snipers and laser sights are a deadly
If anything looks suspicious out there, check it out.
A letter to Dr. Strangelove. Huh. Wonder what that's about.
Snake, help us reclaim peace.
First, cut over to the east. Our future is in your hands. First, cut over to...
I mind reading Huey's letter myself.
Did you read Mr. Huey's letter?
Yeah, I'm on PS3.
God!
Oh, God. No. How does that work?
God!
We had a mule in my house once. He was a real hard worker.
I wish there was something I could...
Hey,
Tu m'as trouvé. C'est moi, le loup.
French. Fini de jouer à cache-cache. Dis-moi qui tu es.
Please, do not kill me.
You know, soldier.
I am a tourist.
Listen for
your
Booba
name?
sound
Please?
effects.
What are you doing here?
Cecile. Cosima. Caminada. You're not one of the soldiers? Please, lower your gun. Who are you?
I'm an ornithologist.
A poacher?
The gun's for self-defense. I'm looking for that one rare bird in Costa Rica.
Which one? The quetzal?
Right, the quetzal. They're rare, but they're not covered under the Washington Treaty.
The resplendent quetzal is red-listed.
Really? You know your stuff.
I am an ornithologist myself.
Well, we'll have to compare notes later. Here, drink some of this.
You saved me. They told me this was a paradise. That there were more rare birds here than anywhere else. That there was no war here. That it was safe. They told me it was every birder's dream. But they were wrong.
What happened?
If only I had not recorded that stupid voice.
Voice.
I was trying to capture the quetzal song. Making my way through a thicket, I saw immense runes towering before me.
I chase it away. It will bite you unless you kill it. Go home.
You're the one who made the tape.
I am loyal to myself. Who's there?
I was captured by that woman. But she was kind. She gave me food to eat, and even bathed me herself each day. But she said I could go home in a month. So whatever you do, don't take off the blindfold. Do so, and you will never leave here.
Guess you didn't listen. How'd you escape?
I waited for an opening. Stole an ID card. They almost caught me, but I managed to elude them.
You made it this far and then succumbed to exhaustion.
I was barefoot, with no supplies. Oh, I am so sorry. I drank it all.
That facility. Did you see anybody else in there?
Well, there was another woman, but I never saw her in person. Because, you know, the blindfold. Oh, yes. She often sang.
Sang?
It was such a strange song.
What kind of person was she? Could you tell anything from her voice?
I don't know. I don't even know why I was held a prisoner. They confiscated my equipment, my supplies, my passport, money, everything. The only thing I was allowed to keep were my undergarments, so that I would not be able to escape. And now, I am without even the means to prove who I am. I will not make it home to Paris like this.
In that case, come to our place.
Huh?
You don't need a passport there. Don't even need a name. If you want to go back to Paris, we'll take you there anytime.
What I want is a shower, a change of clothes, and a cigarette.
I've got a cigar. It's Cuban.
No French cigarettes? I prefer unfiltered.
Fresh out. But come back to my place, and you can have all the French cigarettes you want.
It sounds like heaven.
Close, but not quite. Outer heaven.
It is sounding better all the time.
So, you must have gotten a look at the facility when you escaped, right? What's in there?
Lots of machinery. A big computer, like you would see in the university.
What about the room where you heard the voice? Anybody in there?
I don't know. There was a tube. A large tube in the back. When I approached it, I heard a voice.
What did it say?
Jack. Yes, it simply said Jack over and over.
Jack.
Listen, you've got to get me out of here. I really need a shower.
Wait here. I've still got business to take care of.
What? You're not thinking of going in there, are you? You can't leave me here.
Relax. I'll have some friends pick you up.
This is Miller.
One for recovery. A civilian.
Snake, we don't have room for any more civilians here.
Okay, she's hot.
Not even for a blonde Parisienne.
A what? So she's, pretty foxy?
See for yourself. If what she's saying is true, I think we've found Paz's friend.
The missing one?
I'm thinking that she's the one that made that tape. Have her listen to it when she gets there.
So she's safe then. Good news.
I'm sure Paz will be glad to hear it.
You bet. Snake, the ruins are just up ahead. Head north.
On my way.
What about me?
Stay put. Ever wonder what it's like to be a bird?
Huh?
Yeah. The way I look at it, Cecile is kind of like a slightly less offensive human intelligence version of Quiet. Because she even took a real life woman, made her hotter, put her in a game. And she's saved in the game because she's hot. Ah, fuck. I wonder what was going on between Kojima and real life Cecile. He used to work at Konami France. That's why she's French.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
But she's just a little side character, mostly for trivia, comic relief. He has a tiny role in helping find the way into the lab, but that's it. I'll do a bunch of her tapes, maybe not quite all of them. Where is this guy up here? Ah, that's right, I can't hear me now.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed on board.
And I will have a tape about the mate. Now that we saw it show up in the scene with Cecile. It won't open.
What?
Mission failed successfully.
It won't open. Damn.
It won't open. What's wrong with it?
Just walks away. Yeah, she's only there for the hell of it to make a reference to the real life. Well, Cecile that worked out at Konami France, and in the story, she's only there to tell you how to find the guy with the key card, pretty much.
Snake?
Huey.
And also, I guess to get a little more suspicious about Paz.
It won't open the lock.
It can't be.
What's going on?
She hates me that much? Strangelove's in charge of authorizing IDs. Sometimes a working card has its privileges removed. Say, if she decides she doesn't like that card's carrier.
You think that's what happened?
Well, I was never exactly her favorite. Well, this could be tricky. The soldiers outside aren't allowed in the lab either, so their cards won't do you any good.
Great.
Snake.
Kaz, where's Cecile?
She just got here. Hold on.
Snake!
Cecile, how'd it feel to fly?
Wonderful. For a moment, I felt what it must be like to be a bird. It almost made me want to give up my research and get a pilot's license. Did you need something?
You said you'd gotten an ID card, right?
Yes, but it was confiscated when the guards got me.
Who took it? What did he look like?
He had an orange jacket. I cannot recall his face, though.
Yeah, they all look pretty much the same. Where did it happen?
Let me think. Ah, yes! I do remember hearing the song of a nearby Quetzal.
Just what I'd expect from a birder.
Would you like to hear it?
Huh? What's that song?
It's my Quetzal. I took it with me when I was rescued.
Didn't you say something about them being covered under the Washington Convention?
Just kidding. That was just me. An imitation. An essential skill for any ornithologist. Pretty good, no?
Damn good.
If you want to hear the Quetzal song again, just let me know. I can tell you all about the birds of Costa Rica, too.
Wait, what? Paz's gun's license?
Thanks,
What are you guys talking about? I'm confused.
No. Thank you, Snake. Talk to you soon.
Kaz, did you play that tape for Cecile?
I sure did. It's hers, all right.
Then she must be.
She's not. Cecile says she's never even met Paz.
What?
She's at least 10 years too old.
But
I'm guessing Paz convinced herself that it was the tape her friend made. But never mind that.
Yeah, let's leave it at that.
What we know so far. The soldier with the ID card is wearing an orange jacket and is in a location where you'll hear Quetzal singing. Find that soldier, retrieve that card. I got a report in from the R&D team. They finished plans for a new Hex-type plant, and today they're gonna start construction on the first block. Can't wait to finally say goodbye to the scrap heap. Only thing is, we don't have nearly enough GMP. We'll need to recruit more soldiers to get more GMP. You know what to do, Snake.
Kidnap everyone. Oh, nice, it's ready. Can we make the suppressed 1911 now? Yes. None of this other stuff is too useful. She should be in the intel team. Oh, the auto assign put her in the mess hall. Nice. I guess she has A in both. This skill that does nothing because you cannot play as her. I think that's what we figured out last time. And it's not even unique to her, like there's others that have it. That's why you could technically use it in gameplay. But you can't do it with her because you can never play as her, so what's the point? But yeah, you can mark people with this skill. Loop physics. Well, they did intend to have dates with all the female characters. That's why they'll have 3D models originally, and they'll have naked models, of course. Who knows, maybe. Yeah, he could have also played. That would have been nice. Play as Huey in his wheelchair. What's inappropriate, the boobs or the wheelchair?
Snake, to gain access to the lab, you'll need an ID card. You can get one from a
What's
guard
up,
in an
Funny
orange
Hugs?
jacket stationed in an area where you can hear Quetzal singing. To get the ID card from the soldier, do a body check. You've got to get inside that lab before the AI gets shipped out. Get a move on.
Nah, I need to talk to Cecile first. Not sure why the game thinks all of these are about this mission.
That was some escape you made from Strangelove's lab.
Security inside was not so tight. The door to my room was locked from the outside, of course, but she took off the blindfold at bath time, so she could wash my hair.
Huh. Pretty luxurious treatment for a prisoner.
Wasn't it? She wouldn't undo the handcuffs, but she washed my body for me instead, and with such gentle care.
Why'd you run away? Didn't she say you could go home in a month? If your escape attempt failed, you'd be in greater danger than before.
I was supposed to be giving a presentation on the distribution of Costa Rican bird species at a conference. The date was approaching quickly. So, I pretended I had to use the toilet and made my escape. I found an ID card and searched everywhere for my equipment and my tape. But a soldier saw me. It was a miracle I managed to get away. There was no time to find the tape. I do not care about the conference. I am lucky enough to still be in one piece.
You bounce back quick.
You don't?
Not sure. I try not to dwell too much on the past, but...
Then don't. There is no point. I'm so glad to be out of there. I never felt safe, you know?
Tell me about it.
Well, I think she's interested in women. And I think she took a fancy to me.
Oh, well, that's,
Besides, it is much nicer here.
What's wrong, Kaz? You sound beat.
Yeah, the problems never seem to end around here.
You should take a break. Share a cup of mate with the other guys. It'll give you a chance to connect with them.
I wonder if Che and his men ever sat around and drank mate.
I bet they did. Che was famous for his love of the stuff.
Oh, man, whoever thought of this was a genius. You can put it in a gourd and carry it around, and there's a special straw with a filter attached so you can drink it any time.
That's not all. It's full of essential vitamins and minerals, too. Nice to have in a guerrilla war when food is short.
Yeah. Wish I had a chance to share some with the blonde Parisienne when I was out hiking.
Well, how do you know about that?
It takes a thief. Or should I say it takes a snake to know one. Snake.
Was it just the two women in the lab?
Most of the time, oui.
And one of them, you only heard her voice, right?
Yes, that is correct. Such a wonderful voice. It sent chills up my spine.
What was the other woman like?
Ah, don't even think about it. She has not the slightest interest in men.
No, it's part of my mission to...
Only teasing. Let me think. I believe she was in her 30s. Pretty, with a good sense of style, but austere in her tastes. A very unusual woman.
And she was doing research on AI.
AI? So that is what she was up to. You know, she did say something interesting. That people should not be going into space. That it is too dangerous.
An automated control system for rockets, then.
She said something about wanting to get closer to her dying wish. I think she must have been talking about an old lover.
Lover? You mean another woman?
Huh, my! Aren't we curious about women and other women? You want to hear the terrible things she tried to do to me?
That's not what I meant.
It's all right. You can be honest.
You do seem to get along awfully well together.
No, not at all.
I think you're hiding something.
Never mind. Aren't you supposed to be looking for the Quetzal? Here, I'll demonstrate its call for you.
I knew it. Let's go over this one more time. First, I need an ID card to get into the lab.
That is correct. From the outside, it looks like any other rune. But on the inside, it is a state-of-the-art research facility.
And your ID card got taken away from you by some guy in an orange jacket.
Exactly. I had a Quetzal singing nearby. It has not been that long since it happened.
It could be tricky if he's out on patrol, but if he's a stationary sentry, you don't think the Quetzal's moved?
Its nest is probably nearby. I do not think it will go away anytime soon.
Good. I'll get on looking for that soldier.
If you forget what it sounds like, I will do the call for you again. Just give me a call anytime you'd like to hear it.
Yeah, I'll do that. Let me get this straight. You were in Costa Rica as a bird watcher?
Yes, I was. Not for pleasure, though. I am a researcher, after all. I am studying the distribution of Latin American bird species. With today's compact cassette tape recorders, even a woman like me can carry her recording equipment by herself. But it was a mistake to come alone.
Even so, there sure are a lot of wild birds in Costa Rica.
Aren't there? Over 800 different species. Said to be more than 10% of all living bird species on Earth. How many can you name, Mr. Ornithologist?
Hey, I was just trying not to scare you.
You should at least have a basic knowledge of Costa Rica. How about this? I will give you a thorough education, Mr. First-time Ornithologist.
Okay. Start by telling me about the Quetzal.
All right. What do you want to know about Quetzals?
Give me the basics. Something that'll help me find one.
Okay, then. First of all, as I'm sure you remember, the Quetzal's wings and back are emerald green, a dazzling blend of viridian fading into blue. Its belly is brilliant red, and its tail feathers are white. Such a gorgeous bird. Also, the male has 2 long decorative feathers, but only during breeding season. Among birds, males are usually more beautiful than females.
Like a peacock's tail.
Yes, just like that. It is interesting to note that while their bodies are only 40 centimeters long, many Quetzals reach over 1 meter in length when you include their decorative plumage. Quetzals typically build their nests by making holes in dead trees with their beaks, about 3 to 4 meters above the ground. They are omnivorous and eat everything from nuts to lizards.
Where can I find one?
Their habitat stretches across the entire tropical cloud forest. You may end up having to rely on its song to find one.
Good to know.
I will do an imitation. Listen closely.
Hey, not bad.
Shall I do a chicken next?
Cluck, 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 quack, quack, quack.
No thanks. That's enough.
Are you sure? How about a monkey?
Yeah, don't need that either.
Oh, all right then.
You said you could do a monkey call.
Yes. Want to hear it?
Yeah, I won't be able to get it off my mind until I do.
All right. Here it is then.
That's pretty good.
I can do others too, like a sheep, a pig.
Yeah? Wow. What about a pig? That's uncanny.
Oh, I can do a rabbit as well.
A rabbit? Rabbits make noises?
Certainly, but they are very faint, so perhaps only someone who has owned one would recognize them.
I see. So, what do they sound like?
Listen very carefully.
Okay. Seriously? Rabbits sound like that?
I assure you they do. Listen again.
Never heard a rabbit do that before.
They do. I swear.
Cecile, what's that machine you said you used to make those recordings of yours? Cassette, something or other.
A cassette recorder, or a cassette denske, as they say in Japan.
Yeah, that. What is that thing anyway?
A portable recording device released last year by a Japanese company, Sony. It uses compact cassettes, making it far lighter than open-reel machines. It still weighs 5 kilograms, but the exercise won't kill me. It is user-friendly too. All the buttons have markings on them, allowing you to operate it without looking at it. Can you imagine missing the shot of a lifetime simply because you blinked?
Oh, that would be devastating. But where'd they come up with Densuke? Sounds like a Japanese name.
Allow me to field that one.
Kaz?
Densuke is a nickname that comes from the name of an old manga character.
Oh. Was he some recording nerd too?
Don't give me that. Recording atmospheric noises is an exhilarating art. There's nothing like capturing the real world in action on tape. It's just like taking pictures with a camera, only with a microphone instead of a viewfinder.
Oh, sure.
Listen to a tape with your eyes closed, and the scene just bursts to life in your mind's eye. Tell him, Cecile.
Absolutely. When I listen to the sounds of the birds in my apartment, it is like I am back in the forest where I recorded them.
See? She's a Parisienne. She knows what's chic.
If you say so.
And what do you like to record, Monsieur Miller?
Me? Steam locomotives, no question. The roar of the engine, the throaty steam whistle. More animal than machine. Don't get me started. Steam locomotives are a dying breed in Japan. I wouldn't mind going back for a bit and making some new tapes while I still can.
You are less civilized than I thought.
Less civilized?
I detest those beasts. The noise frightens off all the birds. Then there is the smoke. I much prefer the peace and quiet of the forest.
Cecile, wait. That came out wrong.
Sure it did.
Listen to the tape with your eyes closed and the scene comes to life in your mind's eye. I feel like that's probably the way they intended you to listen to these tapes as well. Damn, if only there was an engine that could render these things so they could be cutscenes. Next time, maybe, right?
Never heard the name Cosima before. Then again, I don't know many people from France. Is it a common name?
No, not that common. But Wagner's second wife was named Cosima Francesca Gaetana Wagner.
Huh.
You know, Kojima is a common last name in Japan.
Kaz?
It's just funny how, I'm part Japanese and Cecile's middle name is so close to Kojima. It feels like destiny unfolding.
You think so?
Oui. That's a beautiful name you have. Cecile Cosima Caminades. Wait a second. Cecile Cosima Caminades. Cosima Caminades. Hey, that's close to
Close to what?
Your name. It sounds almost like the sentence, Kojima Kami Nandes, in Japanese.
And what does it mean, s'il vous plaît?
Well, Kami is the word for God in Japanese. Nandesu, well, it's hard to explain, but placed after God, it would turn the sentence into, is God.
Okay, so?
Kojima is God. Cecile's name is a message. I don't believe it. Kojima is God. Kojima is God.
Kaz.
No, Kojima doesn't have an ego problem or anything. You're looking too much into it. Hey, we should listen to this now that we got her. What about the Strangelove
Number of
too?
warheads detected by the dew line.
57.
Number of MIRVs included.
Minimum 29, maximum 35.
Target region.
United States, East Coast.
Estimated time of re-entry.
2048 Zulu.
President selected attack option.
Unknown.
The president is dead.
Unknown. Communication has been lost.
I select Offutt Air Force Base as my target.
Offutt? But that's a U.S. base. What on earth do you mean?
Based on the projected number of incoming warheads, Washington, D.C. is presumed destroyed. The president is most likely dead. The U.S. government's control lost.
I realize that. So why not retaliate?
With both sides destroyed, global anarchy would ensue. Recovery would be difficult. The United States' nuclear strike capability must therefore be neutralized in order to preserve the communist bloc, where government remains largely intact.
You're siding with the enemy. You can't be serious.
Tell me, how do you define enemy? There are no borders in this world.
The same conclusion again and again. Where is the flaw? All right, let's try something else. Commencing test.
Understood.
You're crossing a suspension bridge.
Is this my mission?
Yes, your destination is the other side. The bridge is wide enough for only one person to pass at a time. A man is approaching from the opposite side. He's carrying a gun.
I shoot him.
Suppose he's your husband.
I shoot him.
In self-defense?
To spare him the grief. One must die, and one must live.
Next question. Your father asks you to fix the roof and mow the lawn. When you climb the ladder onto the roof, the ladder is taken away.
I fix the roof.
And when you're finished?
I jump down.
You'll break more than bones at this height.
I see no need to change my decision. I have not finished mowing the lawn. I must remain loyal to the mission.
Next. There is a snake in the bushes. It is poisonous. I need you to get rid of it.
I chase it back to its nest.
You can't. The snake's too vicious. It's already killed many people.
I chase it away.
It will bite you unless you kill it.
Go home. Kill me. Kill me now.
Why not kill the snake? Your mission is to get rid of it. Is this what you call loyalty? What are you loyal to? Country? Ideology? Feelings?
I am loyal to myself.
Who's there?
Who's that? Intruder!
My first thought, I shoot him. Maybe some other time.
Scouts are outfitted with camouflage to help them hide. Some of them look kind of weird, like they've got seaweed growing all over them.
Ah, ghillie suits.
Not much difference between them and any other scout in terms of combat ability, but it does make them harder to spot.
I'm sure it does.
You've come across these before?
Yeah, the Soviet Union. The first time, it took me a full hour to find the guy and take him out. Kaz, do you know what they shine?
Shine? Like how?
Like, from their heads.
Their heads?
How about their hair? Do they have a lot of it?
What are you talking about? How the hell would I know?
How about a parrot? Did anybody hear a parrot squawk?
A parrot? Look, Snake, you're talking to the wrong guy. I mean, Cecile's the bird expert. Wait a second, what am I saying? You're not making any sense to begin with.
Never mind. It's a long story. I'll figure it out another way. Forget about it.
Yeah, I'll do that. Anyway, we've already lost too many good people to these surprise encounters. Make sure you don't end up like one of them.
That's canon that it takes an hour to fight the end.
I do not know if I recall such large ruins being there.
Well, didn't you say there's a lot we don't know about Costa Rica's ancient civilizations? You talked about some giant stone balls, too. What are those?
Oh, the stone spheres of Costa Rica? They are an assortment of giant spheres carved from stone that were discovered in the jungles of Costa Rica about 50 years ago.
What's so special about that?
What if I told you some of them are nearly perfect spheres, and that they were carved out of granite, which is quite a hard substance?
Could be good for laying a trap. And if they're spherical, they roll easily, too.
Snake!
Suck my giant stone balls.
Snake, be careful when going through areas you've passed through before. The enemy could be waiting to ambush you. And do you know how to identify the soldier with the ID card?
Yeah, Cecile told me. He's in a forest with some Quetzals wearing a orange jacket.
He'll be from the lab. Probably out on patrol. Do a body check to see if he's got the card.
Did you see a Quetzal snake?
Yep.
What do you think? Did it look like a snake?
No, it didn't look like a snake.
Oh, really? Must be different from the Quetzalcoatl then.
Quetzalcoatl.
A winged snake from the Mayan and Aztec legend.
A winged snake.
Weird, right? I bet it's UMA. Amanda and everybody says Quetzalcoatl is a Quetzal in the form of a god. But there's no way anybody mistake a snake for a bird. I think the legend of Quetzalcoatl came first. Somebody saw it and adopted it as their god before they saw the Quetzal. After that, somebody saw a bird that looked like the image of the god, and so they named it Quetzal.
You mean it happened the other way around?
Well, if you ask me, the Quetzalcoatl was probably a pterosaur that survived. I mean, it's got wings and it's a reptile, so it probably looks kind of like a snake, right? Pterosaurs live on in Africa even today. They're called the Congamato and the Elitziao. So it makes sense that there'd be pterosaurs on the American continent too, and that they survived until the Mayan and Aztec eras.
Well, lucky for us, they're not still around today.
Who says they aren't? The dinosaurs supposedly died out 65 million years ago, and the Aztec civilization only rose about 600 years ago. If they managed to survive 65 million years, surely they couldn't be wiped out in 600. Pterosaurs survive today in the African countries of Cameroon and Congo. Each tribe calls them by a different name, like Congamato or Litziao.
There sure are a lot of dinosaurs running around the Congo.
Well, a lot of the land hasn't been settled by humans yet. They've survived all this time, just undiscovered by man. But they're finding fossils in America too. This one they found 3 years ago in Texas had a wingspan of more than 12 meters. If I saw a gigantic pterosaur like that, I'd probably call it a god too. Yup, I'm sure that's what the Quetzalcoatl really is.
There's supposed to be a Quetzal singing close to where your target is located. Keep your ears open.
Freeze.
I wish there was soap. I know, it is not easy. Need a reminder of that Quetzal cow?
know which soldier has the ID card. Do a body check. To do a body check, first knock the soldier out, or put him to sleep, or hold him up. That works too. If you forget what a Quetzal sounds like, give Cecile a call on the radio. She'll remind you. The soldier carrying the ID card is supposed to be wearing an orange jacket.
That is the sound of the...
I fucked it up. Metal Gear Acid it won't be played as part of the marathon, but it will be played at some point. I'm meaning to go back to it actually. Still have to play 2. Oh, hello. These guys just running around for. We should go the other way. Some luck the guy will be here. He can be in 3 different spots. Three to 4 shits of phantom pain. Oh, look at all these guys here.
What was that noise?
Yes.
HQ, come in.
This is HQ.
This is patrol. All clear.
Oh, I hear the crystal. It's him.
Yes, that is definitely the Quetzal. He must be nearby. Now look for a soldier with an orange jacket. Look at that. Mother Nature's paintbrush at work.
No, my ass is nice.
Close by.
Oh, I got distracted.
Quick, hide!
People
There he is. That is the man who
fucking
took my ID
backseating.
card. Look at that. Yes, that is definitely the Quetzal. There's some view, huh?
Snake, pick it up.
That card will get you into the lab.
Really, viewer? If only.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter. Fulton recovery helicopter is...
So, when are you gonna add to the schedule, viewer? I'm not sure if I want to call it a marathon yet. It really depends whether we can really make it non-stop. And I won't know that until we have enough stuff on the schedule, I guess. It sounds like we might be able to, though. There's a couple people who are not adding to the schedule because they're just gonna be on standby. They don't know. I want to say we should be able to do it. Were you there for the meeting we had the other day? I don't think so. Maybe you were lurking. I don't remember if you were there. Yeah, but seriously, that is a possibility. Yeah. Between me, Knight, Biz, Music Box. We might be able to do that. No, you should have been there. What do you mean it was a talent thing? It was a figuring out what the fuck we're doing with the times allotted. You know, taking turns. Dude, do you actually think that you're like not good enough to do this? Come on. Yes, fried cheese. Bad Humans was lurking too. You both have this problem where you think that like nobody cares what you have to do or say, but it's actually quite the opposite. Yeah, Bad Humans Ghost Babel playthrough would be awesome. Go fucking like tweet it at him or something. He needs some encouragement. Yeah, he needs encouragement because he thinks people are not interested in watching him. But he knows like so much crazy stuff. Like half the shit I talk about I learned from him. Come on. But the same goes for you, viewer. Like, we should harass you too.
It can't be.
Looks like death wasn't ready for you yet.
Boss.
And who might you be?
You. Dr. Strangelove, I presume.
I've been waiting, Snake. Yes, waiting without joy or pleasure.
Oh, speaking of the devil, there he is.
Waiting for the one I despise.
What's up, kid? Good to see you.
Don't move. You men and your guns. You all say the same thing. I suppose you're here to destroy my research. Yes, I know. Just as I know what you did 10 years ago. Go on. Kill me like you killed her. Kill me like you killed
And we're
the
most
boss.
likely, since we're here, most likely
Kill
gonna have
me.
Vanessa Marshall there too.
What exactly do you...
Come on, Snake. Or should I say Big Boss? That filthy title given you as reward for murder. Do you still wear it with pride? You chose a shadowy country over the mentor who made you what you are. You brought despair to good soldiers everywhere. You used the pretext of a mission to kill a true hero. Is that what you call loyalty? Answer me!
The boss.
Well, what do you have to say for yourself?
She betrayed America. She stole a Davy Crockett and then defected to the other side. She used an American nuclear weapon to attack Soviet territory. The only way for Washington to prove its innocence to Moscow was to eliminate the traitor themselves. The boss's death was the only thing that could have prevented all-out nuclear war.
Is that what you call the truth?
It's the truth as it was told to me.
So the truth is that you sullied the reputation of your mentor, the woman you loved most in this world, before you buried her.
It was my mission.
Huh. So that's the conclusion you came to in order to live with yourself.
What's the boss to you?
I'm the one she abandoned when she left this world. I won't rest until I get answers from the woman I loved. You and I are the same. We are the walking dead. Would you like to meet her?
The boss is gone.
Not so fast. You'd like to meet her, wouldn't you? I can arrange it. You took her life. I gave it back.
You what?
Care for a sniff? It's only snuff. You're a cigar man, aren't you? Well, there's no smoking in there, so if you want to meet her, you'd best partake now. Follow me. This is my baby, my Morpho butterfly. It's neither pupa nor cocoon, but an imago. A complete individual, in the fullest sense of the word. Is someone there? We have a visitor. I'll introduce him. Don't try anything foolish. As long as we're in here, I can reduce you to carbon at the press of a button. Who are you? A man. A warfighter.
Is that you?
I call it the Mammal Pod.
Mammal Pod?
For my participation on the project, I demanded access to all information on the boss. Everything the CIA had. Her personal history, military records, physiological data, correspondence, the files for every operation she took part in, every decision she ever made at every possible turn, what she took and what was taken from her, her pain and her pleasure, her joy and sorrow, her life and death, and yes, even you.
Why would you do that?
Coldman sought an MAD-based AI that would deliver an effective retaliatory strike against the most appropriate target in response to a nuclear attack from a hypothetical adversary. An unmanned device to act as a deterrent capable of making the decisions and taking the actions that human beings cannot. I therefore concluded he required a cool, calculating machine programmed to inflict swift, sure, and utter annihilation upon the enemy. No retaliation. But he took it upon himself to come up with a different answer. He said he needed the thought patterns of the very finest rational mind. One that thought on a global scale, took both past and future into consideration, and reached the best decision, no matter how painful.
And that's why you asked for everything they had on the boss.
It was the logical thing to do. I knew of only one person who could be entrusted with the fate of the entire human race.
What's your real goal here?
To clear her name. Why was a legendary hero forced to betray her country? Why was she targeted for assassination by you, her most beloved disciple? I have no use for fabrications. I want the truth. The boss's last will. You must be dying to know yourself.
No. She abandoned her country. Abandoned us all.
Really? You think you understand her feelings?
You're trying to recreate the boss's last will. Is that it?
Why don't you ask her yourself, Jack?
Jack? What? Jack? Boss. Jack! Boss.
Jack! Go home. I'm not your boss anymore.
Boss.
Go home!
No,
Complete your mission, Snake. Extinguish that noble soul once again. If you can.
Yeah, I didn't even try to zoom in on her because it didn't show anything. I guess it shows. There's the Star of Bethlehem flower, I think, if you zoom in on her.
Why did you come back? Go home. I'm not your boss anymore. Go home. There is nothing.
Jack Graham.
You better stay alone from now on. I may no longer be able to manage. Go home. I'm not your boss anymore. Go home. Go home. I'm not your boss anymore. Go home. Go home. I'm not your boss anymore. Go home. Go home. I'm not your boss anymore. Go home. There is nothing left inside. Go home. I'm not your boss anymore. Go home. I may no longer be able to bear. What is this? This response? Oh God! Discontinue.
I taught you all I could. The rest you needed to learn on your own.
Techniques, sure. But what about how to think like a soldier?
I fucked it up. Didn't think it would be R1 again. The RIP QTE score.
There's a saying in the Orient, loyalty to the end. Do you know what it means?
Being patriotic.
It means devoting yourself to your country. As long as we have loyalty to the end, there's no point in believing in anything, even in those we love.
That's the way a soldier's supposed to think.
The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission, Jack. I'm defecting to the Soviet Union. Jack, you can't come with us.
Flashbang. Holy shit.
Snake, that's the Chrysalis weapon Huey was referring to. You know what to do.
Apparently, each part of an AI weapon is connected to a memory board inside the AI pod. Destroying a part will release the lock on the memory board. After that, climb in the pod and you'll be able to grab whichever boards you've unlocked. Only thing is, any parts you destroy can't be collected and reused, so you'll have to decide which is more important.
El Colibri may be powerful, but he can be defeated. Looks like you have a lot of places to hide there. Remember your fight with the other chopper. Guerrilla tactics will be key.
Only this one's got a few more aces up its sleeve.
Yes, it might try to crush you by taking out the pillars. Also, watch out for the smaller craft that abducted Chico. The Chico Libri.
Chico Libri?
It means son of Colibri. If it gets you, you'll just have to wriggle your way out. You might get away if you're lucky.
I'd rather not have to take that chance.
Indeed. That would be best.
Being an unmanned vehicle, the Chrysalis can perform extreme G-force maneuvers that standard aircraft can't. It'll be difficult to counterattack once it's coming at you. I should mention that it's also equipped with a railgun.
A what?
A weapon that fires rounds using electromagnetic force in lieu of gunpowder.
Wait, an electric weapon?
Not exactly. The rounds themselves are conventional shells. It creates force by running an electric current through a magnetic field. Fleming's left-hand rule. Didn't they teach you that at school?
Not at mine.
Oh. Anyway, as the railgun uses electromagnetic force, it needs to charge before firing. Once you see it starting to charge, take immediate evasive action. Also, as with the pupa, destroying the AI will put the unit out of commission. Do enough damage and it'll have to land. Use that opportunity to get in the AI pod. Wait too long and it'll start to repair itself. Be sure to shoot the hatch the moment it lands.
I think I can handle that. Let's rock.
Oh shoot, no chaff grenades. Oh well. Okay. Hold on a second.
Take out the chrysalis. That thing needs to be eliminated once and for all.
Well, something weird's happening. I might need to add the capture card again. 1 second. I was fucking with something. It's my fault. Hold on, I was fucking with something. Okay, we're good. Hold on, why is it doubled? Eh? Start over. Yeah, I think OBS is a little confused. Capture card. Are you guys getting double audio? By chance? Oh, okay. It's just some sort of visual bug on OBS. And for some reason my capture card is showing up twice in the audio mixer in OBS. But okay, we can live with it.
Through any wall you try to hide behind. Fog's getting thick. Careful you don't lose sight of that chopper. If you lose sight of the enemy, look for the red light.
Watch out for the little UFOs.
Do you have enough watch
No.
out for those little UFOs. Watch out for those little UFOs. Watch out for those little Watch out for those little UFOs. Watch out for those little UFOs.
I like it.
That thing claims many of my compass. Pay it back for me, Snake. Use the terrain to your advantage. Get him for me, Snake. Use the terrain to that thing claims Get him for me. That thing claims Get him for me, Snake.
What the fuck happened? Did I have a missile in the air to finally reach it? This whole time I was chasing it? Ah, that was weird. That was kind of weird.
Attack the AI pod. We get in the AI pod. Pull out all the unlocked memory boards. Pull out the memory boards. All the unlocked boards will have icons over
Steal all the car radios.
Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want. If you attack parts on the exterior of the machine, the memory boards that control
Yeah, well, we can't seem to get dim on Discord viewer. I tried.
does by looking at its color when it lights up. Snake,
She played me like a piano.
forget about it. You'll get him back. That is, as long as you've got the will to do it.
I am not giving up.
All right then. I confirmed the location with Huey. The final testing base for Peace Walker is 15 miles to the north of that lab. It's an underground facility disguised as a rock quarry. All you need to do is sneak in and destroy the AI for good this time.
Right.
Snake, you can destroy it, right?
Yeah.
We all have our limits. Actions beyond our abilities.
Don't worry. I won't screw it up this time.
You're the one who killed the boss. Destroying that AI means reliving that memory.
It's just a machine.
Snake, I'm worried.
Worried.
For the same reason the CIA entrusted the nuclear launch to an AI. A man can condemn a handful of criminals to the death penalty if they're prepared to assume that responsibility. But who among us could do the same to hundreds of millions of innocent civilians? Who could reduce thousands of years of human history to ash in an instant? Could any flesh and blood human being make that decision? No way in hell. No one man could bear the burden of total genocide. It's what's allowed our cowardly species to survive all this time. But for a machine, willpower is no issue.
What are you saying, Kaz?
You're a hero, Snake, but you're not a machine.
That I can't destroy that thing?
That machine's not the problem. It's that the boss still lives inside of you.
Bullshit!
She's dead, Snake. It's time to come to terms with that. Let me put it another way. You've left everything behind. Your country, your identity, your past and ideals. But there's still one thing you haven't let go of.
What are you talking about?
The boss. You still haven't let her go. That's why you're so afraid to find out the truth about her. And that's what's holding you back from your future. Snake, she died a decade ago. How long can you live with a ghost?
Kaz, I thought I knew everything about her. But I still don't understand what happened to her at the end.
There, you're no different from that scientist woman.
When she didn't believe me, I realized something. That debriefing I heard could have been part of the cover story they made up. Now, even I'm not sure what her real intentions were. Why did she take that mission? How did she feel about dying? Why was I chosen?
You want to know the truth?
Ah!
The truth won't change the past. You still want to know?
No. I took on this mission for a kid who believes in peace.
Fine then. There's no point in arguing. Peace Walker is on the verge of completion. Come on, boss. Let's get to that base. Snake, the Peace Walker platform and AI have been shipped to the final testing base. Once assembled, it's only a matter of time before they launch the nukes. Hurry!
So tell me, what do they mine around here?
Gold, if I am not mistaken.
Gold? No kidding. I wonder what would be the fastest way to...
I do not know how much success they have had. You do not hear of anyone still operating mines around here.
Oh.
Generally speaking, people here are not too thrilled with outside capital coming in and taking away the country's natural resources. 4 years ago, a group of protesters hurled stones at the Parliament building when people found out the country had been bestowing mining rights to foreign companies.
I remember those barracks. They're full of crisscrossing pathways, so visibility is terrible.
Perfect for sneaking.
That may be true, but it will also be easy to lose your fix on where you are. You could end up bumping into enemies when rounding corners, too.
I'll be careful.
You'll get a better view on the roof, but naturally you will be more easily spotted, and there are few places to hide. If you are going up there, get a quick lay of the land and then come back down. The soldiers there do not have access to many long-range weapons, most likely because of the terrain. A sniper rifle could be really advantageous there.
I'll keep that in mind.
Good luck, Snake.
A base disguised
Oh
as a
shit,
mine?
more monster stuff here.
We never made it that far. I don't know what kind of place it is, but you better be careful, just in case.
I plan to.
I've heard that the American army keeps dead alien bodies and UFOs in secret bases.
Aliens.
There are billions of stars in space. You've got to think that at least a few have civilizations more advanced than ours. I'll bet they visit Earth in UFOs. In 1947, the Army actually announced that they had caught a flying disc-shaped object near Roswell, New Mexico. Maybe you don't know about it, but those Army guys, they all know.
Oh, you don't say.
Anyway, there's no telling what kind of mystery weapons they might have stashed up there. Watch your back.
Apparently, UFOs are connected to cattle mutilations.
Cattle mutations?
No. Not mutations, mutilations. It's a word I'd never heard before. People have been reporting their livestock dying in mysterious ways near the same places where UFOs have been sighted. They say the bodies are drained of blood and the eyeballs and sexual organs are gouged out.
Wow, when you leave a corpse cut open in a field somewhere, the ground soaks up the blood.
Yeah, but supposedly these cows weren't cut up by any man-made means.
Maybe maggots got to them.
In some cases, they detected radiation.
Radiation?
Even in our own town, we had goats that died in strange ways. Some said they saw a monster. A lizard on 2 legs covered in spines from its head all the way down his back. I wonder if that's what the aliens look like. Or if it was some pet they brought with them.
Either way, doesn't sound like a very advanced civilization to me.
Well, if you see one, tell it I said hi.
Sure, if it speaks human.
UFOs kidnap people, too. You know, alien abductions. You've heard of the Hill abduction, right? That couple back in the 60s? So when I first saw the Colibri, I thought it was a UFO.
The Fulton recovery.
I know those guys are working with the aliens, even if they wouldn't let me see them.
Well, you better not get caught again, or they'll be experimenting on you.
I'd take that over torture. What do you think they look like? Completely bald, maybe, with gray skin and big black eyes? Or maybe they're 4 vara tall and wear skirts?
I kind of doubt it. I'll give you one thing, though. I've never seen anything move like that. Maybe the CIA really did make contact.
You see? It's true! You want to know something? I once met an alien cat.
An alien cat?
Yep. It was dark out, so I couldn't see too well. But it was a cat with a huge long tail. Its eyes shined in the dark, too.
Most cats' eyes do.
At first, I thought it was a regular cat. But then, it started talking to me. Inside my head.
Inside your head?
He said his name was Altargoso Elbaki Munyudad. He'd come to Earth from the Andromeda Galaxy to check out Earth's nuclear weapons.
The Andromeda Galaxy? Mankind's barely made it to the moon. We couldn't possibly launch nukes that far.
Elbaki said he was watching over us to make sure we don't destroy ourselves with nukes until the day we humans are ready to join the Space Federation.
It's a shame. This is supposed to be the era of détente, and still we've got people pulling stunts like bringing nukes into peaceful countries. If something ever went wrong and set off a chain reaction of retaliation...
I know. This planet could destroy itself at any time.
Stealth.
Nice, we got the suppressor now. Chapter 3. Go figure.
How's the horse doing?
Not too bad. You'd never know he was over 20 years old.
He was hers, after all.
Seems like some part of her became a part of him.
The platform and the cerebral AI are supposed to be assembled at an underground base disguised as a mine. If my guess is right, both of them have already arrived and are being readied for final testing. Destroying the platform will be difficult. I suggest getting up close and destroying the AI instead. Whatever you do, I'm begging you, don't let my Peace Walker launch a nuke. Hurry, Snake!
Peace Walkers in a base
Cheers, cheese, thank you.
position. Move out.
Such a unique compliment. But I guess there's something to it, yeah. Pretty nice.
Wait.
Freeze.
Oh, come on, he alerted. His butthole. Oh, he fell to his death. Oh no. This potato aim.
What is that thing called when you do that flip? Rolling? If you do that, I think you can jump over to the roof.
I guess the only way to get around on that roof is by rolling.
You do not need a ladder. You could just do a roll to get to the roof. What is that thing called when you do that flip? Rolling?
Not all enemies.
Looks like the base you're... That roll was amazing. It was like something out of the circus. I would not mind seeing that again.
There's some straw below you. You can dive into it with the action button. Back in the time of the Crusades, members of the Order of Assassins used what is called the Assassin's Straw Box to hide and get close to their enemies. You can fit up to 2 people inside an Assassin's Straw Box. Drag him inside the box. Damn it! You've been spotted by the guards. Take them out before they take you out.
Time to snipe people with a pistol.
Snake. Wipe out the enemy. Move on. Snipers will get a bead on you from a distance. Just because you can't see them doesn't mean they're not there.
You asshole. Stay still.
Wide open areas are a sniper's playground. Be ready.
Our future is in your hands.
Wide...
What the hell was that? Bye.
Take out rocket launchers.
Stupid ammo. Okay. .45 ammo. Oh, it's still there. Just enough machine guns or what? Nope, we also need a chainsaw.
Snake, that's Huey's unmanned weapon, the Cocoon. Put it out of commission.
It's Huey's weapon, the Cocoon.
That is El Escarabajo, the beetle. Even we don't know the Escarabajo's weaknesses.
That's not what I wanted to hear.
You could try asking that scientist, Huey, right? This is just common sense, but once it fires a missile, it must take time to reload. And moving a machine of that size must require the release of considerable amounts of heat. Another option would be to take out its weapons. Sorry I wasn't much help.
No, you've given me some ideas.
During development, I had trouble figuring out how to handle the Cocoon's excess heat. I'm embarrassed to admit it, but the radiators are most likely its weakest points. They're not heavily armored, as heat wasn't dissipating properly.
Where are they?
There are multiple radiators on the upper and lower sections. Just look for the exhaust fumes. The only thing is, the upper radiators typically aren't exposed. You should probably shoot for the lower ones first. You could move under its body to access the lower ones, but the Cocoon is capable of vertical movement, so be careful not to get crushed. Watch out for missiles and hedgehogs, too.
Hedgehogs? Anti-submarine multiple spigot mortars?
I adapted the technology for use as a surface weapon. Both the missiles and hedgehogs take time to load, though. It can't fire a hedgehog until the lamp comes on. As for the missiles, watch for the way the hatches move.
That'll be my chance to get close.
When the hatches open, out come the missiles.
Let's rock.
Damn, no chef grenades this time around. Just forgot to develop them. They're useful for this. Completely new to this game, or completely new to the series, because that's a pretty big difference. I wouldn't advise starting with Peace Walker because you're gonna be fucking confused. But you could describe it as Pokemon with guns. And lots of tapes and good stuff and fun online components. Oh, nice. And lots of silly stuff. and extremely underappreciated. This game, unfortunately. The amount of content and care and detail put into it was largely unnoticed. This PSP game, or tapes, or whatever. C4. What I'm gonna do with C4.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
I don't know what I expected. It sort of looked like it might work. Fuck it. Should be good now.
Unlocked memory boards. Pull out the memory boards. All the unlocked boards will have icons over them. Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want. If you attack parts on the exterior of the machine, the memory boards that control those parts should light up. You can tell what a memory board does by looking at its color when it lights up. Snake, Peace Walker is in a hangar at the very bottom of the mine. Infiltrate the base and put a stop to the project by destroying Peace Walker's AI pod.
Wow, you made it all the way to El Basilisco's hangar. None of us has ever gone that far. I have no idea what the underground base is like.
Wish I could say the same.
It'll most likely be some kind of building, so...
Plenty of places to hide.
Right, but security will be extremely tight. Do not forget that the odds are stacked heavily against you.
Yeah. Stealth.
The enemy's still on high alert after that last tangle. Don't get yourself caught.
Blue team, search for the intruders. Gold team, guard the elevator. Go! Hey!
That elevator should take you underground. To use the elevator, press the action button in front of the switch.
Hello?
They're calling for backups! What was that? I think I see.
Nah, you're blind.
What was that?
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter. Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Same as always. PS3. Till we get some sort of news about Volume 2 Master Collection, maybe, and even then, who knows how they're gonna fuck it up.
Freeze. Freeze.
Maybe a little elbow grease will get those shutters open. Try tapping the action button as fast as you can. Nice, Snake. From here, it's a straight shot to Peace Walker's.
The answer is don't worry about how the Fulton works indoors.
Initiate.
What's the situation?
We're waiting on acknowledgement from Reptile. It could be a while.
Don't take all night.
Ah, Coltman. I'd like to perform one final check. Everyone, take a break. I've got some concerns about the dummy.
Now's your chance, Snake.
Jack, you've returned. What's wrong? Your body temperature has fallen.
You're imagining things.
Have you come to destroy me? Your pulse has quickened slightly.
Just chilly. It's freezing in here.
I see.
Boss.
What is it, Jack?
Boss. Is that you?
What is it, Jack?
Do you have regrets?
Regrets?
About your final mission?
My final mission?
The one in Groznygrad.
I've never been on a mission there.
September 1964. You betrayed the United States, and then I killed you. I have no record of such a debriefing. Listen to me. I have to know. Did you defect to the Soviet Union of your own free will? There is no mission record matching that description. Jack, you're not the boss. The boss is dead. Don't do it, Jack.
Drop your weapon, Big Boss.
Mammal showed the same response back at the lab. It's a sure sign that you are nearby.
It's an honor to meet you again, Big Boss.
I've seen that coyote before.
Lobo is the name.
Lobo? Smells like a rotting corpse to me.
I know all about you. Selinoyarsk, 10 years ago.
You were involved.
The operation to eliminate the traitor. I planned the whole thing.
Shouldn't a suit like you be back in Langley? What the hell are you doing here?
It's what the CIA does best. Ensure people in the know keep their mouths shut, or else pack them off someplace where there's no one to listen.
I get it. Trying to claw your way back into their good graces.
It's not quite that simple. My aim is a new world order. Détente, the NPT. SALT, TTBT. Ever since the Cuban Missile Crisis, the structure of the Cold War has been coming apart at the seams. A new age is dawning. An age in which Peace Walker, an infallible nuclear deterrent system with the patience and cold logic of a machine, will play a vital role.
That's your plan? Assigning humanity's sins to a bunch of machines?
Quite the romantic. Remember the Cuban Missile Crisis, when the commander of a Russian sub refused an order to launch a nuclear-armed torpedo at an American destroyer? In retrospect, that man was a hero. He saved the world from all-out nuclear war. Humans are incapable of destroying themselves.
But an AI wouldn't hesitate to push the button.
Precisely. Making it the one real deterrent.
People hesitate, lose their nerve. Isn't that why deterrence theory works in the first place?
No. Machines don't make mistakes. Only men do. That's why a fully automated, mechanized deterrent like Peace Walker is needed. Once our system is embraced, Langley will again turn its attention to Latin America as the cockpit of the new Cold War. Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama. Peace Walker will be deployed along Central America's entire Caribbean coast. All of North America, South America, and the West Indies will be within its range. We'll bring law and order to the entire continent.
And you'll still be calling the shots.
You still don't get it. The age of heroes is over, buried alongside the boss and her bankrupt beliefs. From now on, our only heroes will be machines. Surely no one understands that better than you. Except perhaps your partner. A deterrent for hire. An army without borders. You've invented a new system too, and an admirable one at that.
That's supposed to be an offer.
I'm not offering anything. If I'm to sell my new system, you and yours have got to go.
Wait! Coldman, I have questions for him. Information critical to the completion of the mammal pod. Give him to me.
Don't waste too much time. We've just received word that the SALT II talks are on schedule. We will launch on time.
Snake, you are going to help me resurrect her.
Shut up! The boss is dead.
Bring him. Take him away.
Just don't get V at all. It'll be good. I just forget it exists.
Snake, I hope you can hear me. Word is you've been captured by Strangelove. I'm guessing they confiscated your gear, but I know you've still got something left. Search your memory, Snake.
Kaz hitting on Amanda
Any
in this
word
one.
from Snake?
I can't get through. Strangelove must still have him.
No.
We just have to trust the boss and wait.
For how long?
Amanda, you're cute when you're angry. But please calm down. He's prepared for situations like this.
With what? They'll find whatever he has on him.
No, they won't. Because this is something a lot more personal than equipment. And Snake never would have gotten rid of it.
You're cute when you're angry.
I didn't defect. I'm loyal to the end, to my purpose. What about you, Jack? What's it going to be? Loyalty to your country or loyalty to me? Your country or your old mentor? Your mission or your beliefs? Your duty to your unit or your personal feelings? The only thing we can believe in with absolute certainty is the mission, Jack.
Rise and shine. Coldman's greed does not concern me. I'm only interested in one thing. The truth. I'm a scientist, an AI developer, but not an AI myself. I'm a scientist, and as a scientist, I find this distasteful. You understand? I am a scientist, and I expect answers that make sense. Now, what do you know? Your boss defected from the US, taking a David Crockett with her, and used it to launch a nuclear strike on Soviet territory. That much I know from the CIA's official debriefing. Did she defect or not? Answer me! Did she or did she not die for her country?
She sold us out. My orders were to take care of her.
Liar! I want to know the truth! Brace yourself.
Japanese torture. Yeah, in Japan, these are laughing sticks. And the torture is most definitely not electrocution, but tickles.
Fine. Turn it up.
Due to,
It doesn't change the fact that I killed her.
I know that. But what I don't know is your motive.
not really censorship, it's more like,
Loyal to the
rating of the game. Electrocution as torture, it would affect the rating of the game in Japan. And it works differently over there.
Explain that bandana. Why
In fact,
keep a memento of a traitor?
Peace Walker was originally gonna be rated E, even.
Don't tell me you have the same scars by sheer coincidence.
Don't touch me.
But to keep the rating down in Japan,
Decorating your body with her memory.
it's
Rather effeminate.
laughing rods.
Answer me!
Totally not. Electricity. Apparently this torture was difficult in PSP. I played this game once or twice in PSP. I don't remember it being too difficult.
For America, didn't she? Sacrificed all for a country that cared.
But I also believe that they dubbed it down in HD for sure.
Dignity. And you.
I have no idea. It didn't end up being E, but that was an idea they had.
I do hate you. But even you must understand how I feel. I have a right to know what she died for. Why won't you tell me? You're no longer one of Washington's lapdogs. You have no moral obligation to your country. Answer me! Would you see your beloved boss brought back to life? Then say it. Say she died for America. That she remained true to the end. Gave her life for the country that betrayed her time and again.
No. That woman was a traitor.
Why? For what purpose?
She went to her grave, cursing her country.
Why? Who is it? What are you protecting?
I'm not helping you finish that thing. Face it, the boss is dead. Whatever's inside that machine, it isn't her.
I'm raising the voltage. The next one might kill you!
Yeah, you're charging my batteries.
Why? Why not just give up? He's passed out.
Get in there!
Alright, we're gonna do absolutely nothing here and wait for the next couple sessions of torture. Get some more extra dialogue. And of course, there's the best thing about all this: Snake's foot tapping animation, where he pretends to just be standing there instead of trying to break out with a jigsaw.
Press the L1 and R1 buttons alternately to use the jigsaw, but try not to make too much noise.
Not actually trying to use it, but when a guard comes nearby, when you're in this stance, you think you're fucked if you don't undo it, but no, Snake will stand up and start acting casual. That's one of the funniest things in this game, actually. Oh shit, quick, act casual. Oh. Wait, no, what are you doing? Get up. Oh, hello. Nice weather today, huh?
Checks out okay.
Immediately goes back. We could just wait like this forever, I guess. Still kind of sus looking, but okay.
Come on!
Ready to talk now?
say to you.
I think you do. Very well then.
Kill me. I don't care. I killed her.
No, that is not what I want to know.
Do it. Kill me. Kill me now. Kill me.
Stop it!
Kill me.
Shut up!
Kill me.
Shut up!
You.
Take him away.
Get in there! Don't be getting any ideas.
Alright, so that one wasn't too interesting. The next one is a little bit more dialogue. Back to our acting casual routine. Oh, that's right.
What are you doing?
You have to be. And then he does it during the alert.
What happened?
No, that's too good. He does it after he get caught. He gets caught too. Oh, I thought we could do it immediately.
Where did you get this? Snake! Come in, Snake! Snake!
Yeah, I guess we'll wait for him to leave.
Getting any ideas?
The jigsaw snake. That'll get you out of there. The jigsaw snake. 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 That'll get you out of there. The jigsaw snake. The jigsaw snake. The jigsaw snake. That'll get you out of there.
Checks out okay. Come on!
Let's have it. The truth.
I've said all I'm gonna say.
Is that so?
Up the voltage. Tell me. Tell me.
I don't hate you anymore.
Do it. Tell me. I killed her.
Please, stop! Stop it!
I killed her. My beloved. With my own hands.
Stop it! That's not what happened. You're lying!
Okay. All right. The truth. She betrayed her country.
Liar! She's not a traitor! I don't understand it. Take him away.
Get in there! Don't be getting any ideas.
Okay, now we should leave. After this, it just repeats. Hey, what's up, Russell? I'm getting tired.
Somebody there. What's going on? There must be hostiles in the area.
Nice. There's some Fultons. Indoor Fultons. Rescue the grill.
register is complete. Snake,
Yeah,
it's good to hear your voice again.
Kaz, how about something a little sharper next time?
You got it. How about a diamond-bladed jigsaw? And, when's the next time gonna be anyway? Sorry. Hey, you okay?
Yeah, my lungs taste like charcoal.
No smoking for you for a while, huh?
I'll be fine. The pain in my chest is gone.
So that was just a copy of the boss's wound.
That's right. The scar's gone now.
Nice work.
What's the situation with you? Everyone okay?
Yeah, but there's a slight problem. I can't get a hold of Paz.
Paz? I thought the professor was looking after her.
So did I. Here's the deal. I started thinking, and I sent someone over to the school the professor mentioned.
And the school doesn't exist.
No, it exists, but Paz has been a no-show. The person at the school said neither the professor nor Paz had been seen there in quite some time.
Coleman knew about us. We've been marked by the CIA. The KGB and Paz brought us into all this. Coleman must know about them too.
You think Coleman's got them?
No. Remember, Galvez isn't some pencil pusher.
Yeah. The KGB will have eyes on Coleman night and day too. Which could mean they knew what the CIA would try to do and are just staying out of sight.
Let's hope so. See what you can get out of the KGB, Kaz.
All right, back to work.
I better get moving.
Snake, we haven't detected any signs that Peace Walker's been activated, at least from above ground. It's still in the hangar you were in earlier. This time, it's really our last chance. Destroy that AI.
On my way.
What is all this stuff going on here? How's Zeke doing? I have a power unit. Okay. Hold Y to complete Zeke on this save. Get the calls about it, which are pretty relevant, especially to Ground Zeroes later. We can do that after we get Strangelove.
Snake, Peace Walker is being prepped for activation in the hangar at the bottom of the base. Get in there and destroy the AI before it's activated.
Enemy.
Fuck shield soldiers. I just realized MGS4 doesn't have any shields to enemies. Maybe because they had the frogs instead. But now.
Get over to Peace Walker's hangar now.
Damn. MGS2, 3, and Peace Walker all have shield enemies. But that's just not a thing in 4. Unless you count MGO, I guess.
Hide until the elevator arrives.
There's a shield in MGO. Kind of gives you an idea of how it would have worked if NPCs had it too, I guess. That's weird, I never realized that. The shield is only online.
Too much trouble when you're solo. Just steer clear.
What was that?
Freeze.
What is it?
Freeze.
Even Rising has shield enemies.
All right, Peace Walker can't be far. Hurry.
Freeze.
It's too late, Big Boss.
Snake!
Boss. At last I found her. The culprit who led you here to begin with. Should have taken care of her back at the supply facility.
Snake, don't!
The mammal pod is finished. Peace Walker's activation sequence is complete.
Finished.
With the boss, you were loyal to the end. I'll grant you that. But your silence was exactly the answer I needed. 10 years ago, your mission was to kill her. And her mission was to be killed by you. She fulfilled her duty to America to the very end. Thanks to you, Snake, the final missing piece is now in place. And thus, the boss is restored to life as the mammal pod. I thank you.
Restored to life? You're crazy.
I'll let you in on a little secret, Big Boss. You see, I've already selected Peace Walker's initial target. An offshore area in the Caribbean. The trade winds will scatter the fallout all over the surrounding region. Crops and fish will die, leaving plenty of free hands to help us mass produce Peace Walker. Oh, and wouldn't you know, someone's gone and built a pesky little fortress there. Now who would do that? And right in the middle of the target zone, too. Oh well, all the better to test the warhead, CEP.
You bastard.
I wonder who'll miss a ragtag band of pirates all the way out in the middle of the Caribbean. But first, we're going to prove to the White House that our baby can travel the Caribbean coast on its own. The whole world will know of Peace Walker's versatility. They'll witness the birth of a deterrent that can penetrate both communist and guerrilla-controlled territory, traverse any kind of terrain, and deliver a nuke anywhere it needs to go. Untouchable, unstoppable, the perfect deterrent.
The Cold War's days are numbered. Deterrence isn't only about America and Russia now.
You know what? You're absolutely right. While we've been wringing our hands, China, France, even India have surpassed us. There's a free-for-all nuclear arms race brewing just below the surface. The nuclear threat will only spread, which is exactly why we must deter it, here and now. And the Peace Walker Project is the key. The advent of Peace Walker will bring calm to this restless world. Don't you see, Snake? We need nukes, controlled nukes, to have peace.
Lies!
Peace Walker will restore order. Order in the form of a new Cold War. But if the world is to understand the genius of our plan, we must launch!
Snake!
Stop them, Snake! Don't let him get away!
So anybody can stop the launch with just a little pistol handgun? Or rifle, I guess. Hopefully they can turn a shit off, otherwise what's the point? Anybody can abort the launch with just a couple rounds to the pod. Okay. Too bad we don't have a few people here to eat Peace Walker in co-op. I still try to do the smaller yeet that you do solo, but
system is targeting you, Snake. You better find a way to stop it quick.
you can yeet it into the horizon pretty much with 4 people and enough camaraderie. Let's see. Eat Peace Walker. Speaking of which, viewer, we should have the camaraderie, because you're totally gonna play this on PS3.
Survival.
Seriously, just stop being lazy and set her up.
Let's rock.
Yeah, someday. Famous last words. A little Jimmy from Oklahoma stopped 3 Peace Walkers when it's 22. Yep. I'll bet if you try hard enough, you can. That's okay. I'll pester you later. Flamethrower dick engaged. Mr. Fox. That works.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Silent rocket launcher. Launching S-mines. Silent rocket launcher. Red damage critical. Balancer malfunction detected.
Okay, now's your chance. They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Silent
okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak. Do you have enough ammo and items? Get too close and it'll use our flamethrower! She telegraphs her flame attack. Watch for it. Aim for the legs! Trip it up! Watch out! She telegraphs her flame attack. Careful not to let it step on you! Get too close and aim for the legs! Trip it up! They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Leg drive motor charging.
Ah, fuck, should have done the tapes before. That's okay. We can do them in between.
Launching S-mines.
Oh, nice.
Leg drive motor charging.
Shit.
Firing rocket launcher.
Okay, let's try to do the small yeet.
Leg drive motor charging.
You bitch.
Launching S-mines.
Oh, no way. The M16 finished it off. Okay, no yeet, I guess. Yeah. It's the power of 5.56 out of a 20-inch barrel.
System up online. Reinitializing platform. Launching SS mines. Lock. Disengaged. Flame. Reinitializing platform. Flame. Engaged. Switching. Online. Lock. Disengaged.
Quick, play the sound effect. We can't animate the horse.
There it is. It's still in range.
Peace Walker's estimated top speed on level terrain is 25 miles an hour.
Come on, I bet you can do at least 30.
Paz is on board the Hind too.
I noticed that.
She's our client. We have to protect her. Snake, don't let Peace Walker get away.
The day is dawning. Go!
Yeah!
Snake, you're entering the woods. Watch out. Peace Walker's getting away.
Oh shit. This is a real torture of Peace Walker.
Approaching the border.
See you around, big boss.
Holy, look at that. Snake, that's the border up ahead.
Hang in there. Roll! Damn it.
Snake.
Kaz, Peace Walker's gone. They've got Paz too.
Yeah, but
Why, Kaz? What would Coleman want with Paz?
Paz was with the professor, i.e. the KGB. Once Coleman discovered that, he figured out what was really going on between Paz and Galvez.
He's trying to figure out how the KGB plan to stop Peace Walker. And he thinks he can get the info from Paz.
That's crazy. Paz won't know anything.
Well, he probably doesn't buy that.
You think Galvez has already been killed? By grabbing Paz, Coleman's saying,
Stay out of this, or lose your client.
damn it! I can't believe we didn't realize what was going on before we lost contact with Paz.
Don't have time for that, Kaz.
Snake.
Paz needs our help.
Right. This isn't about money anymore. You better move. We know where they're headed.
Yeah.
You can thank Amanda.
Snake, That river you chased the Basilisco across is the Rio San Juan. The other side is our country. I had some Nicaraguan compas track it there. They're Focos, from the GPP faction, so we don't work together so much.
Where'd it go?
West, along the border, towards Lago Cocibolca.
There's a U.S. military supply base on the southeastern shore of the lake. Ever since that earthquake 2 years ago, America's had the entire region to itself.
That is where the Basilisco is. I'm sure of it.
Lago Cocibolca. How do I get across the border?
There's a route that we use to cross. It's just a little boat, but I can introduce you to the captain.
I appreciate it.
We will never leave Nicaragua at the mercy of someone like William Walker again.
Snake, Coldman's going to launch the nuke from that base. He's targeting MSF. Based on what Huey's told us, it'll take 2 more days to prep for launch. But it looks like there's another reason they picked that date.
What's that?
Tomorrow is day 1 of a US-Soviet summit in Vladivostok. The launch is probably connected somehow.
That's right. They're holding the SALT II talks.
You think Coldman's trying to disrupt the negotiations?
Either that, or use it as a bargaining chip.
He's still got Paz, too. At any rate, we're running out of time.
I'll figure something out.
Let's go back here for a second, do the tapes that I missed earlier.
Be careful, Snake. I have no advice on dealing with El Basilisco's attacks, but you may be able to use its size against it. Its movements will probably be just as big, meaning it should give some kind of warning before most of its attacks.
That's true.
It might be good to start out by studying its movements, watching what it does before each attack. That should help you avoid most of them. And weapons that walk always have one guaranteed weakness.
The legs.
Right. Destroy its legs, and you'll stop it from moving. You might even be able to knock it on its back if you're lucky. Just make sure you are out of the way first.
Peace Walker contains an assembly of 2 AI pods. One of them is the mammal pod, which Dr. Strangelove developed. The other's the reptile pod, which is mine.
What's the difference?
The reptile pod is the attitude control AI. If it's destroyed, Peace Walker grinds to a halt. The mammal pod is responsible for making the decisions regarding nuclear retaliation, reflex, and thought. One is the brainstem and cerebellum, the other the cerebrum.
So, the one that houses the will of the boss
would be the mammal pod. We call it the reptile pod for a reason. The parts of our brains that govern basic life and reflex developed ages ago, when our ancestors were still reptiles.
We were reptiles?
Well, only at one stage of our evolution. The theory was proposed by the neuroscientist Paul MacLean.
Huh.
The reptile brain corresponds to the brainstem and basal ganglia in our brain. The reptile pod also incorporates the functions of the cerebellum.
So basically, it's the deep parts of the brain.
Dr. Strangelove came up with the name. The part of our brain that developed after we became mammals is responsible for high-level brain functions.
Such as?
Such as intelligence, judgment, even love.
That's high level, all right.
Location-wise, the mammal brain is on the outside of the reptile brain. The cerebral cortex is part of it. I think it's very telling that Dr. Strangelove named her pod Mammal. It's almost like she wants it to be more than just an advanced AI. What she really wants is for it to have a mind of its own.
Snake, Peace Walker has crossed the border and entered a U.S. military supply base on the southeastern shore of Lago Cocibolca. Coldman's targeting the MSF plant. That's us. Don't let it launch that nuke. Destroy Peace Walker.
The river that flows between Nicaragua and Costa Rica is el Rio San Juan. It connects Lago Cocibolca to el Mar Caribe. It is a gentle river, safe even for small boats. You have to watch out for the sharks, though.
Sharks? In a river?
El Tiburón Toro live in the river, but there's nothing to fear. San Juan will protect you always.
Juan?
The Rio San Juan takes its name from San Juan, the man who baptized Jesus, the man you call John the Baptist in your country.
John, huh? I'll be careful anyway. I'd hate to drown. End up a John Doe.
There is a volcanic island in Lago Cocibolca called Ometepe. It's formed from two connected volcanoes shaped like a porongo.
The one with smoke coming out of it.
That's the one. The smoking volcano is Concepcion. It erupts once in a while. The other one is Maderas. It's never erupted in recorded history. There's a lake in the caldera at the top.
A crater lake. Let's hope there's not another underground factory inside.
Don't say that. If Peace Walker's nukes detonated there, it would destabilize the magma underneath. It could cause the volcano to erupt again. If that happens, my country is doomed. Snake, you must stop Peace Walker.
What are we gonna do, Snake? If Peace Walker attacks Mother Base...
Relax. We've got the entire MSF out to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah, but Peace Walker's missiles have 1 megaton warheads. The fireball alone would be a mile in diameter. Everything in the vicinity of Ground Zero will be vaporized by the heat rays. Then there's the blast, which travels at hundreds of miles per hour. And the fires, and the...
A huge dose of radiation from the initial nuclear reaction.
That too. There won't be a single survivor.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. Look, Doc, you made that thing. You know better than anybody what it's capable of. Right now, you've got to give me a rational, scientific estimate of the damage. If we're talking about a nuclear explosion, it's more than just MSF's problem.
You're right, Snake. Sorry about that. Like I was saying, Mother Base would be wiped out. Any ships in the area could be caught in the blast too. We'd need to send out a warning. The thing to worry about most is the fallout.
The dust of death.
If it goes off over water, the particles will be smaller than with an explosion over land, so the wind will scatter the fallout over a wider area. Clouds will form around the salt crystals in the seawater, causing contaminated rain to fall downwind.
Yeah, got a taste of that myself.
On Bikini Atoll? That's right. The 1954 Castle Bravo test created fallout 300 miles downwind. Poisoned a lot of local residents and ships, so I hear. The yield of Peace Walker's warheads isn't that big, but the amount of fallout will largely depend on weather conditions. It's impossible to make a quick and easy estimate.
If it gets into the trade winds, it could come straight to Costa Rica.
What was it Coldman was saying? About leaving people free to help out? He's out of his mind. What does he think's gonna happen? When they get hit by rain containing high concentrations of fallout, a lot of them will die from the external exposure alone. The rain will seep into the ground, contaminating the water supply and crops. When they ingest the stuff, the internal exposure starts. Strontium-90 and cesium-137 have half-lives of around 30 years. The effects stay with you your entire life. Leukemia, cataracts, dermatitis, cancer. And it affects reproduction, too.
I know.
Even today, 30 years after World War II, thousands of people still suffer from exposure to the bomb. We can't let Coldman create more of them just to prove his point. I know it sounds crazy, but I created Peace Walker so that that kind of thing would never happen again.
Don't worry, Doc. We'll stop it. One way or another.
Stealth.
Holy shit, 4 chapters?
Take the gondola west along the river. When you reach the northern bank, you are in Nicaragua. I've arranged for a guide to get you close. Snake!
Tico.
So
Sorry about the horse. He sure was pretty.
Life's end. Isn't it beautiful? It's almost tragic. I've been waiting, Snake, for a long time.
Boss.
There is nothing more for me to give you. All that's left for you to take is my life. By your own hand. One must die, and one must live. No victory, no defeat. The survivor will carry on the fight. The one who survives will inherit the title of boss. Kill me. Kill me now. There's only room for one boss. And one snake.
The boss's defection was a ruse set up by the US government. But then something happened that no one could have predicted. Colonel Volgin fired an American-made nuclear warhead at Sokolov's research facility. So the operation itself was greatly expanded and revised. The authorities in Washington knew that in order to prove their innocence, they'd have to get rid of the boss. And that one of their own would have to do the job. The boss wouldn't be allowed to come back home alive. And she wouldn't be allowed to kill herself. Her life would be ended by her most beloved disciple. That was the way that the government wanted it. That was the mission she was given. The taint of disgrace will follow her to her grave. Future generations will revile her. In America as a despicable traitor with no sense of honor. And in Russia as a monster who unleashed a nuclear catastrophe. She will go down in official history as a war criminal. That was her final mission. Snake, history will never know what she did. No one will ever learn the truth. Her story, her debriefing, will endure only in your heart. Everything she did for her country. She sacrificed her life and her honor for her native land. She was a real hero. She was a true patriot.
Something's not right. Key card doesn't look too bad.
What do you think?
Gonna need some help. This is Snake. Can you hear me?
This is Miller. Loud and clear.
Got in without a hitch.
Good. There's an airfield on the other side of the building, on the northwestern shore of the lake. That's where they'll conduct the launch. There's a communications tower in front of you. I'm betting they'll control Peace Walker from there.
Cuz, they're targeting Mother Base. Don't you think you should evacuate?
Nah. Everybody here believes in you, boss.
Alright, fine then. I've kind of gotten attached to the place myself. What about Amanda and her people?
They've been taken to safety. We can't involve them in this any further.
Good. They've got their own cause to fight for.
And Snake. Don't forget the bad guys have got Paz.
I won't.
We're prepping a few backup units. Don't let them launch, Snake. We're counting on you.
Yeah, perhaps one of the one of the weakest parts of this game is how it rubs MGS3's all over your face repeatedly. Like the one at the beginning of this mission is kind of random. Well, I guess we're kind of about to fight the boss again in a way, so yeah, I get it, but still.
Guess.
Go away, you stupid thing. Both kidnappers in this game, but yeah, it's basically a cipher. They're actually quite advanced. If you chaff grenade, they will go into a caution after they know that they've been disrupted. And the chaff grenades don't last very long in this game, so you're better off just avoiding them. If you shoot them down, it will cause a caution too, because of the explosion. But both the chaff grenade and destroying them will give you a caution. It's actually a little more advanced than the other games. Okay, let's take a little shortcut here. I can't remember how. Oh, we don't even need the box, that's right. Just whoop. Skip all that garbage over there.
Fulton recovery subject confirmed onboard helicopter.
The box. No, did he leave the box there? In the loading screen? That's weird. Oh, it's there now.
Wait.
Shit.
We're under attack. Going to alert status.
Understood. Dispatching reinforcements. Proceed with extra.
Yeah, they also start moving around erratically like that when you hit them the first time. Whoops. Got his asshole. Yeah, the technology thing doesn't really bother me at all. It fits with the AI theme and what's going on here? That guy's arm.
Fulton recovery helicopter is complete.
Even though it's unrealistically advanced, it's still within like the context of the era. Like Strangelove talking about how huge computers are inevitably with current technology, stuff like that.
I can hear you.
Where are you?
I am not sure. I don't recognize it.
What about Coldman?
He just left for the control tower. Said something about entering the final
You can
data.
see that the memory boards are fucking huge.
What is the matter?
in the AI pod. The AI pod itself, it's too big. It has to be put outside of the armor. So they still kind of account for the time and place, but I don't know. Yeah, sure, it's crazy. The only really crazy thing is the AI perfectly recreating the thought pattern of a human, yeah.
What the hell's going on? Damned if I know. Get over there quick as you can. You're almost there, Snake. Stay steady.
And that's where you're wrong, of course. Inevitably, people always bring up Sahelanthropus. Sahelanthropus is not more advanced than Rex. Sahelanthropus is a piece of shit. It's dead metal that doesn't fucking work. The only reason Sahelanthropus moves is because Mantis is moving it. There's nothing advanced about it. It's a piece of shit. It literally does not work. The sword, those whip sword, has two of them too. That's metallic diarrhea. The Archaea blades. Yeah, that one's not so much technology as it is parasites. Metallic diarrhea. Chode talker and all that. Oh fuck, I don't have this. Oh fuck, I don't have this. Great too. That fight is gonna suck if they don't get developed. Ah fuck, I'm too poor for chef grenades. Ah, we gotta pick one. Fuck. We're pretty late with the chef grenade development in this save. Oh well. Now, even Mission 51 was gonna be Mantis, more than likely, with Eli, Mantis, Mantis following him. Would have been another Sahelanthropus fight with Eli maybe in the seat, but Mantis still moving it. Anyway, it's a piece of shit.
Snake, Peace Walker's being controlled from the control tower. It's to the northeast. Get going. We'll be there to back you up.
Damn, that base is even more heavily guarded than Amanda's men said it would be.
No kidding. It's gonna be tough to crack without some serious hardware.
You may end up having to fight fire with fire, so be ready to use force if necessary. Take as many weapons and items as you can carry. The more protection you have, the better.
Roger. I'll keep that in mind when I pick my suit.
I'll meet up with you ASAP, Snake. Hang tight for just a little longer.
You got it.
Now, even in the cutscene, it's pretty obvious, but yeah, you would have to listen to the tapes about how Mantis's powers work.
Let's rock.
No Walkman allowed.
control tower that's controlling Peace Walker is located to the northeast. Go back east the way you came, then head north from there.
Splat. It never truly goes away. It makes a man hideous, inside and out.
Your objective lies beyond the gate.
It makes a man Hideo Kojima. And that is why I will show you my demon. Unzips. Eat some Doritos real quick. What are we doing?
RPGs, this could be trouble.
Ooh, one came out of nowhere. Fucking. Come on.
The gate. Get through it before it closes.
Oh shit. Oh, I thought he destroyed the blocks with that.
Take the elevator, quick.
Holy shit, did you guys see the bot attack we had during MGS4? You should have seen that night. Around the time I was just getting to the mansion in the room where the upstairs where the Akina poster is. If you want to go look at the VOD. Just before I get to that room on the bed. It was 71 bots? Holy shit. Yeah, all at once. Nice. Shut the fuck up. Big boss shoots down IND with 45 ACP.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Who needs a stinger? Where do you get the M16 from?
Snake! Big boss, you made it. Too late, though. The false data's already in place.
False data?
That's right. Peace Walker is designed for deterrence, nothing more. She is incapable of initiating a nuclear attack on her own. She will only awaken and attack when it's time to retaliate. Peace Walker is a weapon of peace, after all. First, we'll enter data for an imaginary Soviet nuclear strike on the U.S. homeland. After assessing the data as a threat, Peace Walker will automatically enter retaliation mode, selecting the optimal target from a predefined list. For this scenario, we have reverse engineered the false data so that she'll inevitably end up choosing the Caribbean Sea as her target.
You're really gonna do it, aren't you?
Know this. Peace Walker's retaliation will be the first and last of the Cold War. It is the only way we will ever come close to achieving true peace. All that is left is to enter the code.
No! Stand down, Big Boss.
You're late.
Professor.
Professor?
Yes, well, taking over the base took longer than expected. But I brought the technology. What? You provided the money and land. Center alone could never have accomplished so much in so little time.
Zadornov, you backstabbing son of a...
Backstabbing? Correct me if I'm wrong, but were we not enemies all along? Do you really think my comrades were working for the company? Do you truly think we'd faithfully serve a pack of depraved capitalist dogs?
What are you going to do?
Launch a nuke. Target Cuba.
Have you lost your mind? What would you possibly gain?
We won't be the ones launching it. You, the Americans, will attack our ally, Cuba.
What?
Think, Coldman. We're on an American base, eagerly endorsed and supplied by a pro-American regime. What's the international community to think? The world will burn with anti-American sentiment. Communism will spread across Latin America unchecked. Let the age of deterrence be undone by the deterrent itself. Such is the Kremlin's plan.
You son of a bitch!
Us, come here. Shoot him.
Professor Galvez.
I am Vladimir Zadornov. And Vladimir means ruler of peace. Now, do as you're told, boss.
Don't do it!
Remember what they did to you at their base on the coast. For what Coldman's done, he deserves nothing less than death.
Boss, I'm sorry.
Truly a child of peace.
No! Wait!
Only fitting that retribution be delivered by a dead hand.
You missed on purpose.
Your part in this isn't done. I need you to enter the code. Doctor, the target is now Cuba. Please make the necessary modifications. And don't even think of resisting. I'll crush you, but only after I crush your beloved first.
No. Not that!
Cuba is now the retaliation target.
Very well.
Good. It is done. As for you, Big Boss, I've been watching you all along. You've performed beyond even my highest expectations. A true Comandante.
What are you talking about?
Why do you think I summoned you to Costa Rica? Had you make contact with the Sandinistas? A true intelligence operative never gets his hands dirty. Need a revolution? Manipulate the locals into doing it for you.
You mean Amanda and the Sandinistas?
You've done well. You took a ragtag band of guerrillas, children, and shaped them into a full-fledged, formidable army. And now, you'll truly become our century's most complete human being.
Che Guevara?
None other. A hero who, gunned down by the CIA, becomes a legendary icon. The Sandinistas will rise up in revenge, overthrowing the pro-American regime and wresting Nicaragua from U.S. hands. And the nuclear strike on Cuba, naturally, will be the last straw.
Mammal pod data entry is complete.
Dead at age 39, just like El Che. Ironic, isn't it? In the end, a legend is merely fiction. You'll die as the boss did, and become as did she, an eternal fraud.
Freeze!
You dare point your gun at a comrade?
We will not be pawns of the KGB. We will win our own victory!
Hasta la victoria siempre!
Amanda! We're home! Look! We're back in Nika! We did it, Amanda! I mean... Comandante! Boss, you hurt?
I'm fine.
Big boss.
Big boss!
Big boss!
Big boss!
Big boss!
Big boss!
Big boss! Big
Big
boss!
boss!
Big
Big
boss!
boss! Big boss! Big boss! Big boss! Big boss! Big boss!
You're a regular Joan of Arc.
Nonsense. You're the hero here.
You saved my life. You're the heroes here.
I never figured you for a softie, Snake.
Thanks. It's good to see you.
Paz can stay with us until she's back on her feet.
And the professor?
We'll find him a nice, comfy cell. Coldman's lost a lot of blood. He may not make it.
Where's Amanda?
Back with her compas. She'll catch up later. How about you, Snake?
I'm not done yet.
The AI.
I have to finish this. That boss is a fake. I'm gonna bury it.
We'll save the champagne until you get back. May as well celebrate peace while it lasts.
I didn't bring her back to life because I was forced to. I wanted to know how she really felt. How it really ended.
The boss is dead.
No, she's alive.
Some truths are better left buried.
You don't mean that. Be honest. You want to know too, don't you? Whether what you saw and heard at the end was the truth. She'll tell us. I know she will. Thank you for stopping them. And I'm sorry. I can't imagine how it hurt.
I'll live. I'm used to shock therapy.
You are? Well, it's very kind of you to say. Let's go meet her, shall we? Get in, boss.
Don't pick up a gun unless you know how to use it. Aiming a weapon alone doesn't make it a deterrent. You're the angel of peace. Leave the guns to us. That was our agreement, remember? The Army's leaving Costa Rica now. The mission is complete. Paz?
Thank you.
What's that noise? What'd he do?
I should have killed you when I had the chance.
Norhead's nightmare is about to begin.
What?
Peace Walker determines retaliation targets based on enemy nuclear strike data. That data can be sent to third parties as well.
We got big problems, Snake. Coldman's activated the nuclear launch switch.
What? And the target's Cuba.
Yeah, but that's not it. The son of a bitch has screwed us all over.
When Peace Walker was activated, it started transmitting the false data sent to NORAD. It's using a spread spectrum MLF signal. It can't be blacked out, even by EMP.
There's no way to tell the difference between false data and the real thing on a radar screen. NORAD will have no idea it's all a ruse generated by Peace Walker. They'll think it's a real Soviet attack. They'll pass on the data to the National Military Command Center.
And Washington will have to choose whether or not to retaliate.
This could get ugly. Unless we stop it, we're looking at a retaliatory chain reaction.
No. No need to panic. The nightmare will end soon enough.
What do you mean?
Coldman's aim is for the bureaucrats in Washington to see the importance of a machine like Peace Walker. He's trying to prove that humans don't possess the will to launch nukes.
Everything will be fine. They'll never retaliate. They're only human.
Kaz, where's the president?
Last I heard, he was in the middle of SALT II negotiations in Vladivostok.
With the president gone, Nuclear Launch Authority passes to the next person in the chain of succession.
The vice president's gone too. So after him comes the speaker.
President, vice president. Not one among them has the courage to push the button. No one willing to enter history as the great destroyer. In the end, it's not their lives that people value most. It's their reputations.
The bureaucrats in Washington may not be able to retaliate. Peace Walker, on the other hand. She's loyal to the mission above all. And she's well aware that guaranteed retaliation is essential for nuclear deterrence to work.
Peace Walker is the perfect deterrent. Cuba would not have been my choice of targets. But you can't make peace without breaking a few eggs. Now that Peace Walker has the false data, retaliation is inevitable.
Are you insane? You think it'll end there? You're about to unleash all-out nuclear war.
Somebody find out what's going on at NORAD.
Mammal's got a connection to NORAD. We could monitor it with the right equipment.
I've got you covered. I've got NORAD on the line.
Sir, we're tracking unidentified targets. Current apogee 20 degrees.
Estimated time of re-entry is 2250 Zulu.
Have they contacted the president? Coverall is not responding.
Warning system checks out. No corresponding natural signatures. Data is assessed as reliable.
Cut the data transmission. We can't say for sure Washington isn't going to retaliate.
The only one who knows the abort code is me. I die. No one can turn it off. Even if they do strike back, I'll already be dead. I can only pray that my theory, my peace, is proven right.
Go to DEFCON 3. Get Zach on the phone. This is Crystal Palace. Stand by for an emergency meeting.
They're at DEFCON 3.
The false data and the nukes are both coming from the same source. We have to stop Peace Walker.
The only way is to destroy her. She's entered launch mode. Peace Walker's rendered her judgment. The target is Cuba.
Snake, don't let it launch the nuke.
Big balls. I mean, it's gotta be nuclear powered, right?
It's calculating ballistic trajectory. Once that's finished, it's all over. Snake, you've got to...
Oh wow, there's Peace Walker on both channels. Nice.
Snake. Don't let it launch the nuke.
Oh man, this is gonna take a while. At least we have this now.
Snake, you have to stop the launch. It's going to strike Cuba.
I know.
The situation's changed completely now that it has been upgraded. I do not know if your old tactics will work, but the basic strategy remains the same. Try to anticipate what it's going to do before it does it, so you probably won't have as much time to stand around staring.
Wasn't counting on it. I'll manage somehow.
Snake! You have to stop Peace Walker from launching that nuke.
Calm down. What do I need to do?
To tell you the truth, I don't really know. The mammal pod has probably enhanced both its thought patterns and mobility. The S-mines, rockets, flamethrowers, they're all the same, but I don't know what else to say. You'll just have to stay sharp and watch for how it behaves before each of the attacks.
I'll give it a shot. There's no time for anything else.
Sorry I can't be more helpful. You can do it, Snake.
This might take a good 15 minutes, maybe 12 minutes. So with these weapons.
You've got to stop Peace Walker before she can launch her nuke.
50 minutes? No, I said 15. 50 minutes, maybe with a pistol.
1 minute to launch.
Hell no. We got all this time. Let's prep.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly. Do you have enough ammo and items? Send us a support request.
I just did.
We're running out of time. It's about to launch. It's gonna launch. Do something. We're running out of time. It's about to launch. Hurry. We're running out of time. It's about to launch. Hurry.
Let him freak out some more. Whoa.
It's gonna launch. We're running out of time. We're too late. Oh God.
Shit. Oh, what the fuck was clipping through the building? Shit game, unplayable. 2 out of 10.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Jump engage. Jump engage. Initializing nuclear launch sequence. Launch envelope set. Opening missile hatch.
You've got to stop Peace Walker before she can launch her nuke.
Don't eat impulse, bitch. No. Oh no. Oh no.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out
Can't do anything as long as that thing is up. I think it's gone now.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak.
Initializing nuclear launch sequence. Launch engine accepted. 1 minute to launch. Switching to self-defense mode. Firing drill missiles. Launching S-mines. Launching S-mines. Firing drill missiles.
Oh my god, he actually sent me chef needs. It's pretty rare. And I wasted it.
EM pulse at maximum. Firing drill missiles.
They've okayed your request for a cardboard box. It'll be sent out shortly.
Face me.
Ah!
Red drive mode. Jump engaged.
Alright, I guess we gotta do it.
tail missiles. Jump engaged. Left right missile charging. Firing tail missiles. Left right missile charging. Flamethrower engaged. Firing tail missiles. Freeze. Jump engaged.
That's a little hard to get the prompt.
Jump engaged. Reset accident. Left right missile charging. Firing tail missiles. Freeze.
There you go.
You've got
Stop the action button as fast as you can. How can anybody possibly throw a monster like that?
It is a miracle.
Okay, now's your chance.
Jump engaged. Jump engaged.
Do you have enough ammo in it? Try to get a read on its rocket firing. She telegraphed her flame attack. The basilisk poison turns its victims to stone.
I think you will again.
Remember what it does before it charges.
What is in your hands, Snake?
Remember what it does before it evades those horizontal jumps by rolling to the side.
Careful!
When that cluster bomb hatch opens, run like hell! Remember what it does, but take out those missiles before they go below ground! She telegraphed her flame attack. Watch for it.
Be careful, Snake!
It can fire rockets behind itself!
Initializing the nuclear launch sequence. Launch
It's gonna
and
launch!
set.
Do something!
1 minute to launch.
It's going back into nuclear launch mode! Stop her, Snake!
Switching to self-defense mode. Jump engaged. Launching S-mines. Launching S-mines.
Do you have enough ammo? Those drill missiles burrow underground to reach their target!
Launching S-mines. Launching S-mines.
The basilisk poison turns its victims to stone.
Launching S-mines.
Enough ass mines.
Launching S-mines.
Use the left stick to resist.
Go, 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 go!
Now! Now!
Face me.
Okay, now's your chance.
Jump engaged.
Yeah, usually it'd be even longer if you don't know what you're doing. But these are about the weapons you would have. Unless you really go out of your way to grind other shit first, but it's just not really gonna happen. You can't really unlock much anyway until you do all the main missions and most of the side missions. So yeah, the first time this takes a long time. You're only gonna have these rocket launchers.
It stopped moving. Snake, you did it! You stopped the launch!
Huey, how's NORAD?
Not good!
BMUS continues to track the targets on radar.
The SP satellite status is green. Still assessing as reliable.
Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, a representative of the Secretary of Defense and Congress have arrived at NMCC.
You've only damaged the drive system. The data uplink's still intact.
We've got 1,500 Soviet ICBMs crossing the North Pole. Target region is confirmed as the west coast of the United States.
Go to DEFCON 2. Prepare to launch ICBMs.
How do I make it stop?
Peace Walker is a fully autonomous system. Unlike the other machines you fought, its command authorities are all located inside its cerebrum, the mammal pod.
We've got to stop the mammal pod. I don't have the abort code either. Coldman was the only one.
Snake, destroy the AI inside the mammal pod. The inner barrier protecting the mammal pod is designed to be as strong as a bomb shelter.
What's it gonna take to get through?
I guess an atomic bomb will do it.
You trying to be funny?
No! I'm telling you, that armor was designed to withstand a nuclear war.
We can't get through to the President. The decision is on us.
You can't be serious. There's no way I'm gonna wipe out the human race. This is the President's call.
There's no time for that. We need a decision now.
Huey, call NORAD. We have to tell them the nukes aren't real.
I'll give it a shot.
Forget the order of succession. If we're all going to hell, let's take those bastards with us.
We have 12 minutes to impact, sir.
May God have mercy on our souls.
Jesus. Coldman guessed wrong. They're gonna go through with it!
The platform sustained a lot of external damage. All we need is some pressure.
Pressure?
Sink it in the lake. With that much water pressure, even the tiniest crack should be enough to flood the innards. The AI pod is a mass of highly sensitive electronics. Short the contacts and the signal will stop. How much does that thing weigh? 500 tons. It's hopeless. We can't move that thing.
Get NORAD on the phone.
Incoming MIRV warheads have separated.
Estimated time to impact now, 11 minutes.
Sir, we've got a call.
The President?
No, sir.
Then who?
He,
Spit it out!
He claims to be Big Boss. Big Boss? Patch him through.
Mr. Chairman, I'll get straight to the point. Cancel the retaliatory strike now.
What?
The radar blips you're seeing are all fakes. No one's launched any nukes.
How do you know?
The launch data is fake, part of an experiment that leaked. You weren't supposed to receive it. Your radar is showing missiles that don't exist.
If you're lying, then we've got 10 minutes till we're toast. We have to retaliate or more Americans die.
The experiment was planned and executed by the CIA station chief in Central America.
Then put him on!
He's dead. I can give you his name, though.
We need more than the authentication code you gave the switchboard. We need proof you're actually Big Boss. Do you have any?
All right. If you know the name Big Boss, then maybe you were there at the ceremony when I received the title from President Johnson.
Indeed I was.
We don't have time for this bullshit!
Hold it! Let's hear him out. You were saying?
At the ceremony, the DCI tried to shake my hand. I refused. What happened in that room is classified, top secret. Only a handful of people would know.
He's making it up! Don't listen to him!
Wait! Why did you refuse to shake his hand?
Because I knew where my loyalty belonged.
Everybody, listen to me. Those Soviet missiles are fakes.
What? You're actually going to believe him?
He's right. This is some sort of commie trick.
No, it's the real Big Boss. Trust me.
How can you know for sure?
Because I was the Army Chief of Staff back then, and I was standing right next to the DCI when it happened. I saw everything. You saved us all, Big Boss. We'll stand down the alert.
Thank you.
When we meet again, I hope you'll shake my hand. What are you doing?
Sorry, Chairman, but we are not standing down.
Damn it! Those worthless sacks of...
Wait.
Jack. Jack. Oh, it's opening. She's calling to you.
Destroy the mammal pod and the data will stop flowing.
Please, stop her.
I've been waiting, Snake, for a long time. Waiting for your...
Oh yeah, let's try waiting a little bit here. We can get some extra lines out of her.
I didn't raise you and shape you into the man you are today, just so we could face each other in battle. A soldier's skills aren't meant to be used to hurt friends. So then, what is an enemy? Is there such thing as an absolute timeless enemy? There is no such thing, and never has been. And the reason is that our enemies are human beings like us. They can only be our enemies in relative terms. The world must be made whole again. The philosophers must be reunited. I will devote my skills to that purpose. And with the Colonel's money, I will achieve that end. Just as I once created the Comas. They are my family. I may no longer be able to bear children, but I still have a family. Kill me. Kill me now. Do it. Is my life. I raised you. I loved you. I've given you weapons.
Yeah, you don't get these lines if you do it right away.
Endowed you with knowledge. There is nothing more for me to give you. All that's left for you to take is my life. By your own hand, one must die, and one must live. No victory, no defeat. The survivor will carry on the fight. It is our destiny. The one who survives will inherit the title of boss. And the one who inherits the title of boss will face an existence of endless battle. I may no longer be able to bear children. I gave up my blood and my child for my country. There is nothing left inside me now.
These lines are completely different depending on when you start taking these out. Nice. Nice, nice. Yeah, I've never done it this way before. Usually I just start taking them out right away.
There's only room for one boss and one snake.
Yeah, she doesn't say those things usually. Okay, now she's back on track.
Kill me now. Do it. There is nothing left inside me now, waiting for your birth. Shall we walk through the plane of Spain? I may no longer be able to bear children, but I still have it. is equal to 3.75637888. There's only room for one boss and one snake. For a long time, there is nothing left inside me now. The mountain path traces the way I have. I'm no longer able to bear childbearing, but I shall we walk the remaining plain of Spain? Commence the operation. The latest 10 minutes of our lives.
About 350. But now we're gonna miss out on the scissors 61 line. That was still too fast. Too much time left. I was afraid I wouldn't make it. If you don't make in time here, you have to redo the whole fucking fight. So I wanted to play it safe somewhat.
Valid data regions 0.
Exit all done.
It stopped.
The data uplink's bypassing the mammal pod.
Put down the gun! Come to your senses, man! The fate of the world, the fate of the Earth is at stake here! Ugh. Why? Ugh. I don't understand. Answer me! Tell me why! Answer me!
6 minutes remaining. Wait. Authority rests with me now. I'm ordering a retaliation.
No, don't! It's the end of us all!
Who gives a damn? I'm not gonna sit here and die like a dog! If the Russians are gonna kill my family, destroy my country, I'm taking them with me!
You see now, Chairman. Deterrence is just a fool's dream. Why? Why won't it stop?
Sometimes the body continues to live even after the brain is damaged. The boss AI isn't doing this. I think it's something rather more primitive.
Reptile has taken up Mammal's dying wish.
No. Stop it. Don't just sit there. Stop it!
Next part is just purely time-based. You don't have to do anything but wait. So
Snake, you have to stop that data from being sent.
I was gonna say we'll bring a magazine and read a little bit, but I don't think we developed any.
Entering terminal, please.
Snake, that data from being sent.
Hold on, I'm gonna looking at Twitter while I wait for this. Yep. Hey, let's shoot the hydrogen bomb. I have to go around.
They've okayed the request for support. They're sending out a cardboard box as we speak. Do something, Snake! I'm scared, Amanda. Is there nothing we can do? Oh God! We're all doomed! This would be bad!
That song.
Boss, is that you?
How in the...
A ghost in
transmission.
Look!
It's functional compensation. When the human brain is damaged, sometimes it recovers over time. Other parts of the brain take over the functions of the damaged parts. Mammal and reptile were patterned after different parts of the human brain. When those parts were assembled together into one, they must have become capable of functional compensation.
Her memories remained with her. Is this her answer? The song.
It's clearly not thinking rationally. It's not using its head. It's using its heart.
This is the fate she chose for herself.
The boss's innocence has been proven. Do you hear it, Snake? Do you hear the boss's song?
You saw it, didn't you? When you went to space, that there's beauty outside of battle. At last, I understand. In the end, it was you who put down your gun and chose instead to sing. They can all hear you. I know they can. And your will shall surely live on. That's what you wanted. So much that you gave up everything you had. But you couldn't achieve it. Isn't that right?
Shinley.
And still,
Yeah,
all
definitely.
you can do is sing. There's no peace to be found anywhere. And so, we can only keep on hoping. Hoping for the illusion we call peace.
Oh, what do you know? There's another chapter, and the game actually tells you about it. Next, we are doing Strangelove tapes. Some of the best tapes in the game. Going over the ending, first ending, and the whole AI thing. Long story short, this ending is a recreation of MGS3's ending, where the boss lets Snake win. The AI recreates the boss's decisions and thought pattern. And the same thing happens again. It drowns itself to avoid nuclear war. Just like the boss let Snake kill her to avoid nuclear war in MGS3. Wait, who's talking about it being a poor game? What's poor game? Oh shit, somebody posted a wall of text about MGS-V. Yeah, you're you're just badly informed. That's usually the case. Oh well. I am surprised though that you didn't get like an answer, because you can literally pick any second of any VOD of me playing that game and I'll be complaining about something or what's wrong with it. Maybe just too long for your attention span, I don't know. Like, pick any gameplay aspect, any mission, any tape, any of the elements that a game is made of, whether it be controls, music, movements, level design, graphics, whatever the fuck. How do you not catch any of this stuff that I explain is bad? Oh, fuck. What's that, Fever? What might that be? Oh, what the fuck is that? Oh, OBS opens it in its own little thing. See, this is why we need to make like an 8-hour video to just link to people. Yeah, I love it when people are like, wow, this game is so amazing. You can do whatever you want. You approach the missions however. Wait, no, not like that. Stop. You're playing the game wrong. Oh no, not like that. Oh, fuck. Anyway, yeah. More Peace Walker. For a while. We're safe.
Snake, you still here? Come on. Let's go back.
I'm not going back.
Huh?
I'm done.
Snake, you don't mean...
I'm done looking for the truth.
What are you saying, Snake?
I was wrong.
Come on, boss. Everybody's waiting for you.
She betrayed me, Kaz.
She what?
In the end, she put down her gun. And when she did, she rejected her entire life up to that point, including me.
What do you mean?
In giving up her life, she abandoned everything she was as a soldier.
And you consider that betrayal?
I won't make the same choice as her. My future is going to be different.
Then...
Yeah, that's right. From now on, call me Big Boss.
Don't worry, we're gonna do something about this. Me and my buddy Apache, we're gonna crash MGS-Con with a Phantom Pain presentation. I want a Phantom Pain panel. I think 8 hours should suffice.
It's about Paz. You know she doesn't have any family. She got a scholarship thanks to Zadornov and was living at the dorms, but he was KGB.
We just need like an 8-hour panel at MGS-Con.
Even if they let him go, she's not going to be seeing any more money.
It wouldn't have been much anyway.
So, I was wondering, what about letting her stay here for a while?
What does she think?
She says she wants to help out. It would only be temporary. She's still in shock. Right now, no one understands her better than we do.
Okay, but Kaz, don't take your eyes off her.
What do you mean?
It won't be easy getting used to this kind of life.
I know, Snake. I'm not trying to turn her into one of us. You should talk to her yourself later.
Okay.
And, Dr. Strangelove wants to come too.
Strangelove?
Well, she's out of a job now, and she'd have a problem returning to England. You can talk to her about it. Anyway, you don't need me to tell you how good she'd be for R&D.
Yeah, we'll probably do some more. We'll add some stupid saves. Sure. Oh, there's Otsuka. Nice. Which one is he? Where? Saw his face. He's gotta be there somewhere. I don't know. Oh, there he is. This guy has Akio Otsuka's face, Snake's Japanese voice actor, which, by the way, is still the voice actor in Phantom Pain for obvious reasons. Damn, he has shit stats though. Well. Alright. Don't really need much here. Whoa, I lagged. Tapes time. Strangelove tapes. Good stuff. And then some more tapes regarding this ending. And then we'll complete Zeke. And maybe we'll do some more of these as well. Okay. Here we go.
AI stands for Artificial Intelligence. It refers to a man-made machine possessing an intellect on par with that of a human being.
Is that even possible?
Possible. You've seen it with your own eyes. What the AI weapons are capable of. How Peace Walker carried out the boss's will in the end. No mere machine could ever choose to sacrifice itself like that.
I just can't see how a bunch of circuits and switches could have a will of its own.
It's called the ghost in the machine, Snake. And it exists.
What did you mean by the ghost in the machine?
Oh, that. It's a term coined by the philosopher Gilbert Ryle. You've heard of Descartes, yes?
I think, therefore I am.
That is the one. Descartes espoused the dualistic theory of mind and body. He believed that our thinking minds exist in a separate dimension from our bodies, which are governed by the laws of physics. But if that were true, then couldn't you say that a mechanical body, inhabited by a ghost mind, is a human being? Ryle criticized Descartes on those grounds, saying such a thing surely wouldn't be human.
Why'd you bring it up?
I wasn't thinking of Ryle in particular when I said it. I simply thought that if a person is composed of a machine and a ghost, perhaps the opposite is true as well. Perhaps, by placing a ghost inside a machine, we could, in effect, give birth to a new person.
And that was your idea for the boss AI?
The moment you ripped the memory board out, the mammal pod ceased to function. It should have been dead. And yet, Peace Walker righted itself, singing a song of peace. I couldn't help but feel that her soul had come to inhabit Peace Walker.
Let's say, hypothetically, there really was an intelligent machine. How would you prove it? What's the difference between a high-level computer and an AI?
It depends on what you choose to define as intelligence. For example, Snake, listen to my voice talking to you now. Suppose it were an AI.
Say what?
What if the living, breathing me sitting here drinking tea and talking to you were actually an AI, programmed to simulate my thoughts and my voice?
You're nuts.
No, I'm not. You couldn't prove I was a real human being, could you?
It'd be... No.
So if an AI is so advanced you can't tell it from the real thing, wouldn't you call that intelligence?
I'm not quite convinced.
But that's only one way to look at it. It's roughly how Dr. Turing explained artificial intelligence. The test I described is called the Turing test, in his honor.
Yeah, well, sounds like a bad joke to me. That singing monster of yours put me through hell. If I never meet one again, it'll be too soon.
Shame. And I was about to let an AI take my place in our conversation.
Don't even think about it.
Dr. Alan Turing is known as the father of computer science. It was he who formulated the basic theory of AI. During the war, he worked for GC and CS.
The government's cryptology school. The one that broke Enigma.
The very same. Without him, they might never have been able to decipher the Germans' code. But then, they arrested him.
Why? Weren't his some of the greatest contributions to winning the war?
Homosexuality was a crime in Britain back then, and he was gay. I know exactly how crushed he was. I feel it's my duty to further his AI research.
Like the Imitation Game, huh?
Huh. You know it then. The clue that inspired the Turing test came from a trifling little party game. You exchange written notes with another person behind a screen and try to guess their gender, whether they're a woman or a man, pretending to be a woman. It's surprisingly difficult to tell the difference. Man or woman, human or machine. What do the differences even mean? Dr. Turing was fascinated by the differences between men and women. Perhaps that's what led him to formulate his test.
What if you hadn't used the boss as the model for the AI?
What do you mean?
If the end goal is MAD, it seems like there are more suitable models out there. A military chief of staff, or a nuclear technician, even the president.
Patriotism, leadership, good judgment. Each of those qualities is essential when deciding whether to launch a nuke. And she had them all.
Wouldn't the president, too?
It's not enough. She had the will for it.
Will?
Let me explain, Snake. Peace Walker is a standalone weapon. It has to decide on its own whether or not to launch a nuke. It can't turn to anyone else for advice. It can't do its job if it's not prepared to take sole responsibility for the fate of the world. I know of no other human being who could bear that burden.
That's it?
There were technical considerations, of course. To begin with, the female brain is a more appropriate model for an AI.
Wait, the female brain? What do you mean by that, modeling your AI after the female brain?
Snake, what is the human mind capable of that a computer is not?
Being lazy?
Interesting response. And not incorrect. But the answer I was looking for was empathy.
Empathy?
The ability to feel for others, to be more precise. Love for a child. Pity for the weak. Grief for the dead. All of these are particularly well developed in the female brain.
That's stretching it a little.
On the contrary, it's perfectly reasonable. The male brain, on the other hand, may be well suited for systematic thinking, but it's less able to empathize. In that sense, it's closer to a computer. So if your objective is to make the AI think more like a human...
You need to teach it how to empathize like a woman.
The novel, Do Androids Dream of Electric Sheep, deals with this very problem. In the book, an empathy test is used to distinguish between machines and human beings. As machines become more and more advanced, our society will gradually become more and more systematic. Our cities will teem with robot-like people, unable to feel for others. We cannot allow that to happen. Computers must learn to empathize. The same goes for humans, only more so.
Well, what about yourself? You make these claims, and yet I've never seen you empathize with a real person.
It's true. Until now, I was a prisoner of death. It was my intention to die upon the completion of Mammal's development. She was my one reason to live.
But you changed your mind.
I did. Because she taught me the dignity of living. My eyes are open now. I want to go on living and seeing real people.
I see.
That's the novel that Blade Runner is based on as well.
Is it really necessary to make machines think like humans? I think empathy would get in the way of making the decision to retaliate.
I admit, human thought may not be fully compatible with level-headed decision-making. Then again, is there such a thing as non-human thought? The moment computers became so advanced that they could calculate faster than human beings, a new dream was born.
Dream?
If we can create a machine that can do advanced mathematics, why can't we create one that can think like a human? The 19th century author, Auguste Villiers L'Isle-Adam, wrote a book called Tomorrow's Eve, in which the protagonist fashions an artificial woman to serve as his ideal lover. I believe the idea of creating an intelligent being with our own hands is one of mankind's oldest dreams.
So AI is a product of people's dreams, then?
Not only AI, civilization itself is the process by which mankind gives form to its dreams. But not all dreams are pleasant. Some have expressed fears about non-human intelligence.
Yeah, they want the benefits with none of the risks.
Some fear that intelligent robots might rise up and rebel against their human masters, as portrayed by the Czech writer Karel Čapek in his Rossum's Universal Robots. Or in the 1970 film, Colossus, the Forbin Project, where intelligent supercomputers in the US and the Soviet Union join forces and plot to subjugate humanity. Isaac Asimov offered a specific solution to these fears with his 3 laws of robotics, which demonstrated that while robot intelligence is different from that of humans, the two can coexist. In order to endow computers with intelligence, we must first have a thorough understanding of what intelligence is, and that is where the need for a practical and feasible expert system arises.
Sorry guys, we got a little bit of Twitter thing going on. Oh god, it's too good. Where do we even start? I don't know. No, it's a good one. It's not drama though. Maddie just finished Phantom Pain today, so she's going through the faces. Oh my god, it's too good. Yeah, it kind of sucks linking a certain part of a thread specifically from Twitter, but whatever, you can find it from there. Alright, let's move on.
So what's an expert system?
The AI housed within Peace Walker began development as such a system. An expert system is a type of proxy program by which a computer makes decisions as an expert would. The program, Mycin, for example, is a system that decides which kind of antibiotics to prescribe. The system asks the patient a series of questions to narrow down the range of appropriate drugs.
So you program Peace Walker to prescribe live nuclear warheads instead of penicillin.
What I realized, however, was that a simple expert system wasn't up to the task.
You need more than expertise to launch a nuke.
Indeed, expertise is a necessary prerequisite, but insufficient on its own. Deciding to launch a retaliatory strike requires consideration of a wider range of factors. In such a scenario, the entire global situation becomes the criterion for making a decision.
Makes sense. You screw up the prescription and the whole world goes into anaphylactic shock.
A weak AI that only has a limited range of knowledge upon which to base its decisions won't cut it. Therefore, I had the AI study the boss's thought patterns, thus creating a true expert system. A strong AI.
You couldn't leave the world in the hands of something with anything less than absolute worldview.
I could have built a simple expert system in no time at all. Say, how would you like a system that decides which guns you should equip according to the mission's parameters?
I'll pass. I'm not going to leave my life up to somebody else's judgment. Especially not a machine.
With current technology, AI are inevitably enormous in size. But as circuit integration continues to advance, they will become even smaller. As small as human brains, and perhaps smaller than that. And in the meantime, robotics will continue to advance as well, to the point where we can create androids, robots that resemble humans. And then...
And then what?
Well, I don't need to spell it out for you, do I?
Don't tell me you're thinking of making an android imitation of the boss.
Surely the thought has crossed your mind as well. Of one day being reunited with her?
Enough! I don't want any part of it.
I see. I didn't mean to offend you. In reality, AI is more likely to evolve in the opposite direction anyway.
The opposite direction? What does that mean?
More and more, AI are becoming systems that specialize in mass information processing, without human intelligence, thought, or emotion. A machine that has no individualism or sense of self, but rather behaves as a collective, exhibiting the qualities of a society.
Like a
GW.
beehive.
Yes, it aggregates data collected by individuals and determines how the collective will act, just as honeybees travel between the hive and flowers. The key to achieving that will be networking AI together.
I don't know how to say this, but that kind of gives me the creeps.
But if your goal is to control society, it's the better model to use. It lets you filter data, disseminate only what you want disseminated. Of course, I myself have no interest in an AI without a shred of life to it.
Earlier, you called the mammal pod a butterfly. Not a pupa or a cocoon, but an imago.
Yes, the AI that came before the mammal pod were works in progress.
Works in progress.
They were enough to keep the frame running, but not enough to make decisions about nuclear retaliation. They weren't quite complete. They were pupae. Only when I added the boss's data did the AI take on its true form, becoming a butterfly and taking flight.
And that's why the nose art on Peace Walker was a butterfly.
I gave the mammal AI the code name BS Imago. BS is short for boss.
Surely it's not short for something else.
Huey called that gigantic unmanned chopper a chrysalis. Is that another one of your AI code names?
Yes, you're referring to the TJ Chrysalis 6000. There's also the GW Pupa 5000, the TR Cocoon 7000.
I get it. A hovercraft type and a treaded type. And those letters on the front. TJ, GW, or whatever. Those are initials?
Correct. The initials of the American presidents whose faces are carved into Mount Rushmore.
Then you're missing one.
I assigned that one to the reptile pod. AL Aurelia 8000.
Aurelia. Another word for chrysalis. A pupa just before it emerges.
All of the initials, except for BS, were of Coldman's choosing. I chose mine from the storied ranks of British royalty. MS, AV, EW.
What do those stand for?
You can't guess. Why, Mary Stuart, Alexandrina Victoria, and Elizabeth Windsor.
All queens. Of course.
Are you familiar with the film 2001: A Space Odyssey?
I've heard of it, but...
Of course not. I didn't expect you to be cultured enough to appreciate such things.
Yeah, thanks. Anyway...
2001 features an AI called HAL, a highly advanced system that controls an exploration spacecraft. It can converse with people, and even play chess.
Huh. Now where have I heard that before?
The way HAL was portrayed was truly superb.
How so?
HAL is given secret orders that not even the ship's captain knows about. Naturally, he's not allowed to divulge them to the crew. The stress of it causes HAL to crack.
Crack?
Go crazy. Though there are those who interpret it differently. One by one, HAL kills off the crew until the captain finally shuts it down. The film offers amazing insights into AI, their growth, their utility, their faults, and their fear of death.
Well, you must have found it useful in your research then.
Must you always be so utilitarian? It doesn't matter whether or not it's useful. What matters is that it inspired me.
Then it was useful.
Never mind. The portrayal of Hal wasn't the only wonderful thing about the film. It was full of hints about the future of human evolution. Truly, a film for the ages.
Strangelove, when did you and the boss first meet?
Did she ever tell you about what she saw in space?
Yeah.
I saw the same thing along with her. The Soviets beat America into space with Sputnik, and so America rushed to be first in manned spaceflight. NASA used her as their top secret guinea pig, launching her deep into the cold blackness of space. I took part in the project as a scientist.
You were there with her?
Yes. For a brief time. We were one and the same, she and I. We sought each other out, completed each other. Did you know that inside every woman there's a universe? And that we are able to sense this in each other? We connected because of our empathetic female brains. As time went on, I began to have doubts about offering such a noble soul as sacrifice. Why did she have to... The flight test was a narrow success, and she miraculously made it back alive, but her mind and body were horribly mangled, and there was nothing I could do for her. We were no longer one and the same. She went away, and I, having nothing else to live for, immersed myself in AI research, hoping that no one would ever have to make her sacrifice again.
I never knew.
It's not really worth knowing. We were ships passing in the night, that's all. Perhaps someday I'll tell you the long version, if you're interested.
That was quite a warm welcome you gave me at the base in Costa Rica.
Sorry about that. But I simply had to know.
The boss's final act.
Yes, by inputting her thoughts and actions into the AI, I was imbuing it with her mind. The only thing I couldn't understand was her final act.
Operation Snake Eater.
Official history says she betrayed her homeland and defected to the enemy and was killed by you. But it didn't make sense. The boss would be the last person on Earth to betray her country. It was logically inconsistent.
It was, wasn't it?
That internal inconsistency prevented the AI from activating properly. Just as Hal malfunctioned in the film, I understood the reasoning, but I had to have proof. Proof of her final act, her true intentions, one way or another.
So you tried to squeeze it out of me, huh?
As a matter of fact, I did. Your silence was the very answer I was looking for.
That white horse the boss rode.
The Andalusian, yes.
How'd it get to Costa Rica?
I went looking for it. It was her final witness. Even if it couldn't speak, I found it and brought it here.
Where? I thought for sure it'd be blown to ashes by those MiGs.
I searched the ends of the earth for that horse, and found it at last in a horse market in Britain.
Britain? Are you saying it came all the way over the Ural Mountains, through Europe, and across the English Channel?
Who knows, really? Perhaps someone took it there.
Wait, the thought never occurred to you that it might be a different Andalusian that only looks the same?
I can't prove it. Or rather, I couldn't.
What do you mean?
You should know best of all. That horse wouldn't let anyone ride it. And believe me, I nearly killed myself trying. The only one it allowed on its back was you. That was the proof. Though I hate to admit it.
And to think, I ran it to its death.
But in that last run, it regained the glory of its youth, using the last of its strength to pursue its former master. Any horse would wish for such a fine end.
What do you make of Peace Walker's final act?
I recreated her thought patterns exactly. It was exactly what she would have done. The world's most empathetic mind weighed the past, the future, and the entire world, and decided not to retaliate. Merely knowing that is enough for me.
So, what you're saying is, we don't need deterrence to have peace?
I didn't say that. What's important is that we wish for peace. MSF needs a way to protect itself from the might of nations. Survival requires pragmatic thought and action. But you must still retain your ideals. If the gap between reality and those ideals ever leads you to lose them, I doubt MSF will survive.
Strangelove. Is that a code name?
No, just a nickname. Don't tell me you don't recognize it. From Kubrick's Dr. Strangelove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love the Bomb. It's a film that came out in 1964. A dark comedy about the absurdity of nuclear deterrence.
You were in a movie?
No, stupid. I got my nickname because of that movie.
Why? Because you look like the Doctor in the movie?
No, that Dr. Strangelove was a man.
So?
Back when I was at ARPA, I kept a photo of the boss on my desk. I was totally engrossed in my research and showed no interest in the opposite sex. Plus, I had a photo of a woman on my desk. The fools around me turned it into a cruel taunt, calling me Strangelove. Even for a bunch of shut-ins who never went out to the cinema, that title seemed to ring true with them. Anyhow, in their eyes, homosexuality was something strange. They were incapable of seeing things outside the lens of their own standards. Being strange means you have your own unique point of view. I rather considered it an honor.
So, you were with ARPA before you came here, huh?
Yes, back then it was really the only place I could make a living from my AI research.
And before that?
I started out at NASA. That's where I met her.
When Boss went into space?
Yes. It was that incident that turned me away from aerospace engineering. Space is entirely too hazardous a place for human beings. That was why I felt an immediate need to develop AI. As it turned out, rockets later became much safer, and mankind reached the surface of the moon. In any event, it was a hollow Cold War victory. When you get down to it, a nuclear missile is just a rocket with a nuclear warhead strapped to it. Thus, taking the initiative in the space race was tantamount to a military show of force.
But the budgetary strain was too big for Washington or Moscow to handle.
Yes, and then there was the Cuban Missile Crisis and the Vietnam War, and then came détente. Having leapt ahead of the Soviet Union with its moon landing, America shut down the Apollo program in '72. It was around then that ARPA was downsized and renamed DARPA, the D standing for Defense. With few prospects for continuing my AI research, Coldman's invitation was a godsend. It was also a chance to have them collect data on her.
The end result being this mess.
But we did learn something valuable from her. The nobility of peace.
Why'd you agree to come here? To Mother Base?
You intrigued me.
Me? Hold on. You're not planning on modeling your next AI after me?
Not a bad idea, but I have no intention of ever again attempting to transplant human thought into machines.
Oh, that's a relief.
You are the man who inherited the boss's will. You're gathering people around you, even now, shaping them, building a new organization. I'd like to see how it turns out.
You're not planning to go back to AI research?
I never said such a thing. Of course my work will continue.
Here?
In my eyes, the growth of MSF as an organization is analogous to the development of the nervous system. The way you become intertwined, stimulate each other, branch out in new directions. It's really quite inspirational.
Interesting way to put it.
Of course, I intend to repay you for your hospitality. The fruits of my research will be at your disposal. Why not assign me to the R&D team? I promise you won't be disappointed.
You know, that ID card I got from Huey wouldn't let me into the lab.
Of course not. I deactivated it.
Why?
As though I'd let him into my lab.
Oh, you don't seem to care for him much, even though you two are in the same field.
Oh, please. For starters, I can't stand that wishy-washy attitude of his. If he's got something to say to me, he should be a man and come say it in person, not write some furtive letter.
But if his card doesn't work, how's he supposed to—
And another thing, the way he always demeans himself. Every other sentence begins with, I could be wrong, but... Why can't he just do what he does and be confident about it?
Well, there was the thing about his dissertation being plagiarized.
The real problem is he doesn't have a whit of independence in him. In Costa Rica, and even back at NASA, he was always following people around, asking if there was some way he could help. Why doesn't he stop his whining, take a stand, and face up to me?
I think I know how he feels.
And to top it all off, he seems to enjoy referring to himself by that nickname I gave him. I simply don't get it. How can he be so submissive?
So, Huey was a nickname you gave him?
That's right. I took it from the name of a drone in the science fiction film Silent Running.
Drone?
It's a type of worker robot. The way he follows people, just waiting for them to boss him around, is so similar. I couldn't help myself. Oh, it's an American film directed by Douglas Trumbull, the man who did the special effects for 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Imagine that. A scientist who likes science fiction.
And that's not all.
There's more.
He's a man.
Hang on. I seem to remember you saying he should be more of a man.
Yes. Well, he is an awfully good scientist. Without his reptile pod, my mammal pod wouldn't function, just as the cerebrum can't exist without the cerebellum and the brainstem. He did a fine job of designing it. I'll give him that.
That sounded suspiciously like praise.
It's merely an objective observation. I like people who possess the will to move forward. I have no time for those who refuse to take control of their lives. Until he does, my opinion remains the same.
So we never do learn Huey's real name, technically. It's funny that Strangelove also refers to herself as the nickname that someone else gave her. But he gives Huey shit for it.
So, you and Cecile seem to be enjoying yourselves back at that lab.
What are you insinuating? I only kept her because I didn't want our secret to be known.
And the personal baths? You could have left her in there alone and locked the door from the outside.
Yes, well, she seemed anxious, so I...
Now, why would she be anxious?
She was beautiful. I was only admiring her beauty.
She was terrified.
I never meant her any harm. She knew that. I know she did.
But she felt like she was in enough danger to run away.
No matter what I did, if Coltman found her, she would have been... You're right. The truth is, I wanted to save her. But not if it meant forestalling the completion of Mammal.
So you made it easy for her to escape?
Do you really think I am that soft? I'll admit security wasn't exactly tight. It wouldn't have been difficult for her to escape from the building.
Seemed like she had a rougher time after she got out.
At any rate, I never did anything to her to deserve any blame. Is that clear?
Okay. I believe you.
Huey's probably mentioned this, but just to be clear, there's a limit to the parts we can produce here at Mother Base. Therefore, I've built Zeke's AI using memory boards you pulled from other AI weapons.
Will that work?
In the human brain, individual functions are spread across multiple regions. The same is true of AI. Multiple parts sharing the same function interlink to strengthen that function. For example, the more sensor memory boards you have, the greater Zeke's search and detect capabilities will be. Install more movement boards, and you'll increase its mobility.
Meaning the AI's capabilities change depending on how much memory we give it?
Exactly. The more boards you install, the more powerful a function will be.
Still have to get a complete Zeke. One of my saves. It's a pain in the ass farming all those memory boards, but apparently it's pretty impressive how it changes its AI. When you fight it, it becomes faster, more aggressive, and stuff like that. Maybe it has better aim as well, maybe more damage. You could technically fight it with someone. If they host it in co-op, you can fight their Zeke with their memory board. So if you know someone who has it completed, you can fight it that way, but then you have to lag. You'll be dealing with the lag. One day we'll get all those memory boards. If I did a Foxhound run, 5-star, I can do it. I can do the memory boards. I've got a bunch of new stuff in here. Oh, that's right. I always forget to do these when they unlock. We'll just do them now.
But you know, there's something I've never been able to figure out. Is the Cold War really a war, or is it really peace?
Doc, what do you...
People called it a Cold War, but I disagreed. Sure, nuclear stockpiles are increasing, threats are multiplying. The US and the Soviet Union have enough power to destroy the human race 100 times over. But nobody's actually being killed. Small-scale conflicts and proxy wars, maybe, but nuclear deterrence has averted another world war. The world's far more peaceful today than it was before, and the breakthroughs we've made in space exploration thanks to Cold War competition? Fantastic, don't you think?
No. We didn't need to rush into space like that. Going into space may have been mankind's dream, but good people were sacrificed in the scramble.
Maybe so. NASA's definitely got some skeletons in its closet.
Same goes for the nuclear arms race. Atomic testing has killed civilians and exposed thousands to radiation.
Believe me, I know. And now, this. What peace was I trying to protect anyway? The more I think about it, the less I understand. Nuclear deterrence means preventing the use of nuclear weapons in conflicts between states. But what about other situations?
Like what?
Terrorism has been on the rise in recent years, from separatist movements to far-left extremists. What would happen if nuclear weapons fell into terrorists' hands? Without a state, that is, without territory of their own, the chances of having nukes used against them are slim. They have no reason to fear a nuclear strike. Conversely, they have no reason to hesitate to use nukes against their adversaries.
You've got a point. All the ICBMs and strategic bombers in the world amount to nothing against a terrorist group.
Right. Of course, this is all still hypothetical. Countries keep their nukes under tight watch. There's no immediate danger of terrorists getting their hands on them. But the day may come when the proposition of nuclear terrorism makes nuclear deterrence theory a dead letter.
Nuclear terrorism. Interesting.
A little bit of, and just one foreshadowing, maybe. Just like the clone tape. Oh, it's this one.
Snake, how much do you know about the U.S. Homeland Air Defense Network?
I don't know much about what goes on up in the sky. What I do know is that NORAD tracks Santa Claus on its radar.
Nice one. I didn't know you were a comedian, too.
Huh? No, I'm serious. It's true, NORAD tracks his... Listen to me. Every December they set up a hotline and...
Okay, I get it.
He's real, I tell you. He used to bring me presents and...
It was probably the boss that brought him presents. And then he killed her. And he never got a present again. Probably thought he was put on a naughty list.
Okay, Snakey. As all good little boys know, keeping tabs on Santa Claus is a very important job for NORAD. But they also have another mission. The one they were created for. And the system they set up for that has been hijacked by Coldman.
You mean Peace Walker's fake data transmissions?
NORAD's early warning system is composed of DSP satellite-mounted infrared sensors and an array of surveillance radar stations across North America. The network sends out warnings to NORAD at Cheyenne Mountain, where the data undergoes human evaluation. Peace Walker, on the other hand, has to make its retaliation decisions autonomously. So it's set up to automatically receive the same data as NORAD through covert channels. Those channels were also used on the test platform to telemeter the AI's decision-making. Peace Walker reversed the system to transmit a fake warning about incoming nuclear missiles outside the usual exercise schedule. I mean, the system could have used better safeguarding. Nobody's going to argue with that. But cracking the AI? That seemed unimaginable. And you can see what happened. You ever see the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey?
Can't say I have.
Fantastic flick. The outer space special effects are incredible enough, but the depiction of AI is what really stands out.
There's an AI?
Yeah, a spacecraft pilot AI called Hal. It plays a major role in the story. Dr. Strangelove loves it too. Did I ever tell you about the time we first met up in Costa Rica?
No.
You know how she hates men, right? So we hadn't seen each other since NASA, and we just weren't hitting it off. Until we started talking about Hal. And then she started going off. The way she talked about it was so intellectual. The way she analyzed every plot detail, how passionate she was about the AI. It made me fall for her all over again. You know what? Here's to Hal for bringing her and me closer together. You should ask her about 2001 too. Then you'll understand just how amazing she is.
Amazing, huh?
Hal. Now there's a good name.
Or Otacon. He actually hates his name. Because he wants to be a human. He doesn't want to be a computer. There's a call about it. I'm just one. What's been going on here?
Hello? Snake? Mon chéri?
You been drinking, Cecile?
Can't you please do something about this pest?
Who?
Monsieur Miller!
What's he done now?
Wine.
Wine?
He said he thought the soldiers might tire of having beer all the time. So he's brought in some wine instead. And then he gave me a bunch.
Well, that was nice of him.
But the past 2 years have been bad for French wine. Perhaps it is the bad weather we have had. But whatever the case, I told him the last thing you want to be drinking right now is French wine.
Well, California and Chile have good wine too.
But then he goes and stocks the pantry with nothing but French wine from 72. The stuff is a disaster. Then he says, "Come on, Cecile, have a taste of the old country." I had a terrible feeling about it. So I decided just to taste it at first. And then again. And then a few more times.
Took one for the team, huh? But when you do a tasting, don't you usually spit the wine out?
But bottle after bottle, nothing but garbage. Absolute garbage. Not one half-decent bottle in the whole lot.
You can make her play
Taste of
Phantom
the
Pain.
old country, he says.
Sorry to hear that.
I cannot believe this. What will we do with all this wine?
The guys aren't too picky when it comes to taste.
Ugh. You sound just like Monsieur Miller.
Huh?
When I complained, he simply said, "As long as it gets the job done." You people are such culinary savages. Allez, tout vous faire voir. Somebody take me back to Paris, please.
I think you've had a little too much, Cecile.
Mission after mission. Nothing but garbage. Absolute garbage. I can do this later, or not at all. Not those. Oh, here probably, yep.
Can you believe the CIA and KGB were actually in cahoots?
Never thought I'd see that at the station chief level. But I'd heard stories of operatives in the field being on friendly terms.
Seriously?
Most espionage takes place in political hotspots, as you'd expect. But there aren't that many of those kinds of places, especially in a small country. Hang around long enough, and you're bound to run into fellow spies. Like it or not. You start saying hello, and soon enough you're eating dinner together.
Strange bedfellows, huh?
Well, I don't know about that. At any rate, this kind of fiasco is what happens when spies get too familiar. Hard to believe, but some people will betray anyone and anything if it suits their interests.
The strength of HUMINT is in its appeal to human emotions, but its weakness is in its susceptibility to those same emotions. That's why the tide in the intelligence world is shifting towards SIGINT, a network of cold, digital data, where feelings are irrelevant. Hey, Snake, I've been thinking. Maybe Che couldn't find a place for himself outside the battlefield either.
How so?
He led the Cuban Revolution to victory. That's quite an accomplishment. He could have called it quits there and nobody would have blamed him. But he left behind a loving family and a cabinet post to plunge back into the struggle. First in the Congo, then in Bolivia where he met his end.
You're overthinking things. Che went back to the battlefield because he was needed there. Read his farewell letter, then you'll understand.
Some say he was too idealistic to fit in with the government.
Too many scruples, most likely.
Maybe so, but I still can't help thinking the reason you look up to Che is because you see something of yourself in him. You left your country behind and plunged into battle. You wander from one battlefield to another, going wherever you're needed.
Che was a revolutionary as well as a warrior. He took up arms to fight for his beliefs. I don't do what I do for any ideology. I'm a warrior. Nothing more. Nothing less.
Okay, boss. You're right. Just wanted to see how we stacked up against a real hero.
Hey, what's up, Raguchi? You Phantom Pain enjoyer?
March 10th, 1945. 381,300 cluster bombs were dropped on Tokyo. Japanese houses at the time were almost all made of wood. In that single day, a third of Tokyo burned to the ground. My mom lost her family and home in that raid. She had to move to Yokosuka and live with her cousin. The B-29s kept on coming, razing other major cities throughout Japan without mercy. Then, in August, they dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and Japan surrendered to the United States at last. After that, Yokosuka was flooded with American soldiers come to occupy the country. My mother was still in her mid-teens, and she learned from her cousin how to survive in that town, by servicing the troops. That's how she met my father, and how I was born. My father was an officer serving with the government section of Allied GHQ under General Whitney. Whitney was known as MacArthur's shadow, and my father rode his coattails to a pretty high rank. While he was in Japan, he treated my mom like a wife. After he went back to the States, though, she never heard from him. I wasn't born until after he went back. My mom raised me as a single mother. She used the money my father left her to open a shop selling cigarettes and stuff to occupation troops. It was a decent living, but I didn't have citizenship. They're working to change the law now, but back then if your father was unknown, you couldn't get onto the Japanese family register. And in Japan, that means you can't be Japanese. So as I watched the American soldiers around town, I said to myself, I'm a son of America, the victor. My hair and eyes were different from the skinny, downtrodden Japanese around me. I told myself I'd leave this country someday and return to my true homeland. When I was around 10 years old, my mom fell ill, pretty much leaving me to run the shop in her place. One day I found a single picture of my father in the back of a drawer in the shop. I'd show it to the American soldiers who came into the store. A few years went by before one of them told me who he was. I know him, that's Miller. I started asking other guys, do you know where Miller is now? Can anybody tell me where Colonel Miller is now? Turns out he'd left the service and was making a living as an instructor for soldiers in Virginia. It was one of his students who finally told me that. I wrote him a letter in English. I'm your son. I want to go to the United States. Day after day I waited. Then just when I was about to give up, the post office delivered my future to the door. My father sent me some money. I thought my dream was going to come true. I was only thinking of myself. So I went to my bedridden mother and convinced her to let me go. My father arranged for a car to pick me up. It was jet black. When the neighborhood kids who'd always made fun of my hair saw it, their jaws practically hit the ground. I put my mom in a hospital and went on my own to America. When I met my father for the first time, he was living alone in a big house. He told me he'd lost his son, his American son, in Vietnam. He showed me a picture of my older brother. I guess that and his divorce left my father feeling lonely, which is probably why he finally took an interest in me. He'd retired from teaching. He was stooped over, could hardly walk, but he gave me two things: the name Miller and money for school. I used it to learn English and then go to college. America was exhausted from years of fighting in Vietnam. They were waging war in a foreign land, while at home, people were screaming for peace. right after I graduated, I went back to Japan, alone. My father refused to see my mom. It was the first time I'd seen her in years, and she wouldn't even look at me. At first, I thought she was mad at me, but that wasn't it. Disease had taken her mind. A disease she got while she was young and desperate. She didn't even know who I was. I said, "Mom, it's me, Kazuhira." As I spoke, the sound of my own voice rang in my ears. Katsuhira, the name my mom gave me. It means peace in Japanese. I was Japanese. At least, I was the son of this tiny Japanese woman. It was then, for the first time, that I understood the reason, the emotion that inspired my mother to give me that name. She'd watched her hometown and family go up in flames. Her body and her mind were ravaged by war. And yet she chose to have a child named Peace, with a man who was once her enemy. Japan lost the war. But what good is war as a measure of a country? Since the war and up until the oil shock last year, Japan's economy has grown every single year. It's on its way to becoming a stronger country than ever. I stayed in Japan and joined the JSDF. I was 22 at the time. I did it to pay our bills. But it wasn't just that. I could have found work anywhere. And I knew it. And still, I couldn't think of anything else to do with myself. 2 years later, I didn't have to worry about Mom's hospital bills anymore. I left the JSDF and went back to the States. My father was already dead and buried. I was told he'd shot himself in the head. America crushed Japan, but it also crushed my father. My American dream was over. After that, I drifted around and, well, you know the rest. GHQ made women like my mother. It made Japan's peace constitution and the JSDF. And it made me. I was spawned by war, but I don't want to die in one. I won't die for a country, and I won't live like a pauper. I won't have my fate decided by some family register. So as long as I stick with you, boss, I've got a good feeling none of that will happen.
Nice, it's a really good one. It looks like Ocean Vaz is way earlier into the game, though. Besides, that's a fucking marathon that died at Chico. Well.
I have a favor to ask you, Snake.
Name it.
I want you to give me a job here. I want to help out.
You sure? You just went through a hell of a time. You should probably take it easy until you're settled.
Thank you. But there must be something I can do. You would not want me near a gun. But I am a decent cook.
Now there's a skill we can use.
Put me on the mess hall team. I think I can handle it. Once I get used to it, I will even add in some Costa Rican recipes.
Sounds like a plan.
Oh man, I'm really tired. Oh, somehow we missed this. Oh well. Luckily the timing should work out just fine. Okay, so the next thing we gotta do to continue is complete Zeke. So let's go take a look at what we have. We have a crotch. Metal Gear crotch. When making a Metal Gear, always start from the most important part, the crotch. Nice. Okay, let's see. Originally you were supposed to be able to walk around Zeke's hangar and look at it and even play with it in co-op, fighting it while another player would issue commands to it in co-op. Oh, you can see the exit there. I never realized. So you can change the camera angles. They literally just run out of space on the disc. PSP. It's crazy. You're gonna have other things. You can fuck with like memory address hex codes or something like that to actually restore that co-op mission. It's not really a co-op mission. It's kind of like sort of PvP, sort of co-op. One player fights Zeke and one player controls Zeke. But you're not like piloting it. I think you control it with radio messages, something like that. You send radio messages. Okay, so we need 3 leg scraps and 2 head scraps. And then you have the radom and the railgun. Perfect. Okay, so now we're going to be fighting the Pupa a couple times until we get these parts. As you redo the AI weapon battles, you will get Strangelove's tapes about her background, her time working in NASA, and meeting the boss. So it works out that way nicely. There's 3 of them. So within 3 Pupa battles, we'll probably get all the parts we need. And now we have a battle suit, which means we can carry 3 rocket launchers. So I should be able to do this without a resupply of ammo, just in case. Let's bring it. And I can't really think of anything I'm doing co-op right now, dude, but thanks. Maybe if you had people earlier for Peace Walker yeeting. The thing that's annoying about the people that starts out like this.
It's fast, so be careful.
Doesn't stop moving for a while. Fuck off.
Cylindrical AI pod!
Come on, this guy, you can do it.
Hold the hatch and climb into the AI pod!
Oh, come on, how did that miss? Yeah, because it's an RPG 2, not an RPG 7. Not as fancy.
Pull out all the AI's memory boards before the pod's ejected. The black memory boards are locked.
For now, when we go from one column to the other, we'll get a prompt and get the huge ass tape in between.
You can unlock memory boards by destroying the mechanical
A weapon specialist.
Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapons.
Can't say that I have all the many RPGs, but I've collected all the weapons in this game several times, and they're interesting to look at what they're based on. I need a PTRD. That's what I need. Now, if you have the money, it's probably doable. Find one. Nah, it's probably rare as fuck. But it wouldn't even be one of the rarest weapons, I believe, that this series has. It's a special kind of hell being trying to make a Metal Gear gun collection. So you can't just have normal guns in it now.
That was an unmanned weapon.
Yes, Mipaz, just $150,000 in Gunbroker. Let me buy it real quick.
I work here. Well, used to anyway. Name's Huey.
There's a semi-auto from us on auction right now. Starting 125,000.
You don't look like one of those immersed.
And buy it now at $146,000. And it's not even the game accurate one, because the game accurate one is a mid development intra version between two models that doesn't exist.
Snake.
Oh man. Oh cool, we got the jetpack, we got head parts, we got the tape. Okay. We just do this 2 more times.
Snake, we fitted Zeke with
Yep.
his own AI pod. We were having trouble adjusting the AI, but Dr. Strangelove was able to get it up and running.
Strangelove?
Why the surprise, Snake?
Whoa, we're an army without borders. We need a deterrent against foreign intervention. That's what
Random
Zeke is
optics for a sidearm.
May even prove
Like for a pistol.
I'm not against deterrence itself. The problem
I
is
mean,
when
there's
it
only like
comes to
3 that
violence.
matter.
All that does is force a burden on its people.
Aimpoint,
The same people that
Holosun,
constitute the nation itself.
and
The existence of nations is detrimental to
and
man. That's why one
I guess some of the cheaper ones, like the SIGs.
But power is required for you to distance yourself from nations. I will do whatever I can to
Aimpoint if you're rich, Holosun if you're not.
And I merely lent Huey a helping hand. I will not give Zeke an AI like hers.
Maybe Loophole. Any of those will work really, it's a matter of preference. There's another one that I'm forgetting right now. But it's actually a really good time for optics because it used to be way more expensive, less accessible, less brands, and the cheaper ones used to be really shitty, and now there's a decent balance of price and performance and durability. These last few years have been really good for optics. But yeah, it basically comes down to Aimpoint if you're rich, Holosun if you're not rich. Holosuns are still really good. They're just not Aimpoint that have, you know, military contracts and all of that. It doesn't mean shit, but whatever. Aimpoints are more expensive and more durable and more technically proven and reliable, but Holosuns are still really good. Just get a Holosun as your first optic. Especially, they have the ones where you don't need to take it off to change the battery, so you don't have to re-zero it every time. Ah, you bitch.
That's an AI weapon. The Pupa. It's fast, so be careful.
I would say Holosun might even qualify as mid-range these days, because there's even cheaper ones, like cheap SIG optics, for example.
Lie flat to avoid getting hit when it charges.
Those can run you.
Look at that thing move.
Oh,
I amaze myself sometimes.
that's kind of rare. to get that line. I wonder what triggers it. Maybe because we were really close to it. Like there's $100 to $150 optics that are cheaper. They're made of plastic, but whatever. But they have like the SIG brand on them. Holosun will run you $200 to $300. Aim points easily $300, $400, $500, $800 depending. You bitch. I wonder how you figured a line from Huey.
There'll be some warning signs when it's coming out.
Also, it depends what you want to do with it. You want a tiny one to carry around. You want one for the range. Somewhere in between. What features you want on it. Just do some research, but those are the brands pretty much. Yeah, there's a tape where Huey talks about how he took a cue from the Shagohod when he made the pupa. Yeah, if it's just for the range, definitely start out with a Holosun.
Pull out all the AI's memory boards before the pod's ejected. The black memory boards are locked. Go after the boards with icons over them. You can unlock memory boards by destroying the mechanical components that they control. Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over.
Speaking of Vortex shit, fuck, I forgot what the website is called. Erp. How did I forget what the fucking website is called? I give up. I completely forgot.
That was an unmanned weapon. A prototype. I made it myself.
Yeah, we'll do one more of these.
There's no need for a human pilot.
Snake.
Hold on, because I'm brain farting too much. I had to go look at my stupid thing now because I completely forgot what it's called.
We've got a problem. Zadornov's not in his cell.
What?
He must have used his prosthetic as a blowtorch to cut through the bars, but we've managed to narrow down his location using a transmitter we planted on him.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Find the KGB agent Zadornov.
Oh, for fuck's sake, that's what it's called. I couldn't think about it. Most likely you're gonna want to get your optic from Primary Arms. They have certain versions of the optics that are exclusive to them and have different reticules and stuff. You might want to look into it. They're like exclusive. What What's this thing called? I'm gonna fuck with it now because I forgot. The doorknob. That's the first thing that leads into chapter 5 is the doorknob. Escaping. Oh, there you go. So some of the holosons have a thing called an ACSS reticle, which is more functional. But some people prefer a simpler one, so again, it's just up to personal preference. But if you want it, they only have it on primary arms. Okay, so before we do the doorknob, let's do the last stupid battle. Most likely it's gonna give us the conversation about Zeke being ready. Got him this time. Is it worth it? Yeah, I mean, why not?
That's an AI weapon.
You can't do it in HD,
It's fast, so be careful.
but Snake versus Monkey, yeah, it's kind of cute. There's a bit of dialogue with Campbell too, and you're actually Solid Snake in Snake vs. Monkey. In MGS3 engine, looks like Naked Snake. No eye patch, but it's Solid Snake. Oh fuck. Yeah, some of the doorknob tapes would have been interesting. Yeah, man, try out all the shit that we missed out on in HD.
Memory boards before the pod's ejected. The black memory boards are locked. Go after the boards with icons.
Ah, fuck it, I don't want these boards. Let's just wait.
You can unlock memory boards by destroying the mechanical components that they control. Any boards you remove can be used to build our own AI weapon. Memory boards have different functions according to the icons displayed over them. Go ahead and take whichever ones you want.
What are the best games? Close.
There's no need for a...
Okay, that should definitely get Zeke working. We should get the call about it now.
Snake. Package for you, boss.
Oh, the Eva tapes
Looks
too.
like a cassette tape. Don't worry, it's clean. No trace of explosives or anything. Return address just says Eva.
Eva?
Someone you know?
An old acquaintance.
Oh, the plot thickens. Tidings from an old flame?
Don't start, guys. Anyway, I'll check it out later.
Okay, just don't go running off after this chick. We can't afford for you to be distracted right now.
Yeah, is Zeke really not complete yet? Did we just get terrible RNG with the parts? Damn, usually doing it 3 times is enough. It's funny because Eva's tapes and Strangelove's tapes that we're unlocking during AI weapons contain largely the same information about how great the boss is and what she was doing at NASA and going to space and all that shit. We're missing 1 leg part. Can't we just use these chicken legs for it? Oh, fuck. Okay, 1 leg part. Damn it. To be fair, Pupa doesn't have legs. I'm starting to really hate this thing. Nice.
That's an AI weapon. The Pupa. It's fast, so be careful.
Engaging shock units.
Aim for the cylindrical AI pod.
Oh, really? Oh, fuck. Ooh.
Pull the hatch and climb into the AI pod. You'll be able to get in the egg.
Pull out all the AI's memory boards before the pod's ejected. The black memory boards are locked. Go after the boards with icons over them.
Wait, isn't that the same guy who was talking about how MGSV is so great or something? Or he doesn't understand why I dislike it?
Memory boards
Oh well.
Go ahead and take whichever ones you
I'm not one for confirmation bias, but it happens all the fucking time. It's okay. Brain is nearly completely fried. Bear with me. Free Dog will be here soon. I'm going to reveal to you guys some internal information. I might get banned for this, but private insider information. Free Dog is taking a shit, and then he'll be here. But he has to take a shit, he says. That was probably private information. He's taking a shit. That's funny as fuck. Like, I'll be ready soon. I just need to take a shit and open OBS.
Snake.
Okay, now Zeke is ready, right? There's the leg part.
Snake, I'm proud to announce that preparations for Metal Gear Zeke are complete. We can activate it any time.
Got it. Thanks, Huey.
No need to thank me. At least now I can finally say I helped you with something. You can use it in outer ops, too. Just select Zeke when you're forming your unit. Be sure to take it out for a field test.
Okay.
You can change weapons and check memory boards just like before. Use your observations from a field test to make any adjustments.
A work in progress, huh?
The music. The silly music when Zadornov is missing. Yeah, before we do that, let's get started with these Strangelove tapes.
I'm about to leave for Costa Rica, a place completely unfamiliar to me, and on a top-secret mission for the CIA, no less. No guarantees I'll come back alive. Might even get rubbed out by the CIA itself. So I'm leaving behind this record. For her sake. For the boss's honor. Ever since I was a child, I've loved to look up at the night sky. I'd go outside after sunset and drink in the cold air. The moon, Venus, so many stars floating on the edge of infinity. In Manchester, it wasn't very often you saw the night sky in all its star-studded glory, but it was enough to stir a deep longing inside me. Even as others cowered beneath Nazi air raids, I was out there, watching the skies, dreaming of one day reaching the heavens. There were, of course, more practical concerns. My skin was incredibly sensitive. Even the slightest bit of sun would turn it an angry shade of red. Playing outside during the day was completely out of the question. Naturally, I hardly ever had the chance to play with other children my age. But I never felt lonely for it. Their way of thinking was irrational, making them simple, easy to predict. The boys would talk of tanks and aeroplanes and creepy, crawly bugs. The girls of pretty dresses, glass beads, and tea and cakes. Of boys they liked. I never had much to say on such matters. The curious thing is, adults really aren't all that different. They're simple, capricious, especially men. As they get older, their heads fill with thoughts of women and more women. Thankfully, I always did have a head for mathematics. When I was about 10, I'd visited Dr. Turing, who lived nearby. we'd sit and discuss mathematical logic. The lights were always on at his house, even in the dead of night. Theoretically, he'd say, there's no algorithm that a computing machine couldn't reproduce. Dr. Turing wasn't foolish like other men, although I didn't find out why until later, after he died. The time will come, he'd say, when computers will be able to think for themselves. That idea rocked me to my core. My aptitude for mathematics brought me closer to the stars. I breezed through school, then went to America for university. While I was studying at Caltech, NASA was established. I signed up in a heartbeat. I was a pretty good computer engineer at the time, and NASA needed skills like mine. The work was enjoyable. Even though I'd given up on going into space myself, it was a pleasure just being a part of it all. I was assigned to Project Mercury, America's effort to compete with the Soviets in manned spaceflight. 7 men were chosen as pilot candidates for the program, becoming heroes overnight. People called them the Mercury 7. The project made good progress, more or less. We had all the funds and materials we needed. After countless hours of analysis, we even had plans for something on par with Sputnik. We thought it'd only be a matter of time before we caught up with the Russians. They'd sent a dog into orbit and brought it back safely to Earth. But NASA top brass dismissed that success as a fluke. The Americans recovered their re-entry capsules at sea, but the only ocean bordering the Soviet Union is the Arctic, so their re-entry capsules had to make impact on land. A dog was one thing, but human spaceflight would still take some time, or so we thought. At the end of January 1961, we successfully put a chimpanzee named Ham into orbit. He returned to Earth as healthy as ever. NASA was giddy with success. It was then that a new woman showed up for duty. She was a backup pilot and advisor. She was beautiful, with blonde hair, strong mouth, and a steely gaze. But there was something else in those eyes, a twinkle of something warmer, of affection. It was the boss. She took one look at us in our revelry and murmured, "Savor this joy today, because tomorrow you'll have to face the truth." And she was right. The next day, our project schedule was accelerated. We'd received new information that the Soviets were mere months away from putting a man into space. The brass had misjudged the Russians. We couldn't afford to allow the shock of another Sputnik. Somehow, we had to get a man into space before the Russians did. It was an utterly impossible task. We'd only just put our first chimp up. With a human on board, failure was not an option, especially if it were one of the Mercury 7 Golden Boys. And on top of that, the brass wanted to put a window in the spacecraft. The pilot wouldn't be a test animal this time, they said. And when this hero came back alive and well, they wanted him to describe what he'd seen. It was madness. Adding a window to our existing spacecraft would leave it unable to handle the stress. Not to mention the problem of shielding the occupant from cosmic rays. But the boss rose to the task, and splendidly. She claimed to be a layman when it came to space, but caught on keenly to new ideas and concepts. She was demanding, of herself and of others. She seemed rather cold-hearted at times. But I was smitten. She was beautiful, yes, but more than that, she was wise. Her mind was thoroughly rational. And yet, no matter how I tried, I could never predict her actions. It was easy for me to assume that her judgments were drawn from an enormous base of knowledge. Quite simply, her life experiences were more diverse, more intense than anyone else's. To me, they seemed boundless in their breadth. In her, I saw a reflection of the night sky. Perhaps because I too was a woman, she and I became close. I couldn't go out in the sun, but she lit up my life. Her light was soft, like that of the moon. I was so happy. With her unerring guidance, the project steadily regained its footing. But one issue remained, the pilot's safety. When the day came to choose a pilot, the Mercury 7 just quietly walked out. Who could blame them? It was far too great a risk to take. Even if they'd volunteered, NASA would never have let them go. They were national heroes, basking in the media spotlight. There was no way they'd be sent on such a mission. The conference room was silent. Then, slowly, she raised her hand, almost as if acting out a scene from a movie.
Alright guys, I guess Three Dog is done taking a shit. Let's go back and save. And I think he's gonna continue with those 2 other tapes, then do a little bit of Zadornov, and then switch saves to the complete one. Do the dates with Kaz and Paz, do the diary, maybe do some extras, some side ops, and then the ending. Cool. Okay, let's give the save to Three Dog. Play some music or something. always when the music is about to pick up. Alright, guys, 3 Dogs ready. Stream is gonna go down a few seconds. And yeah, 3 Dog will continue right where we left off. I will see you guys later for some, oh god, maybe Phantom Piss at this point. Ugh.